Your Sacred Self. Wayne Dyer. He was an American spiritual growth book writer and psychologist. Your Sacred Self. To my wife, Mark Elleen. As the earth thanks the sun. All my life I wanted to be someone. Now I am finally someone. But that someone is not me. Dear reader. Imagine this scene if you please. Two babies are in the womb, confined to the walls of the mother's womb, and they have a conversation. To understand each other, we will call these twins ego and spirit. Spirit says to ego, I know this is going to be difficult for you to accept, but I truly believe that there is life after birth. Ego responds, do not be ridiculous. Look around. Is all what we have. Why do you always have to be thinking that there is something more than this reality? Accept your destiny in life. Forget all that nonsense about life after birth. Spirit is silent for a while, but his inner voice does not allow him to remain silent any longer. Ego, don't be mad, but I have something else to say. I also believe that there is a mother. A mother? Ego exclaims with a laugh. How can you be so absurd? You have never seen a mother. Why can't you just accept that this is the only thing there is? The idea of a mother is far-fetched. There is no one here but you and me. This is your reality. Now grab that cord. Go to your corner and stop being so stupid. Trust me, there is no mother. Spirit reluctantly leaves the conversation, but concern soon overtakes him. Ego begs, please listen, don't reject my idea. Somehow, I think that those constant pressures that we both feel, those movements that sometimes make us feel so uncomfortable, that continuous relocation and that narrowing of the environment that seems to occur as we grow, prepares us for a place of dazzling light, and we will experience it very soon. Now I know that you are completely crazy, Ego replies, the only thing you have known is darkness. You have never seen light. How can you come up with such an idea? Those movements and pressures that you feel are your reality. You are an individual and independent being. This is your journey. Darkness, pressures, and a feeling of tightness around you make up the whole of life. You will have to fight against that as long as you live. Now, hold on to your cord and please be still. Spirit relaxes for a while, but finally cannot contain himself any longer. Ego, I have just one more thing to say, and then I won't bother you again. Go ahead, Ego responds impatiently. I believe that all these pressures and all this discomfort will not only lead us to a new heavenly light, but when that happens we will meet the Mother face to face, and experience an ecstasy that will exceed everything we have experienced so far. You are totally crazy. Now I am convinced. The book you are holding is an interpretation of this parable, which I have adapted from a story told by Henry J. M. Nguyen. My intention is to take you to that resplendent heavenly light and make you know the wonder that your noble self triumphs over the demands of your ego, which above all it does not want. I have organized this book around the following premises. You are sacred, and in order to know it you must transcend the old belief system that you have adopted. He is a divine being called to know his most sublime self by mastering the keys of a higher consciousness. Your higher self can triumph over your ego identities and become the dominant force in your life. You can radiate this awareness beyond your own limits and transmit it to all the inhabitants of our planet. These premises make up the principles of the 4 parts into which this book is divided. Each chapter is written to help you understand these principles. The ancient spiritual writings of the Kabbalah contain some very pertinent teachings that I would like to bring to your attention. They suggest that our purpose here is to ascend from the lower levels of life to the higher planes. But in order to advance to the next level, we must first fall, to acquire and generate the necessary energy to propel ourselves to a higher plane. Thus, each of the falls that one experiences is really an opportunity to gain energy. The energy thus obtained provides the necessary impulse to rise above what has been achieved. Your sacred self knows that these falls are necessary for the achievement of that goal. A downfall in my own life provided me with the opportunity to generate the energy necessary to place my existence on the spiritual level that I am now writing about. It would not make sense to publish this book if I had not had the experience of transcending my limits. These falls are always of divine order. The fact that we can acquire the energy to go to a higher plane, and we are able to do so, is completely in our hands. My message is clear. Use the falls to reach a higher consciousness and the perception of the divine presence that is always with you. The energy it acquires is similar to the strength and determination that the athlete gathers when he steps back to propel himself over the bar of the new obstacle. I know that spiritual awareness, and I trust that this book will help you to know that sacred self that is always with you. Love and Light. Wayne Dyer. First part. Prepare for the momentous journey. Broken dreams. Like children who crying bring their broken toys so that we can fix them, I took my broken dreams to God because He was my friend. But instead of quitting in peace to work alone, I stayed close and tried to help my way. In the end I snatched them away and yelled, "How can you be so slow? My son," he said, "what could he do? You did not give them wings at any time." Anonymous. 1. The greatest challenge of his life. Make the decision to be free. The noblest quest is to know what one must do to become a human. Immanuel Kant. I know that in every moment I am free to decide. You have been looking in the wrong direction. The most important psychological insight you can have is realizing that you have been looking in the wrong direction for most of your life. Take a moment, right now, to understand what I mean. Imagine yourself in whatever pose you feel like. Standing, sitting, lying down, whichever is easiest for you to imagine. Now look at the mental representation of yourself. What he sees is someone is always looking elsewhere, not at himself. Always looking outside of you. You are looking in the wrong direction. Now imagine being able to turn around and look in the opposite direction. If he could somehow do that, he would be looking within. This is not a form of mental gymnastics in which you merely imagine turning around and looking within. I am suggesting a way for you to know your spiritual identity. I am suggesting that you accept the challenge and take the path of your transcendental quest. We have all been taught to look outside for sustenance, to look beyond ourselves for strength, love, prosperity, health, happiness, and spiritual fulfillment. We have been conditioned to believe that we receive the grace of life from some point outside of ourselves. But it is possible to reverse the direction of our eyes from the outside to the inside. And when we do, we find an energy that we had perceived but not identified. Divine energy. A divine energy beats in human beings. The power of this energy permeates our entire being and allows us to perform all the functions of the vast repertoire of human thoughts and behaviors. In this divine energy there are two aspects. The outward appearance makes the heart beat, the lungs swell, and the senses tick. In essence, it keeps our bodies alive. The inner aspect of that energy is asleep, but we can awaken it. This internal universe is larger than the external one. Inner exhilaration makes all exhilaration in the world of the senses seem meaningless. When that inner light is experienced, it adds a brilliance to life that is unlike anything words can describe. When you discover your most sublime self, you experience that inner energy and allow it to guide your life. The most common adjective to describe this inner force is spiritual. When I speak of spirituality and being spiritual, I describe an attitude towards God, an inner journey of enlightenment. I'm talking about developing the divine qualities of love, forgiveness, kindness, and ecstasy that we have within. According to my interpretation, spirituality is not a matter of dogmas or rules. It is light, joy, and concentration on the experience of inner love and ecstasy, and transmitting those qualities to the outside. I call the journey destined to discover your most sublime self sacred search. Definition of your sacred search. The essential energy that has fed you throughout your life is external energy. This external energy maintains life, but does not provide the feeling of ecstasy and fulfillment that we long for. In his book Mystery of the Mind, Swami Muthananda describes the experience of divine energy. One day that light will explode and you will see it all. You will see that the entire universe exists within it. The divine light of consciousness will begin to flood your eyes, and then you will see it wherever you look. You will see its luminosity in people, trees, rocks, and buildings. You will see the same consciousness rising in each thought, and you will feel it passing through your mind. Wherever your mind goes, it will find its own inner consciousness, the creator of the world. You will see that the whole of the universe is contained in yourself. You will know that all the infinite forms of the world are nothing more than emanations of your existence. You will realize that it is you who is reflected everywhere, and that it is your own reflection that passes before your eyes. You have within you this ego-dominated power of transcendence over life. You can turn around and look within, discover your spiritual nature. Then you can live each of your days, regardless of what you may be doing, with the ecstatic feeling that comes from being on the path of the sacred quest. Exploding that light implies understanding who you are and what you are doing here, in this thing called the body, in this place called the world, at this moment in your life. A unique look at your life. The starting point of your search is to understand that the universe and our participation in it are not fortuitous. Intelligence flows throughout the entire universe, and it has had many names. It makes the planets spin in their orbits, the galaxies stay in place, the seeds sprout, the flowers bloom, and you, yes, you, breathe, walk and think. This invisible intelligence is in everything, everywhere. You can't pick it up or see or smell it. But you know it is there. External energy, which controls matter and the physical world, is finite. This means that there are limited amounts of oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon. There is nowhere else to go for more when we run out. All physical elements, identified by scientists and studied by school children around the planet, are finite. All things in our visible world are made of these elements that exist in finite quantities. I like to think of the material as something that is permanently renewed. Since we have only a limited amount of this material, it has to be constantly transformed. The iron that you have in your blood today is part of the entire iron reserve. Clearly it was elsewhere before you were conceived. 15 million years ago it could have been part of an iron ore deposit from Afghanistan. Today it is part of the non-internal energy that animates you. And so it is with all physical particles in the universe. It is a finite reserve that is recycled non-stop. Material particles that have a shape, return to Earth and transform. Like a magnesium particle from a sword that later appears on a panther's femur. Emily Dickinson wrote a book of poems, The Lone Greyhound, in which she describes this phenomenon. It is far more engaging than any prose you can use to illustrate that topic. This quiet dust was gentlemen and ladies. And boys and girls. It was laughter, skills, and songs. And dresses and curls. This passive place an elegant summer mansion, where flowers and bees fulfilled their oriental circuit. Then they stopped, like these. The physical self that we can see and touch is made of the same stuff that everything else is made of. However, you are different from things outside yourself. To understand this, consider the four categories that describe the world: mineral, plant, animal, and human. If we took a sample from each of these categories, pulverized them, and placed the powder in 4 separate containers for analysis, the report would show no discernible difference. The mineral, plant, animal and human samples would all comprise the same raw materials. And yet all these samples differ from each other in an invisible way, which is beyond the material. The differences, however, are not found in the physical makeup of things. They are in what we will call consciousness. Each category has a different level of consciousness. Mineral. The mineral world includes much of what you see around you. To the unaware eye, they are just things that lie around and do nothing. You can look at a rock and it will do nothing even if you stare at it forever. So we say that minerals, although made of the same matter as us, have very little consciousness. I say very little because to a quantum scientist, who studies things at the subatomic level and thinks in terms of billions of light years, minerals are fascinating. When examined at subatomic levels they are alive, changing endlessly. The vegetable kingdom is made up of the same physical elements as the mineral world, but has a very different level of consciousness. Plant energy produces, bears fruit, grows towards sunlight and protects itself from invaders. Somehow the organizing intelligence has taken the same elements and put them together to create a product that is more conscientious than minerals. Animal. Once again, animals are made of the same elements as minerals and plants, but their level of consciousness is higher. In them we see mating, planning for the future, teaching the youth, emigration, and a wide variety of other examples of higher consciousness. The organizing intelligence has taken the same elements and made creatures with higher levels of consciousness. Human. We too are made up of the same elements as the other categories, but we have even higher levels of consciousness. We can do many of the things the other categories do, and we can do more. We have the power to communicate with the organizing intelligence and to create a pleasant life. We can know the divine organizing intelligence that is part of us, even though it has been sleeping for as long as we can remember. You know very well that there are important differences between these categories, and that these differences have nothing to do with the physical world. In effect, this is an intelligent system in which you are integrated, and that means that your life on this planet is part of that intelligence. If the system is intelligent and that intelligence is invisible, and our presence here is a part of that intelligence, we will never be able to discern absolutely anything about it by using instruments that only exist in the physical world. We will need to communicate with that part that I call conscience. You need to start looking within to see who you are and why you are here. You are here for a reason. There was an instant in time in which you were nowhere. In the moment before conception it was there. Then, in a glorious instant, he went from nowhere to the here and now. There will be another glorious moment in which you will go from the here and now to nowhere. We call that moment death. But you, that inspired, immutable, eternal, indivisible, you will continue to live. If it is true that we are part of an intelligent system, we can assume that the step from nowhere to the here and now has a purpose. Realizing this, you can stop wondering if it is a divine creation with a purpose, and simply accept that it is. You are part of this intelligent system, and you are here for some divine reason. That reason has to do with the spiritual energy I'm writing about. Knowing your spiritual self is your sacred quest and life challenge. So many of us have grown up believing that we are the body that houses them, the work we do, and the religion we practice. Our lives participate in external realities at the same time that we see that they always change. However, somewhere inside of us, we feel the same. You may never have spent much time on that aspect of the self, but if you do, you will discover an inner self that never changes but is immersed in a changing world. It is probable that one day your physical self will rest under a tombstone that gives an account of the date of your birth and the date of your death. But your inner soul knows that you are eternal. In that facet of his self he lacks form, he has no limits. Without limits there is no birth or death. What has been born will die, what has never been born can never die. Your spirit self was never born. Your spirit self will never die. Knowing this in a way that leaves no room for doubt will greatly enable you for your sacred quest. When you get to that state, knowing that who you are is the unchanging self, you will have a purpose in your life. Sogyal Rinpoche, in the Tibetan Bull of Living and Dying, says this in a few words that deserve to be framed. In the modern world, there are few examples of human beings embodying the qualities that derive from understanding the nature of the mind. So it is difficult for us to imagine enlightenment or the perception of an enlightened being, and even more difficult to begin to think that we ourselves can become enlightened. Even if we could think of the possibility of enlightenment, a single glance at what makes up our mind, anger, greed, jealousy, contempt, cruelty, lust, fear, anxiety, and agitation would forever undermine the hope of get it. The lighting is real, and each of us can, whoever we are, in the right circumstances and with the proper preparation, understand the nature of the mind and therefore know what is immortal and eternally pure in us. This is the promise of all the mystical traditions of the world, and it has been and is being fulfilled in countless thousands of human lives. You can be one of those thousands of enlightened human beings. This will happen when you discover the nature of your true self, and relegate to the background, where it belongs, the part of you that is focused on the physical. From there you can be encouraged to continue and maintain your elevated self, rather than acting in ways that undermine your spiritual essence. This whole sacred seeking business is real, and you can know it, love it, and treasure it. Once you do, you will no longer want to live again in any way that is inconsistent with your divine, invisible self. You are not that name, not that occupation, not that social security number, not that body. Regardless of his family, or the label that has been hung. In the intelligence of God you are sacred, and you have a purpose for being here. You will not find that purpose in the physical world. When you stop seeking satisfaction in the external world, your entire being, including your material world, will reflect your divinity. The true definition of self-consciousness is the discovery of the higher self and the joyous life. It is the awareness of your inner energy and the highest of yourself. It is a connection with the divine and everything immutable. The own conscience is in the genesis of its I. The experience of the conscience. What will you experience when you have responded to the challenge of looking within and living according to the directives of your spiritual self? He will continue to chop wood and carry water, as an old Zen proverb tells us. You will not suddenly develop new talents and interests. However, you will have a level of consciousness that allows you to see things that have been hidden. This understanding will provide you with a sense of inner peace and satisfaction. The experience of one's own consciousness is not something that can be obtained from the physical world. But your interactions with the physical world will be dramatically altered when you acquire it. You will be able to accurately manifest what you need from the physical world. You will participate in creating what your inner self knows is necessary for the sacred quest. This communication with your inner self will take you to new degrees of higher consciousness. You will experience the following changes derived from higher consciousness, and they will become part of your daily life. 1. You will experience and intensify the meaning of consciousness. You will realize that accidents do not exist in this intelligent system. You will understand that everything in your life has something new to teach you. You will appreciate everyone and everything in your life. Knowing that there are no coincidences, you will begin to trust that feeling that seemingly disconnected events convey meaning. You'll even start creating those situations when you need them. You will feel faced with fate as an equal, rather than a victim of it. 2. Discover the existence of a universal source of energy. You will have faith in that universal source of energy. You will begin to exercise your ability to make contact with this source and to make it part of your everyday life. You will develop a deep understanding of divine energy and your ability to access that energy. You will be unable to entertain any doubt about the universal source of energy. You will understand that all beings are part of it and that this is what animates them. You will have no doubt that all the weaknesses and falsehoods stem from the refusal to acknowledge these facts. 3. You will feel loved. He will ask for and accept God's guidance. You will perceive this vital spiritual nourishment in both your internal and external experiences. The immobilizing fear lessens as you feel the presence of divine energy. Everything seems to be as it should be, even though you may not understand it. You will feel at peace about what you see and what you feel. Your desire to amend and repair the mistakes in your life are also part of this divine plan. You will seek to satisfy your desires to serve God and humanity with clarity and a spirit of peace. 4. You will develop your feelings of respect and esteem. You will begin to see beauty, and to feel a sense of respect for the magnificence of the universe. Estimating beauty is actually the feeling of love that you experience when you are connected to the divine. That love will fill you with a new sense of strength. By focusing your internal energy on the beauty around you, you will receive that energy. With practice, this kind of receptivity will become a source of sustenance in your daily life. You will feel connected to everyone. As your higher self becomes the dominant force in your life, you will become increasingly aware of your connection to others. Just as you can see thousands of flowers with different shades originating from the same beam of light, you will also be able to observe many different shades and shapes in people, with languages, customs, and political ideas, all originating from a single essence. One light, many colors. One essence, many physical manifestations. This will not be a mere philosophical insight. It will be a way of life. You will feel that anything that is destructive to one human being is destructive to everyone. You will know that the essence or life force that flows through you, flows through everything. This higher consciousness will lead you to the conclusion reached by Mahatma Gandhi: God has no religion. That awareness will provide you with the energy of love, which will help us all unite. 6. You will establish a new relationship with reality. When your soul becomes the guiding force in your life, it will break the usual relationship with reality. The limits of your perception will expand to include another world that coexists with ours. You will know that limits exist insofar as the social order defines our lives. You will transcend the social order and break that expired relationship once you have transformed your personal reality. When you discover that you are unlimited, different options will begin to be born, daughters of the unlimited knowledge that resides within you. You will no longer believe even the most solid-looking assumptions about yourself and your surroundings. You will know that all the powers that are recognized in spiritual masters are within you. Your levels of consciousness will change so dramatically that you will no longer feel limited by the reality of the majority. 7. You will experience surrender and acceptance. Eventually you will stop fighting and just let go, even though you can't understand why so many things happen that are not in accordance with the way you would orchestrate the universe. You will accept that God knows what He is doing. This process will transform you. You will be more effective in your search. He will no longer judge God. On the contrary, you will know that this is a smart system. Hurricanes, tornadoes, accidental deaths, crime, and poverty will be viewed as part of this divine plan in the same way that cloudy days, calm seas, compassion, prosperity, and placid death are. His desire to improve conditions also participates in that plan. You will work on it, rather than focus on why those conditions are wrong. 8. You will become a daydreamer. Your higher consciousness will allow it. Everything that you are capable of achieving when you dream will be possible when you are awake. The power of your mind to shape what previously could only occur in dreams will begin to constitute your waking reality. In dreams, when you want to examine an object in detail, you do not have to approach it, you draw the object towards you with the power of your inner energy. With the same energy, you will begin to shape objects or realities in your waking state of consciousness. You will begin to be able to move through time, create the characters that your life's work needs, to communicate with the deceased, to be in more than one place at the same time, to become invisible, to make yourself look older or younger, and all the other tricks you enjoy in your dreams. Some people take a lifetime to learn to become a daydreamer. With your higher consciousness and the guidance of your higher self, you will become one of those daydreamers. 9. You will know the power and ecstasy of silence. You will discover that when you are silent you enter one of the most sacred places that can exist. A moment of silence is the highest honor we can do to someone. You will discover that it is also the highest honor you can do to yourself. As Herman Melville wrote, silence is the only voice of our God. All things and deep emotions are preceded and accompanied by silence. He will withdraw from noisy life and seek silence. Prayer and meditation will be an integral part of your life. The answers you seek, the guidance you need, the help you require, will appear as you practice silence as a way to honor your true self. You will be able to experience those precious moments at will. Noise and agitation will be unable to penetrate your silence. In the traffic, in the middle of tense meetings, during competition exercises, at home, with your children playing and making a fuss, you will be able to access your own silence and know what Melville meant when he wrote, "Silence is the general consecration of the universe. Silence is the invisible imposition of the divine pontiff's hands on the world." This will be your reality once you have achieved greater awareness in your life. 10. You will know that there is a spiritual solution to every problem. In the realm of the spirit you will find the answers to difficulties. Your higher self has the solution, no matter how insoluble the problem may seem. Problems like drug, food, and alcohol addiction have solutions in your higher self. As you go inside, you will see your excessive desire for something external as a bad refuge from pain. When you begin to enjoy the pleasure and exhilaration of looking within, the desire and need for the external will disappear. When you begin to achieve a perfect balance by being at peace, listening to your body, the urge to overeat or be indolent will no longer rule your life. Every problem, whether in a love relationship, financial or related to health or personal image, has a solution in your higher self. When you are at peace, enjoy the silence, meditate and listen to God. He will turn away from the mundane and towards the divine within him. You will know what you need to do. 11. It will go from acquiring to sharing. In this higher state of consciousness you will move from personal desires to asking yourself, how can I be of help? Rather than focusing on what you can get, you will be guided by a desire to help meet the needs of others. The paradox of this is that then you will begin to see abundance pour into your own life. You will want less and yet feel more satisfied. You will take your attention away from yourself and take pleasure in helping others. You'll need less, want less, and be less drawn to acquisition and possession. You will know what Albert Schweitzer meant when he wrote these words, "Each man has to seek by his own means that his own self is more noble, and to realize what his true and proper value is." You have to spend a little time with your peers. Even if it's a small thing, help them, do something for them, something for which you will receive nothing but the privilege of doing it. Because remember, you don't live alone in the world. His brothers are also here. 12. You will live authentically. You will no longer have any difficulty being yourself. You will know that an existence lived authentically leads to universal truth and higher consciousness. It will be accepted knowing that whatever your actions in the past, even those that may have been destructive and immoral, were a part of who you were at that time and contained great lessons. You will be able to say with conviction, "I am what I am." While some of the people who are close to you may find this difficult to accept, you will no longer be able to act against your ideas. It will become easier for you to listen without being defensive, because your inner knowing will be great and satisfying. You will live your existence authentically. You will fulfill the objective you had to be here, knowing that life puts tests and learning from those you failed. Your authenticity will be based on the discovery that you cannot emulate other people, yet still be true to yourself and to God. 13. Joy will be your natural state. You will access a placid internal knowledge, like a warm fluid that runs inside you. You will discover that joy is a natural state and that it can be achieved without resorting to substances. Joy is a state of grace, and a state of self-reliance. It is a connection with God, a connection with universal truth. Joy, contentment, gives you a sense of purpose. 14. Judge less and be more magnanimous. The higher consciousness will override your judgmental tendencies. You will begin to see that judging others does not define them, it defines you. Consequently, you will be less inclined to judge people or things. He will accept that others walk their own path. Those things that irritated you before will become a reflection of a part of yourself. As Carl Jung put it, anything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. You will be able to see everything in this non-judgmental way. You will learn lessons for which you will be grateful. So it will be quite easy for you to come to terms with forgiveness. You will know that what was perceived as wrong was divinely correct. The absence of criticism and the ability to forgive will bring a new serenity to your life. You will also begin to forgive yourself. You will see the mistakes as lessons. This will free you from self-reproach. You have made the decision to be free. Make the decision to be free. The elements of higher consciousness described in the 14 examples you just read are aspects of personal freedom. And it is up to you to choose them. The difficulty is that human consciousness is like a huge house with many rooms. When we are born, it is as if we come to one of the rooms of consciousness and live there until we die. Sometimes we try to access the rest of the house by pushing the door without success. To successfully open the door to higher consciousness, we must open it inward. When one realizes that he need not be locked in a room of consciousness, he is faced with the decision to take a different direction. And it is at that moment when he makes the decision to be free. Freedom is the ability to leave the only room of consciousness in which one was born. In that room you learn what the limits of life are. Outside of that room you learn that life has limitless possibilities. You don't have to be one of the people that Arthur Schopenhauer described in the following sentence: we all take the limits of our vision as the limits of the world. A radical definition of freedom. My project of writing about freedom received a strong boost when my family and I had a horseback riding adventure a few years ago on Maui, an island in the Hawaiian archipelago. For me, the experience was a significant coincidence. I have learned to recognize and honor those experiences. They help me tremendously to have a purpose in life. Adventure on horseback is the name that Frank Levinson, with his friend Amber, has given to the spiritual odyssey they lead in a secluded region of Maui. My family and I had the opportunity to spend a day on horseback in the beautiful little house that Frank has there. I told Amber and Frank that I planned to write a book on how to get in touch with the spiritual part of ourselves, and allow the humanitarian side to rule. Amber said, "In that case, you will write about freedom. Read Florinda Donner's book." He went into the bedroom and came out again with a copy of Being in Reaming, and insisted that I take it and stay with him. "I have already finished it," she said, "and I have been waiting for the right person to arrive to read it. I want you to keep it as a gift." As we drove to the other end of the island, I said to my wife, Mark Ellen, "I have the impression that reading this book will be a life-changing event." And, of course, it put me right on the path I was looking for. Here's Florinda Donner's definition of freedom. How much does freedom cost? Freedom will cost you the mask you wear, she said, the mask that makes you feel so comfortable and so hard to throw away, not because it fits you so well but because you've worn it for a long time. She stopped pacing and stopped at the card table. "Do you know what freedom is?" he asked rhetorically. "Freedom is the total absence of concern for yourself," he continued as he sat next to me on the bed. "And the best way to stop worrying about yourself is to worry about others. Can you imagine living a whole day without thinking about yourself? Without anything offending you, without anything upsetting you, without anything making you angry? Is it possible to see the world as it is? Is it possible to be unconcerned about yourself in that situation? Would you then be able to reach out to help others, to live, work and provide, without worrying about what you will receive in return? Just try to imagine that you don't think about yourself once all day, never once wondering why you are not appreciated enough, why you are not rich enough, why you are not treated fairly enough. Just notice that others do what they do, without comparing yourself to them. Give up something of yourself and don't ask for or expect anything in return. Just live. It's free. Here are the final paragraphs of Donner's wonderful book. Florinda had told me that freedom is an absolute absence of concern for oneself, a lack of concern that is achieved when most of the energy trapped within us is released. He had said that this energy is only released when we limit our high concept of ourselves, of our importance, an importance that we feel should not be violated or made fun of. The price of freedom is very high. Freedom can only be achieved when you dream without hope, when you are willing to lose everything, even your dreams. For some of us, dreaming without hope, fighting with no goal in mind, is the only way to keep up with freedom. Freedom, if defined as the absence of chains, exists for many. But if freedom means getting rid of what constricts our daily conscience, if freedom means having unlimited visions, if freedom means creating miracles and living in a radically new spiritual dimension, then freedom exists for very few. If you can forget the idea of your own importance without breaking down your self-esteem, you are choosing the kind of freedom that Florinda Donner helped me see. You will also know what Janis Joplin meant when she sang, "Freedom is just another word to say that there is nothing to lose." When you have nothing to lose, you are completely free, and when you don't care about your own importance, you have freedom. You have a purpose, you live in joy, and you expect the world to be a divine place to love others. You are actually recreating your world with your newfound freedom. And you are no longer obsessed with getting credit from anyone. Your role in the creation process. Hundreds of books have been written in recent years on the mechanics of creation. My favorite is Stephen Valinsky's Quantum Consciousness. This book offers an understandable point of view on how the universe is created. I urge you to read Dr. Valinsky's book, and pay particular attention to the exercise he recommends for understanding the mechanics of creation. The following is an elementary description of how everything in the universe is created, which will help you on your sacred quest. The entire universe is made of energy, whose best description of this energy is that which represents it as a wave. The tiniest particles that we know of are called subatomic particles. However, they are not made of matter, they are energy. These particles are so tiny that the only means by which we know of their existence is by the trace they leave in particle accelerators. Particles seem to exist only when we observe them. Only when the decision is made to see a particle does the energy wave become a concrete entity. The attention directed towards that energy recognizable as a wave is what creates the reality that we call particle or solid, or physical world. Valinsky writes, "The observer is the creator of the particle/mass of the universe." This means that the way we subjectively experience events, interactions, and our inner self is created by the observer, by us. Please think about this as you consider your search. What your attention is focused on, that will be what you will create. I cannot understand how these invisible particles work on the quantum plane, but I believe that these scientific tests offer us formidable clues about the effects and power of our consciously directed attention. Consciously embracing the fullness of God in all that one sees and does, and focusing attention on what one wants to achieve, is the secret of the mechanism of creation. When you operate from your higher self, you are in command. You become a co-creator with God of all the realities in your life. In the Tao of Physics, Fritjof Capra writes, "If the measuring tools are modified, the properties of the particle will change." This means that when one focuses his attention on something and becomes the observer, the act of observing affects creation. But if you modify your model of observing and/or distract your attention, the creation will also be affected. The creation of anything in the physical universe is determined by the kind of attention one devotes to it. Set aside the observer, the attention, and it will alter the creation. The way a wave becomes solid and independent is through the conscious attention of the observer. This is the value of learning to look within and focus on what you want to create. Subatomic particles exist or disappear depending on the observer. The inner experience of keeping your higher self centered on the object of your desire is the creation process of your life. Or as Gary Zukav describes it in The Dancing Woolly Masters, what is out there seems to depend, in a rigorous mathematical as well as philosophical sense, on what we decide in here. Modern physics tells us that an observer cannot observe without altering what he sees. You can decide what's in here by the system of turning your eyes in a new direction. Know that what you are observing and what you are paying attention to on the inside will affect what happens on the outside. You will create a world of exhilaration and spiritual awareness if that is where you choose to focus your attention. All this means to inform you that the mechanics of the universe and its search are the same process. So far I have described the sacred quest and what it will feel like when you have turned your life around. The next section offers tips for daily practice. These exercises will help you in the process of changing your look. Suggestions to accept the challenge of freedom. Every day make an attempt to help other people in some way and don't tell anyone. Slowly, the questions about her own worth and why she is here will evaporate. Just a little help or love given to another person, without thinking that they owe him something, will put him on the path of higher consciousness. Copy this ancient truth and reread it daily. When you seek happiness for yourself, it will always elude you. When you seek happiness for others, you will enter it for yourself. Practice finding meaningful coincidences. Form a clear image in your mind of something you would like to see happen in your life. A job opportunity, meeting your perfect partner, giving up addictive behavior. Stay focused on this image and give love as often as possible, keeping this image in mind. As you perfect how to maintain internal energy about what you would like to achieve, and continue to give love, you will attract the matches that perfectly suit your desire. This is called coincidence management, and it is something that I practice on a daily basis. It works. Constantly value the inner world. Begin to notice your thoughts and remember that the simple act of thinking is proof that there is an invisible energy flowing through you all the time. Perceive your thinker, that is, the invisible self behind your thoughts. Seek to know the one who knows, the invisible intelligence that resides behind what we call knowledge. The known is always in motion, changes and has no seed. He is the one who knows, the immutable and eternal. With this awareness you will begin to know your divinity. Out of this awareness you will be able to shape the world you want. Have conversations with God. Instead of asking for favors, affirm your willingness to use all of your inner strength to create solutions. Ask for the strength and be willing to do whatever it takes. Knowing that you are able to access divine guidance requires more than just weekly practice. These experiences of knowing come from within and can never be doubted. Doing so disrupts existence. Take time to appreciate the beauty. When you see a bird, a flower, a sunset, a mother nursing her child, an old man or a school bus, open your heart. Allow love to flow from you to them and feel it being returned to you. The more you practice receiving love from the environment, the more energy you will have. There is energy in all things and beings. The way you receive this invisible energy is by appreciating the beauty and wonder of our universe. With practice, you will be able to send out the love you receive through the simple act of appreciating beauty. Give it a try. Try to keep all enemies out of your thoughts. The same intelligence that flows through you flows through all human beings. Forget about the things that vested interests want you to believe. We are all one, each one, a cell of that body called humanity. When you have this universal mentality, the person is freed from the hatred that divides humanity, and is unable to participate in violence. The act of hurting another, with words or weapons, is an act of separation. When you know that you are connected to everything, you cannot even imagine hitting others, much less feeling hatred for so-called enemies. The answer to our problems of violence is found in the spiritual realm. Think of yourself as someone without limitations and establish a new relationship with reality. Imagine being able to achieve anything that your mind can represent. Dream that you fly, that you change shape, that you disappear and reappear, and whatever is attractive to you. Establish a new relationship with reality that only depends on what you want to be. Let go of everything that you have been told that is impossible or unreal, and establish with God what is possible for you. Examine all the doubts you have about miracles and who works them, and replace those doubts with an open position. Your goal is to have a very personal relationship with reality. Give up. This involves an act of the heart. The act of surrender takes place in a moment. Leave behind your conflicts with what is and what can be, and abandon yourself. Stop asking yourself, why me? Accept the fact that your body will die and that you are eternal. Merge with this concept when someone dies, and stop telling yourself that their death shouldn't have happened the way it did. You can let go and accept, and you can also cry. Watch out for any repetitive self-talk about the horrors and tragedies of the world. Give up and get rid of it. This does not mean that you are going to rejoice in the suffering of others. It means that you will not focus your internal energy on suffering. This will make you feel more willing to eliminate the suffering of others. Millions of people die every day, and millions more appear on this planet. It is a work of constant entrances and exits. All their opinions about how it should happen are nothing more than notions one has of how God should direct this work. But everything is perfect, even the part that you dislike or deem negative. Give up and keep in mind that you are also one of those characters who have made their entrance and will end up exiting. But it is also present that it is eternal, and that this is its most certain reality. Give up. It only takes an instant. Daydream. That's it. Remember that you don't have to go to sleep in order to dream. Give yourself moments to dream without sleep. Allow your mind to create all that you can create when you dream in your sleep. By practicing this exercise, a day will come when you will not be able to distinguish between your waking dreams and your night dreams. This is a wonderful place, because it gives you the opportunity to mentally frame your life experience. Daydreaming can make you feel limitless. He did it as a child and was labeled a dreamer. But those were wonderful moments. When you free yourself from the self-imposed limits you experience in waking consciousness, you enter the world of spirit. It is there that he comes to know his higher self, to experience God. This is where you can have conversations with those important people in your life who have already passed away. It is there that you can receive guidance and confirmation of your immortal essence. Take time for silence each day. It could be a form of meditation, but if you prefer not to, just allow yourself a few moments of silence. Live your silence for at least 30 minutes a day. When we are in love, we often say that words fail us. You are seeking that divine love within as part of your sacred quest, as well as allowing yourself time to be silent. When we are astonished at something we say, words fail me. This is a hint of the value of silence. You will find God when you allow the spiritual part of your conscience to dominate your life. Leave the noise, rainfall, and bustle of your life for just 30 minutes a day, and it will become a time that will treasure like a treasure. Imagine a spiritual solution to your problem. Think about the biggest problem you are facing today. Write it down. Now go over all your past attempts to get around this difficulty. You will see that the total practice of the efforts you have made to correct that problem were focused on the outside world. Now try an entirely different approach. First, pay attention to the emotional part of the problem that worries you: sadness, anger, pain, fear. Then make the decision that this emotion is negative and undesirable for your life. Now notice the feeling that this inner experience produces in you. You are fixing your inner awareness on the negative of the emotion that the problem arouses. Just realize it. Now remove the negative label from the emotion and just accept it as neither bad nor good, just an emotion. Instead of labeling it, look at it as energy, look at it as such. This is a spiritual way of approaching the solution of your problem. He has become an observer. You are considering the emotion related to your problem as simple energy. Before long, you will see your emotions disappear. Your feelings of sadness, anxiety, and fear will dissipate, just by watching. As you feel less and less emotionally attached, the problem will gradually disappear. A spiritual solution is one in which you detach yourself emotionally from the outcome and see the energy as something that flows through you. By observing that energy, you move away from pain. The act of sympathetic observation dispels the problem. Lighten the load starting today. Go over all the belongings you no longer use and share them with others. You can do it with everything you own. The fewer things he clings to, the freer he will be. The act of sharing your belongings is an act of higher consciousness. In the end, you will be able to give up the things you still use, and then you will also be able to give your money. You will know that everything you give will be paid back in full. Remember the maxim, many people despise money, but few know how to give it. By lightening your material load, you'll spend less energy hoarding, insuring, worrying, and more. The less attached you feel to your belongings, the more you will be able to share them unconditionally with others, and the more placid your life will be. Strive to be self-satisfied rather than forcing yourself to please others by pretending. Say to yourself, I am what I am and that's okay as long as I don't hurt other people. This statement prevents you from having to change your authentic self for a false one. You are a divine, eternal and unchanging creature. The rest is nothing more than the representation carried out by the body. Be true to your invisible self. Do it quietly and without fuss, but do it. Your behavior, more than your words, will teach people that you are not willing to be something you are not. There is no need to fuss. A shrug of the shoulders, or a step back from compromising situations, or a firm statement will usually suffice. Be clear about your inner tendencies and you will not be aggressive when your inclination is to be calm, nor athletic when you know it is not your thing, nor homosexual when your inner guide tells you otherwise. This means being willing to trust your inner self and stick to that inner guidance in the face of pressure from others. Direct your attention to what pleases you. For example, if you tend to imagine disasters, change this habit to the opposite. Remember that what you think about ends up taking shape. Now, after you've enacted the tragedy in your mind, reenact it with a happy ending. It is important that you do this every time you find yourself sliding into imaginary catastrophes, because failing to do so will bring about the results you fear. You have the power to make your inner world work for you or for you. Use it to create the satisfying images you want to occur in your material world, and there will come a time when that inner satisfaction will open the way for you. You can lead a peaceful and pleasant life. The choice is in your hands. Don't judge. If you see someone who is very different from you in physical appearance, age, or financial position, use your mind to convey love and not censure. If you instantly make a judgment, out of force of habit, acknowledge that you just did. And then convey your unconditional love to the person for a second. This will make you lose the habit of judgment and will make you develop the habit of using your mind to convey the kind of love that will recharge your life. Here are some suggestions that you can work with each day as you begin your search for the transcendental self. You have the capabilities to meet this challenge, but before you are truly prepared, you need to examine many habits that you have acquired throughout life, in which your ego and the material world have been the ones who have directed your existence. 2. Recognize the limitations of your past. We do our best to disprove the fact, but it remains a fact: man is as divine as nature, as infinite as emptiness. Aldous Huxley. As much as I protest, I am responsible of everything that happens in my life. In the years following his arrival from nowhere into the here and now, he was taught many beliefs about what he was capable of and what was impossible for him to do. He also learned from others his beliefs regarding religion, education, love, and who his enemies were. The influence of those people who cared for him in the early days shaped his choice of friends and teachers. The person you are today is primarily the result of your interactions with the adults in your growing up environment. The scientific evidence presented in the first chapter, regarding how the particle is modified by the energy of the observer, is also applicable in this case. You were configured from the energy of your first minors. The particle that became you was formed from the quantum interaction of the observers of its growth. It is this energy, your past, that you must explore as you prepare to carry out your sacred quest. I am not suggesting that you look at your past for criticism. In fact, I urge you not to remember it as good or bad. It just happened. Keep in mind what you have read in the first chapter and what I emphasized throughout your magic zones, asterisk. This global reality that we share is a system endowed with intelligence and a divine universe. Everything that happens is part of the development of that intelligence. A part of that development is now your desire for higher consciousness. So now is the time to get rid of the beliefs that have served you well but are now holding you back. The process of shedding those beliefs is easy to understand if life can be represented as tests that must be passed. In the same way that we are required to pass exams during our school experience, we are required to pass exams in the school of life. If we pass them, we advance to the next level, and then we examine ourselves at that new level during our time in the here and now. If we do not pass them, we repeat the course and continue at that level until we have learned the lesson. Many years, even a lifetime, can be consumed by repeating a single lesson in order to pass the spiritual test. We could find ourselves repeating the same behaviors in exhausting and depressing ways, over and over again, without learning the lesson that life tries to teach us. You could find yourself going from one bad relationship to another, even looking for the same person each time but with a different body. Over and over again you may find yourself being dominated, unappreciated, or treated with indifference by an inconsiderate partner. Perhaps you continue in an occupation repeating patterns of behavior from previously unsatisfactory work experiences. You could continually catch the same kinds of germs and repeat disease patterns. People who successfully embark on the spiritual path live lives that love and feel productive because they realize that the patterns of life are trying to tell them something. They understand that these situations are the tests, the exams, of life. The same reactions, the answers you have given before will not get different results. By reacting differently, what they have done is decide to pass the tests, the exams. To advance to the next level in this race of life, you have to overcome the tests that arise along the way. Advance to the next level. First, make the decision to establish a new relationship with reality. This new relationship must be based on the understanding that from now on you will be the one to make the decisions. All information that you have received so far will be considered as tests that you have passed. All the people and things that came into his life had a reason for being there. They came to teach him. You took advantage of the lessons, now you have passed the tests. You no longer need to stay in the same classroom repeating the same courses. Value those early experiences but keep in mind that you are ready to move on. Remember the feeling of greater freedom you experienced as you transitioned from elementary school to high school, and college. Remember that freedom is the experience you are looking for now. Long after I made the decision to be a writer, I realized that I was going to have to establish a new relationship with reality. It has never ceased to amaze me how teachers appear when we are ready. In this case, my teacher was Jackson Browne, who taught me a lesson in the lyrics of one of his songs. I was taking my oldest daughter, Tracy, home from a field trip through South Florida. Late for the Sky was playing on the car stereo. I entertained myself in explaining the lyrics to Tracy as a way to start a conversation. I began to repeat the lyrics out loud as the music played. Jackson Browne then sang the song titled For a Dancer. I had already heard that song hundreds of times, but this time I felt the lyrics as such an integral part of myself that I was unable to continue the conversation with Tracy. I stood there, driving, thinking about how true the words were and what they meant to me. The lyrics referred to most people as dancers who spend their lives dancing with steps dictated by others. He encouraged listeners to examine their lives and become the choreographers, not mere dancers of their existences. I knew that my purpose in life was to help other people gain self-confidence, teaching them to look within and trust inner wisdom. In one sense, he had always been doing that, even as a child, demonstrating the value of confidence in one's own abilities. As I drove, I experienced a sublime moment, sitting in the car and repeating the lyrics and silently vowing to bring the meaning of the song to life both in my own existence and in the existences of those who were willing to listen. After hearing For a Dancer hundreds of times and falling captivated by it, the lyrics pushed me, when I was ready, to the next level. It became the thrust of this chapter and, in a broader sense, of this book and, in the broadest sense, the thrust of all my work thus far. Most of us dance in the footsteps shown by people we've met, and we often don't realize that we still dance to that beat in adulthood. As Jackson Browne suggests, we have to learn to plant some seeds of our own, become the choreographer of our own lives, and dance to the music that we have composed. The next step, then, is the awareness that all there is now. Today is the only day of your life. You don't have to be limited by your history. Rework your relationship with reality. He will no longer be a mere dancer, he will also be a composer, choreographer, and the guiding soul of that dance. The way you have lived up to now has allowed you to function on the survival level, and you should be grateful for it. You will not reject or judge your past. You will only make the decision to move up a bit. On this new level you are the choreographer. Dance with the steps that you create yourself. Leave your personal history behind. Having a past prevents us from focusing on the now. Perhaps this is a radical idea, but I ask that you consider the possibility of completely eradicating your past and living completely in the present moment. The first thing that might come to mind, as it came to mind when I began to consider this possibility, is that it is impossible. I have a memory, without a doubt, and it would be crazy for me to pretend that I am not a product of my past. What I am asking you is to abstract from it. The point is that since you are a product of your past, you are dancing to music that has been imposed on you. In order to take the first step towards his holy quest, he has to shed the idea that he is incapable of taking that step beforehand. In Tales of Power, Carlos Castaneda is indoctrinated in the wisdom of the Nagual, a spiritual master who lives in a world very different from ours. His teacher, Don Juan, tells him, "One day, I discovered that I did not need a past, so, like drinking, I gave it up." As Carlos considers the idea, he is told that if he can learn to erase his history, he will be freed from the burden of other people's thoughts. When people know about our past life, they have some control over us. They expect us to be something that we have already been, or that they have taught us to be. If we don't live up to their expectations, they are disappointed. We then shoulder the blame for having disappointed those who have been our mentors. However, there is a simple alternative that can be practiced in a moment of satori or instant awakening. You can get rid of your history right now. Just get rid of it. To put it simply, if you don't have a past, your actions don't have to stem from it. In all the inspired beings that I have met and read, one quality they all seem to have in common is that they are in no way tied to their past. They are free because they are not based on what they were. They recognize that all the people and events that appeared and took place in their past were part of the intelligent system that has been their reality. But they know that this is a new and different reality, which begins and ends with now. They are free to be open-minded. The book A Course in Miracles puts it like this. To be born again is to let the past go, and to look at the present without condemning it. You are only asked to let the future go and place it in the hands of God. And through experience you will see that you have also placed the past and the present in their hands, because the past will no longer punish you, and the fear of the future will now be meaningless. You don't need a teacher to teach you all the elements of higher consciousness. You don't need a teacher to tell you how to erase your past and the limitations you have come to believe in. What you need is a teacher to teach you that you have immeasurable power within you. This is what I want to do. I hope to convince you that the reality of existence is your unlimited inner power. In Illusions, Richard Bach explains that when you reason convinced of your limitations, all you get are limitations. If you have accepted your limitations for a long time, you may be convinced that certain things are impossible to achieve. This is why erasing your past, wiping the slate clean, and starting with the now is such an important aspect of your holy quest. Let go of all the beliefs that have convinced you of your disabilities and shortcomings. Clean out that wardrobe and worn-out beliefs. Get rid of your old self. Become a blank slate. There is nothing written or projected on that blackboard. The journey begins with the denial of the past. The treasure begins with the now. There is nothing wrong with erasing your history. There is great love and respect for everything he has learned so far, but he is now blank, and most importantly, open to all possibilities. Without restrictions, without limitations, only with the will to experiment. God and the divine universe dwell within you. Your life will no longer be constrained by what you have known. His life program has been suspended. The moment you shed your past, you become an eternal being. Always has been. It will always be. At this point, the question must be answered, who am I? Responses no longer have to be limited to the labels that have defined your life experience. If you are not your past, who are you? The famous Lebanese poet Khalil Gibran wrote that there was only one occasion in his life when he was at a loss for words. It was when someone asked him, "Who are you?" It is a question impossible to answer in words, because what we are lacks form, and words belong to the world of forms. The answer to this question is not in the formal realm. Each of us is a soul with a body, not a body with a soul. The soul cannot be measured or observed. Perhaps the best way to answer the question is by observing what we are not. I love the way Nisargadatta Maharaj answers this question in I Am That. This author writes, "In the same way that the colors of this carpet are originated by the light, but the light is not the color, so the world is your work, but you are not the world. You can call that which creates and maintains the world God or Providence, but ultimately you are the proof that God exists, not the other way around. Because before any question about God can be asked, you must be there to ask it. You are the essence, invisible, that proves the existence of God and the world." Later in this passage, Maharaj adds, "The body is made of food and the mind of thoughts. Consider them as they are. The detachment of the body, when it is natural and spontaneous, constitutes liberation. You don't need to know what you are. It is enough to know what you are not. What you are you will never know, because each discovery reveals new dimensions to conquer. The unknown has no limits. Set seemingly impossible tasks, that's the way. Your story has tried to convince you that this or that label assigned to you corresponds to you. You adopted those labels. To erase your past, you need to remove all those artificial labels. Here are some of the things that you are not. You are not your name. My name, Wayne, literally translated means wagon builder. The last name Dyer means Dyer. The Indians of North America used names like Bilacan Lobos or Little White Dove to describe each other. In both cases, the names, the labels, do not express what the people are. The name was given to you to help distinguish your body from the other bodies in your environment, and to provide others with a word that they could use when they wanted to refer to you. But don't think for a moment that the name is you. Actually, the name is who you are not. You are not your body. Notice the possessive of the expression his body. This implies that the body is something that one owns. You are the possessor of the body and the invisible force in it, but you are not the body itself. The body is nothing more than a conglomerate that includes bones, cartilage, blood, iron, calcium, skin. By consulting your past, you will find many traumas around the importance of the body. Did they teach you that your looks said a lot about you? Most of us were taught to spend hours in front of mirrors worrying about posture, physique, skin, absence or presence of hair, weight, height, and so on. But we are facing a false self. You have a body. It is not a body. You are not your mind. In the same way that we say his body, we also say his mind. This implies that you are the owner of the mind. With the mind you think, and therefore there are thoughts and there is a thinking entity. When Maharaj was asked if the mind was the person, he replied, "Examine it carefully and you will see that the mind is always buzzing with ideas. Sometimes he can go blank, but he does so for a while and returns to his usual restlessness. A calm mind is not a placid mind. You say you want to pacify your mind. Is he who wants to pacify her at peace? What a wonderful question, how stimulating. Who is the owner of the mind? Is the owner who seeks peace himself at peace? Who you really are is not the mind but the self behind the mind. And such an owner is not found on the physical plane. For most of your life you have been taught that you are your mind. He has been training, attending classes ad infinitum and identifying in some way with what he knows. By leaving your past behind, you will leave behind the idea that you are your mind. This is such an important concept in accessing the spiritual self that a later chapter has been dedicated to it, entitled Cultivating the Spectator Condition. You are not your occupation. You are neither an engineer nor a teacher nor a secretary nor a shopkeeper. They are choices that your invisible self has made as a way to fulfill your mission in the here and now. The more your work defines your personality, the more difficult it will be for you to know the truth and achieve freedom. It is easier for any anonymous hobo who has done many jobs to achieve satisfaction and awareness of being a divine creature than it is for a celebrity trapped in his public image. Identifying with the job at hand can keep you away from your true higher self. It can inhibit your ability to know your spiritual self, since you have made your life revolve around your work. Getting rid of the past involves shedding the idea that you are what you do. Remember this exercise in logic: if you are what you do, then you are not what you don't do. When you believe that you are your job, what you are doing is following an established routine to give value to life, but a value that does not make sense. Our spiritual self does not participate in that task. By getting rid of your past, you give up this idea. He becomes what Stuart Wilde, in his candid and brilliant book, The Whispering Wind of Change, calls becoming a minimalist. The following excerpts will awaken your desire to read this magnificent work. Never rush forward. He walks slowly, he speaks weighing the words. Never get carried away by emotions and never allow people to manipulate you. There is always another possibility, always another moment, and there are 5 billion people. Tell them that you have all the time in the world, because you have it, you are infinite. Remember that the greatest wisdom you can achieve is that of not doing. It's the deals and situations to avoid that help you conserve energy and stay independent and strong. With every single thing you commit to, you will increase your load. Make the effort to remove the labels, and keep in mind that this is not what you are doing. You are the one who watches the self-doing. You are not your relationships. Sure, the flow of love that exists between you and those in your immediate circle is very important, but it is not who you are. You are an individual soul connected to the whole, but it is not that relationship that you have with the whole. Identifying with relationships brings great frustration because every time there is a small problem in them, as there always will be, one feels miserable. Remember that it is eternal, and that is immutable. You have a large number of relationships, all of which are important, but they come and go like your bodily life, going from nowhere to the here and now and then back to nothing. It is a coming and going and therefore something mutable. Getting rid of the past involves shedding the belief that a failed relationship makes one a failure. There are no failed relationships. With each person who enters his life and leaves it, there has been a mutual sharing of life lessons. Some have longer roles in representation than others, but in the end, you will return to your relationship with the Absolute. You never have to judge yourself negatively because of the nature of your relationships. You can learn from all of them, knowing that you are the observer when it happens. You are not your country, your race, or your religion. You are an eternal spirit, not an American, Chinese, or African. The body you inhabit, the geographical point you have reached, and the religion in which you believe are not important. In nothing there are neither Buddhists, nor Catholics, nor Presbyterians. These are classifications made to distinguish us from each other in our present form. These identities only make sense in the parenthesis of eternity that we call life. Reject it and you will identify yourself with the realm of the spirit. Then you will no longer be willing to fight the struggles of your ancestors, who have tried to convince you of whom to hate and whom to love. You will no longer assume the tribal belief that makes you perceive yourself as better than others by virtue of your birthplace or skin color. His past has transmitted the customs of his group to him. But you don't need these limitations. Get rid of that identification with the labels, and choose the new perspective, the consciousness of unity. You are united with all souls. Their appearance or place of birth is irrelevant. Those who are still trapped by these beliefs will call you a traitor, ungrateful. You will be able to give them love and ignore their accusations. In the name of God and the country, wars have been waged and thousands of millions of human beings have been murdered. You know, like everyone else, that this is a violation of God's laws, which is inconsistent with the teachings of all spiritual teachers who have ever walked among us. However, the pattern persists. Why? Because we cling to our pasts as if they were our identities. Refuse to identify yourself with the group's labels. Seeing yourself as a spirit being without labels is a way to transform the world and reach a sacred place. Begin by making the decision to be free by shedding your past. When you get rid of your story, you know that it is not your name, not your body, not your mind, not your occupation, not your relationships, not your ethnic or cultural identity. So who are you? What remains is the invisible, the intangible, that which constitutes the core of the message of this book. What we have is similar to what a follower asked Nisargadatta Maharaj for clarification. When I look inside myself, I find sensations and perceptions, thoughts and feelings, wishes and fears, memories and expectations. I'm immersed in that cloud and I don't see anything else, he explained. Nisargadatta Maharaj, who lived in the suburbs of Bombay, in a humble adobe hut, avoiding all possession and surrendering to those who sought spiritual awareness, replied, "He who sees all this, and also nothingness, is the master within. Only he is, everything else seems to be. It is your own self, your hope and security and freedom, find it, hold on to it, and you'll be safe and secure." What a great message! Being a spectator is his whole being. Is the answer. You can't describe yourself in words, but you'll get to know him better when you shed your past. 3. Abandonment of old beliefs. One of the most impressive differences between a cat and a lie is that the cat only has 7 lives. Mark Twain. My past is nothing but the wake that I have left behind me. What drives my life is energy that I generate in the present. Now is the time to begin the task of reorganizing and abandoning beliefs and opinions that do not suit your new relationship with reality. Let's look at some of those ingrained beliefs and push it out of our consciousness. Your past is full of beliefs. These beliefs are at the core of what you perceive as constituting your reality. You should use them to explain why your life has gone the way it has. Resolve to extirpate those that do not conform to the new relationship with reality that you are creating. Throughout this chapter you will be asked to discover and then change beliefs that you no longer need. You may be wondering why you would hold on to unnecessary or unwanted belief systems. In the book Be As You Are, Ramana Maharshi, one of the Indian sages of the 20th century, says the following in response to why human beings continue to repeat customs that deny their being. Pleasure or pain are not just aspects of the mind. Our essential nature is happiness. But we have forgotten the self and we imagine that the body or the mind is the self. It is that mistaken identity that gives rise to misery. What should be done? This trend is very old and has endured through reincarnations. Therefore, it has become strong. It must disappear for the essential nature, happiness, to prevail. This chapter might help you answer the question posed by Ramana Maharshi, what should be done? Here are 10 of the most common and hard to dismiss beliefs taught in Western civilization. Examine each of these core beliefs and see how they operate in your life. Then consider some of the suggestions I offer. In the process, you will redefine your relationship to reality and perhaps find your own answers to the question, what should be done? Remember that the whole of your life has to do with the accumulation of energy. The more beliefs you banish from your inner space, the more room there will be for the new energy. Ask yourself if these 10 beliefs you want to uphold or discard. And keep in mind that if these beliefs do not serve you, they are lies that live forever, as Mark Twain suggests in the heading of this chapter. First belief, the more, the better. The more the better, a disease of the 20th century that can hide the path of your search. Has this belief become part of your daily life? Where is peace? The more the better. This search for the more condemns one to a life of constant struggle. it is impossible to enjoy life. Have you been educated in this belief? If you have devoted a great deal of life energy to the more the better, it can be difficult to escape this inertia. You need to know if it is a cornerstone of your life. Some of the indicators that the more the better informs your life are: you have to be busy to feel satisfied, you must earn more money than you earn, you have to get a promotion to prove your worth. Needs to have more of everything. To change this, you have to discover and convince yourself that you hardly need things to be free. This is the first step in breaking out of this spiral. The more the better it keeps one anchored in the realm of the physical. With what the spiritual self has no place in our daily life. The internal energy is concentrated in accumulation, acquisitions, rewards, trophies, approval and money. Some people experience feelings of guilt, shame, and blame themselves because they think they are lazy and incompetent. They teach us this game early in life. Already in school, we seek to achieve higher grades, additional diplomas, recognitions. There is no peace in this spiral. The feeling of peace exists when one moves away from the more the better. This will indicate that your spiritual self is calling you. The good and the wise lead quiet lives, said Euripides. Let it be clear that I am not including this constant search for the top of the list because it is inherently bad. The reason is because it denies you the peace and harmony that your sacred search requires. You do not have to become inert to have peace. You can abandon the idea of the more the better and replace it with an internal serenity that does not need more to be satisfactory. You have received beliefs from an endless chain of people who have been voluntary victims for generations. When you shed these beliefs, you will open an internal space that will allow you to accumulate a different type of energy that will direct you towards peace and not confusion and open heart surgery. Tips for getting rid of the more the better. Relax, relax, relax. He will never repeat it enough. Take a good look at how much life energy you use to achieve what you neither want nor need. Practice saying no to the more the merrier once a day. Say a very blunt no, I'm not going to chase that. Instead of chasing the more the better, spend time playing with your son or granddaughter. Read the New Testament instead of dwelling on something else. Go for a long walk along the riverbank instead of spending time to beat others. By releasing previously applied energy to achieve more, you free yourself to experience the exhilaration of being. This is freedom, choosing to be, not accumulating. You will discover, as you adopt this attitude, that many things that you previously were after, including money, will begin to appear in your life without you pursuing them. This is one of the great ironies of life. Less is more. Give yourself moments of silent contemplation. Treat these moments as absolutely essential in your daily routine. Meditation or silent prayer practice will put you back in touch with God. As Mikhail Ivanhoe put it in The Mystery of Life, wherever there are no limits, where there are infinity, eternity, and immortality, there is God. Moments of contemplation take you away from the idea that you must have more. You will come to know that everything you need to have a placid, pleasant, and loving life, you already have, and this awareness will permeate your entire daily life. Practice saying pass. When you start to feel the pressure to go for more, just say the word step. It's liberating to let the pressure drop for more. After saying this a few times, you will feel an inner freedom. This inner space will be made available to your spiritual self. Get back to nature. Nature is therapy. Give yourself time to go to the woods, hike in the mountains, stroll through the fields or along the beach. The simple fact of being in contact with nature is a way to get rid of the disease of wanting more. Spend the night sleeping outdoors with your children or a loved one, or alone. Gaze at the stars and feel your place in the infinite magnificence of the night sky. I guarantee that you will gain a new perspective on life. You will see the beauty of the natural world and give up the belief that accumulation is necessary to feel whole. Add to these suggestions the words of the Pilgrims of Peace: a simplified life is a sanctified life. You can be an executive in a large company, head of a large family, sales representative, director of a large hospital, grocer in a busy commercial area, and yet lead a sanctified life. It is the awareness of a new purpose that you need to have, one that abandons the more, the better and replaces it with peace is better. Second belief, the external is the fault of my life conditions. If you've been brought up to blame, you'll have a habit of using this excuse whenever you want to explain why something in your life isn't working. You can, for example, blame the lack of prosperity on many external factors: your culture, the stock market, politicians, your parents, fortune, the greed of others. For the disease you can blame heredity, the season of the year, bad luck, the environment. For your failed relationships you may blame your partners, your inability to love you, your upbringing, your parents. Your personality can be blamed on your parents, your genes, your childhood, your siblings, your birth. Their appearance may be the fault of genetics, food manufacturers, advertisers, the environment. It is an endless list. The alternative to finding guilty is your own responsibility. You have to face life from your own self. You may not have been educated to take responsibility for the events in your life. But if you are not willing to interrupt the blame-sharing game, you will be unable to begin your spiritual quest. When you blame something external for the circumstances you are going through, you give control of your life to that external phenomenon. To depend on the external means to abandon the spiritual self. The search for this self takes place in an inner realm of serene wisdom. It invites you to communicate with the Supreme Presence within, where you will find the solutions. The key is always inside. It is impossible to lose outside of yourself the key that leads to your own being when you are on the path of the sacred search. When you stop blaming others and look for the key within yourself, you will always find what you need. When we sleep, we create all the characters we need. In the wake, we do not blame the characters and events of the dreams. So we can also know that even what we do not understand or do not approve of are in our lives to teach us something. Give up the tendency to look guilty. Keep in mind that you are the creator of your life and that there is a presence within you. Your ability to trust yourself will break your habit of spreading blame. Tips for letting go of blaming: when you feel inclined to think that someone else is responsible for your circumstances, take a moment to say a prayer of appreciation for the lesson. The lesson is to become aware that you are the one experiencing the feeling. When I am about to blame gun fanatics for the violence in our society, I pause and appreciate the reminder that I am the one experiencing that anguish. So I search within myself for a way to end the violence, instead of blaming the gun fanatics. Adopt this attitude when you find yourself playing the blame game. Be grateful to those you have allowed to make you angry. Be grateful within for the reminder that the sensation you experience is within you, not without. Now you can turn your attention inward, to the path of your spiritual quest. From this perspective you can cope with the feeling of anger, make a decision about the relationships you have with people, look for what you can learn in that situation, and respond from the balance and not from an angry exterior. More importantly, shift your attention from guilt to the Supreme Presence within. There you will find balance, love, solace, learning and solution, by the simple method of putting all your attention on the inner emotion, instead of blaming the other. The love that you activate, for yourself, within yourself, will begin to radiate outward as you continue your search. Soon there will be love where before there was guilt. Remember that blaming is a vain exercise. Post this reminder from Emerson's Self-Reliance book, somewhere you can read it every day. At home I dream that in Naples, in Rome, I can get drunk with beauty and lose my sadness. I put my things in the suitcase, I hug my friends, I embark, and finally I wake up in Naples, and by my side there is an unshakable fact, the sad, implacable self, identical to the one from which I fled. Blaming your surroundings is a futile exercise because wherever you go, you are still there. You have to cultivate the awareness that everything in your life has been done by the divine hand through your collaboration with your spiritual self. Be a learner rather than an incriminator. When you are meditating, ask, what do I have to learn from this lesson? Rather than, "Why have you done this to me?" Re-examine the troublesome or traumatic events in your life. They are the things you have had to go through to get to this point on your path. See if you can view current events from the perspective that you would have in a few years. You will see that finding the guilty or responsible is a waste of energy. All of these things had some benefits for his development. With this perspective, you will begin to navigate through trauma rather than being stranded by it. When you feel inclined to relapse into the habit of blaming others, remember that you are abandoning their spiritual presence. If you have chosen the path of holy seeking, you will no longer want to ignore this part of your humanity. It should be said, "I don't want to be right, what I want is to know the truth. I want my spiritual self to rule. Nobody is to blame for how I feel. It is my feeling and I respect it." These affirmations will lead you to trust yourself and the path of your sacred search. Your spirit soul will then become the guiding light for the rest of your existence. Third belief, idealism could not coexist with realism. Don't be so dreamy, be realistic. Forget about your inner visions, look at what is happening around you. This is real. Have you heard similar statements frequently throughout your life? If so, it is likely that you have developed an attitude about what was possible and what was impossible. If the ideals that attracted you were labeled as impossible, it is likely that you sacrificed them for a way of seeing the world based on what others determined to be realistic. Discarding that old belief about reality can be an important task in the search. Spiritual, are you willing to consider your view of reality? Perhaps William Blake's statement will inspire you. If the doors of perception were clear, everything would appear as it is, infinite. Can you imagine your reality that way? Infinite. When your perception is broadened, nothing is real and nothing is imaginary. All there is perception. When you cultivate this awareness, your reality will no longer be defined by the physical world. At the tiniest quantum level, time is not a reality. Particles can be in more than one place at the same time, appearing and disappearing according to the way we observe them and the measuring devices we use. All this constitutes a new reality. Always remember that we are made of the same energy. Given this perspective, it is very important that you hold on to your dreams and ideals. With calm but determination, you must know that whatever you are capable of conceiving can manifest in the material world. If you want a richer experience in your life, give up the idea that reality is only what your senses register. Your inner world and all the energy of your higher consciousness create a different reality than what you have been taught. In this reality, your spirit, the presence within you, dominates and is real. In such a world you trust something very different from ordinary reality. Choosing the path of spiritual search means that you will learn to trust this new reality. Go back to being the idealist who had glimpses of the spirit world. That idealist within you will be delighted to do what Buddha prescribed. Trust the teacher's message, not his personality. Trust the meaning, not just the words. Trust the real meaning, not the tentative. Trust your wise mind, not your ordinary mind that makes judgments. Tips for getting rid of realism and welcoming idealism. Trust your intuition. Silently affirm that from now on you will define your own reality, and that definition will be based on your inner wisdom. Your claim does not require you to judge what others define as your own reality. On the contrary, it will consider it as the path that they are traveling. This will help you nurture your idealism, because you give yourself and others permission to trust the presence that we all have within. Inside there are no limits, and inside is where he will turn from now on for guidance. Make a list of the things you believed in before you were told they were impossible. Writing and drawing about these things will help give them energy. My upbringing convinced me that coincidences have nothing to do with real life. However, I now know that when I focus on accomplishing something, coincidences ensue to facilitate that vision. A recent example illustrates what I mean. I had gone to the west coast of Florida to work on this book, and forgot to bring a portable tape recorder. When I unpacked, I noticed this and mentioned it to my wife in the telephone conversation we had that night. Before I went to sleep I could see the tape recorder in my mind, and I thought I'd call the front desk to see if they could get me one. But I didn't and went to sleep with the vision of the tape recorder. In the morning, I was getting ready to start writing and wished I had the tape recorder to listen to some notes I had made on a tape. I turned on the lamp by the desk and, poof, the light bulb burned out. For a moment I was frustrated, but then I remembered that I was preparing to write about divine design in our lives. I called maintenance and asked for a new bulb. Within a few minutes a man named Cliff came to change the light bulb. Cliff noticed the typewriter and my books scattered around the room and said, "I've always wanted to read his latest books, especially your Magic Zones, but I've never found the time. And now I come to his room and meet him in person. What a coincidence." We chatted a bit and I gave him a copy of your Magic Zones, telling him that I didn't see it as a coincidence but as proof of the power of his thoughts. Then I thought about asking him if he knew where I could get a tape recorder for a few hours. His response was immediate. "I have one in the car. You can use it while you're here. It will be a pleasure for me." In fact, this morning I noticed it was there and wondered why I had it in my car, since I never use it. A coincidence? Maybe. A conversation with my wife about needing a tape recorder, a vision of it while I fell asleep, a light bulb that burned out, Cliff who wanted to read your Magic Zones, leaving the tape recorder in the car, although he didn't know why. All these events collaborating with chance. In my reality, these events happen when I am focused on purpose. Call me an idealist, if you like. I know that my reality is not exclusively defined by my five senses. Experiment with your new reality. Retain a vision of what you want to happen or someone you want to call you. Anything that is important to you. Meditate on how it will manifest in your life. Notice all the little things that lead to that coming true. After a while, you will realize that your reality has become something in which you play the role of creator. Fourth belief, there is only one existence and it is physical. As a child, you were aware of a second aspect of yourself. I call it the ethereal body. As he grew older, he learned to discard this second self and to believe only in the physical self. The second self, your double, is an energy body that coexists with your physical body. This body of energy is neither visible nor discernible with the ordinary senses. However, it coexists with your physical body at all times. You have lost contact with this etheric body of energy. That does not mean that it is not available to you. Your physical body is the one that you have come to believe is who you are. However, this body in and of itself is neutral. Your body cannot provide you with peace or agitation. By itself, your body has no purpose. You derive your purpose from the invisible being that you are. Thinking of your body as your reality is a misperception of the ego. Your body is, more accurately, the home chosen by you for this journey on earth. It is almost impossible to make contact with your spiritual self when you only believe in the false self and the material world. Somehow inside you are aware that the entire material world is energy. This energy seems solid if you look at it closely. A closer look at the physical world reveals a dance of particles. A closer look at these particles reveals that they are involved in another, smaller dance of more particles in a vacuum, ad infinitum, until there is only energy and no particles. This is our reality. But we have been persuaded that what we see with the limitations of our eyes is the only reality there is. Your body is part of that perception system that you have been made to accept. Your task is to dissolve the barrier that separates these two aspects of your being. When you do this, you achieve the unimaginable. Helen Keller, who lived without the use of almost all of her five senses, made a profound observation regarding the ethereal body. It gives me a deep sense of comfort that the things that are seen are temporary and those that are not seen are eternal. During childhood it is likely that you could feel things without seeing them, as Helen Keller described. If your family and teachers did not encourage you to be this way, You lost those feelings. In The Art of Dreaming, Carlos Castaneda describes this phenomenon in a conversation with his teacher. It speaks of those currents of energy that are available to all of us. When you ask who experiences them, they answer. Like experiencing them, all human beings do, but human beings are generally too busy with the things they pursue to pay any attention to sensations like that. What sensation do these currents produce? Like mild discomfort, a vague feeling of sadness that is immediately followed by euphoria. Since neither sadness nor euphoria have an explainable cause, we never consider them as true rush of the unknown, but as inexplicable mood swings. On the path of spiritual search, one discovers that the world that one observes with the senses is not the only one that exists. Awareness is acquired that we have a current of energy, always, in every moment of life. This energy can help you bring that balance to the world of spiritual awareness. Stop paying too much attention to the superficial things that you pursue in your life. Learn to turn inward and know higher levels of consciousness. You need to come to know that part of yourself and believe in the energy of the presence that dwells within you. You can use it to fulfill your spiritual purposes. Tips for getting rid of your belief in physical uniqueness: open yourself to the possibility that other dimensions of reality are available to you. Affirm to yourself that this is a possibility. Very few people believed in the existence of microscopic life before the invention of the microscope. There were huge numbers of tiny creatures living in their own reality, regardless of anyone's opinion of them. They exist in your skin, your eyes, your nails, and your hair. All those things that feel solid are alive, and with an invisible activity. Apply the same conscience this notion. You cannot see it, but you are an energy body and a physical body. Your double would like you to meet him. Begin to pay attention to the currents of energy, the feelings that you cannot explain, the sensations that you experience but cannot relate to the outside experience. Begin by noticing the inner reality that you call feelings, and try to focus on the invisible currents. With everything you do, with all the people you meet, there is an exchange of energy. You can learn to store that energy. But first you have to get rid of prejudices and notice the beauty of those people and events. This will turn into love. Slow down with moments of contemplative silence. Do not do anything. In those moments appreciate your body and the totality of your physical universe. Just appreciate and notice the inner waves of pleasure that you begin to experience. It is as if someone were gently stroking you with a feather. A feeling of pleasure. As a child he loved it. Try it with one of your children or grandchildren. My children often ask me or their mother to pet them in this way. They feel pleasure and enjoy the waves of energy that go up and down their back. Relieve those experiences in your mind. Create your own internal goosebumps. You will soon make contact with the energy body that exists in you. Fifth credit: we are independent and different from all others. Our education fosters a belief in sensory experiences. Such experiences seem to tell us that we are independent, unique, special, and disconnected from each other. Very few of us learn that there is some kind of unity. The truth is that everything is connected. During a speaking tour with my friend and colleague Stuart Wilde in Australia, I had the opportunity to have a long conversation with him about this matter of our interconnection. In his book The Whispering Winds of Change, Stuart gives an easy explanation of this connection of ours. Read their words and your old beliefs that we are isolated beings will disappear. We all have a dialogue deep within the collective subconscious mind. That doesn't mean that we can't be an independent particle of the wave, it just means that we can communicate with each other. Everything is connected. If an idea occurs to you that no man has ever considered, the fact that you had the thought will allow others to think the same instantly. We are interconnected because we come from the same place. Your body exists in modern times, but its components are very old. Every human being comes from the same origin as each of the galaxies and each of the stars. We are all one. We straddle time from its beginning to the present day. Stuart also describes in depth how our bodies radiate heat up to about an inch from our body, and electromagnetic glow up to about 3 feet. He calls this ethereal energy, and Stewart believes that we can come to see each other. The naked eye can be trained to observe this ethereal energy by concentrating it on peripheral vision, which has been weakened over thousands of years of not using it. By doing so, we can see the energy of others. Stewart showed me how to do this by tapping into the ethereal energy of people who were unaware that he was doing this demonstration. Here's an example from his book. I can attest to the veracity of this. I saw it done myself in Australia. I was recently sitting in a hotel in Hawaii. Between the hotel restaurant and the sea there was a path where people on vacation walked from one end of the beach to the other. Sitting there, at sunset, with some friends with whom we were talking about the ethereal phenomenon, I began to stare at the passers-by, what I call connecting. I would point out a passerby to my friends and then connect with that individual and make him turn to me. I counted about 40 people during the demonstration. Only 4 did not turn. In The Whispering Winds of Change, Stewart describes how to create this awareness in yourself. The notion of being a global unit defies our senses and almost everything we have observed. We look at others and see a distance. We conclude that since this space exists, there is no such connection. I spend a lot of time walking on the beach. I always marvel at seabirds when they fly over the surface of the ocean in large flocks. The flock turns left, then veers sharply to the right, then rises to the top. They seem connected, as if they share the same mind. I know there is a connection, although each bird seems disconnected from each other. Some invisible energy allows them to move together as one. This invisible energy also connects you to all other people. When you recognize this, you will shed your sense of isolation. Once you are internally convinced of your connection to everything, you will notice your ability to communicate with other people through its ethereal energy. Your knowledge will reveal to you that your thoughts can be projected to the rest of the world. Your knowledge will also reveal your connection to higher consciousness. While reading the Rigveda, I came across a snippet that clarified this more than any passage I have read before. The truth is one. The wise men give it various names. It is a single sun that is reflected in all the wells. It is the only water that quenches everyone's thirst. It is the only air that it maintains all the life. It is the only fire that shines in all the houses. The colors of the cows may be different, but the milk is white. The flowers and the bees may be different, but the thousand is the same. Bodies of faith may be different, but God is one. As the rain that falls from the sky is directed towards the ocean, thus the prayers offered in all religions reach God, who is supreme. One light, many colors, one water, many thirsty, one essence, many human forms. But despite that we are all connected. Just because we don't see the connection with our eyes doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Reject the belief that you are separate from all other people. You will acquire a respect for all that will be transformed into love. Tips for freeing yourself from belief in your isolation from others. Remember that any unpleasant thoughts you have towards another person are something you are thinking of yourself. Every attempt at revenge or to hurt another is an attack on oneself. If you can begin to think this way, you will understand Jesus Christ's statement, because they don't know what they're doing. It means that they don't know that they hurt themselves and everyone else when they hurt someone. Connect with your ethereal energy using the Stewart Wild technique. Exercise your peripheral vision and connect with others through this energy. This ability to connect with the energy field of others can be used to show you that there is a connection that exists even though you cannot observe it with your senses. This insight will help you deal with everyone you meet. Rest assured that you have the ability to communicate telepathically. I urge you to read Marlo Morgan's Mutant Message Down Under. Marlo Morgan was in her 50s when she found herself on a spiritual journey to the Australian desert where she became acquainted with the Aborigines. He walked 1,000 miles on foot for several months. One of his many keen observations was that these people, who had neither radios nor telegraph systems, had not lost their natural ability to communicate over long distances. he observed that those Aborigines managed to communicate over distances of up to 30 kilometers. If you rely on available technology for all your long-distance communications, you have lost your telepathic abilities. But the capacity still exists. Banish doubt and use this amazing ability to benefit your spiritual quest. Follow the most important guideline ever transmitted from the spirit world. Love your neighbor as yourself. Repeat this phrase and put it into practice every day. Sometimes we forget that we love each other. We fight unnecessarily. Remind yourself. Honor your connection to the whole by loving others as yourself. Sixth belief, there is a we versus a them. This opinion is related to the previous one. When you know that you are connected to others, there is no they. However, we have been shaped by a civilization based on that principle. Some of the distinctive patterns of this way of life are as follows. We is the family. Everyone outside the family is they. Identify yourself with the clan and you will know where your place is. When this doesn't work, then we are some of the family members. Some relatives are ostracized by the group, so they are a part of them. Or sometimes we are just your immediate family. Yourself, your spouse and children. But when children develop different values and ideas, then we are you and your spouse. Everyone else is they. But now you begin to see that your spouse is different, so we are you and your new spouse and perhaps the new children. The former spouse becomes they. But now she realizes that her new family is difficult, so we are the co-workers. Everyone else is they. But soon you begin to realize that there are many in your profession who want your job and are competing for it, so you switch to. It seems silly, but you know the truth behind this nonsense. The way the ego works is to define who is with you and who is not. I have been told many times that I could charge higher fees for my lectures, given what other professionals with similar credentials charge. When they tell me this, I feel like I'm in an us versus them situation, which is unacceptable to me. The point seems to be that they will pay more if I request it. But I see myself connected to the whole and I cannot charge more if it seems exorbitant to me. My purpose is to get the message out to the world and help people to trust themselves and connect with their spiritual selves. The more people hear this message, the more my purpose will be served. Consequently, I now urge the sponsors of my talks to record my performances and keep the money they make from selling the recordings to their listeners. The people who hire me to give a talk are no longer part of the category labeled them. We are a we that is teaching confidence and helping to shift the consciousness of the earth. Those who hear the recordings want to hear more. They go to bookstores and buy books, they tell others about them, and they get the message across. Allowing entrepreneurs to record my presentations and sell the tapes has created a network of people spreading my ideas. When we lose our sense of us versus them and you know that we are all us, we have a win-win relationship. Tips for getting rid of us versus them behavior. Give up your ego's need to feel isolated from others. Begin to see yourself as a member of the human family. He shares his toys with others, especially neighbors and even strangers, as if they were part of his family. As the English proverb says, the hand that gives, gathers. Treat everyone as if they were part of your tribe. Don't notice the differences. Carry with you a determination to see others as much a part of you on a spiritual level as your child or spouse. Summarize in one sentence the idea that the other is your brother. The other is part of us. In my life there are no longer them. Notice how many times he uses the pronoun I in an hour. Eliminate some. Instead of talking about yourself and your group, ask about other people. When one does not conceive of himself as different from others, he has more energy to bring consciousness abroad. The constant use of I indicates a strong attachment to a vital attitude characterized by we. Think global instead of local. People who look different, who speak other languages, who have different beliefs, are part of us. We are all together in the here and now. In the eyes of the divine presence there are no favorites. Begin to practice this inner awareness. Seek divinity and connection. Focus on the similarities we have rather than the superficial things that make us look different. Seventh belief, you must ignore the little tyrants. You have been taught to believe that there are some negative people in the world who are best ignored. I suggest otherwise. Anyone who comes into your life, in whatever capacity, is valuable. The little tyrants in your life are creatures as divine as those who provide you with encouragement and support. Emerson expressed this important lesson as follows: the whole course of things flows to teach us faith. Entire course. This means everything that comes your way. Perhaps the most significant person in my life, the person who made the biggest change for me and my own spiritual development, is one who was a little tyrant in every way. That man was my father. He abandoned his family, was sentenced to prison for minor offenses, and mistreated his wife. At the age of 49 he died as a result of excessive alcohol consumption. I have no recollection of him. My knowledge of him is based on what I heard and, later, what I discovered in researching his life. However, this man, a small tyrant and a convict, was the main character that led me to my transformation. I wrote about how I forgave my father in the book La Fuerza de Creer, published by Grijalbo, Enditi. I pushed away the hatred and bitterness that I had carried with me all my life. A single bond of forgiveness and detachment opened the way of my spiritual search, and of writing and talking about the miracles that I deal with here, and living them. I learned what I had to learn from everything. When I now occasionally slip into one of the behaviors that I know destroyed his life, I remind myself that this is not my path. That's not the kind of father I want to be. That he is not the kind of man I want to be. It is your example that helps me return to the path that I know is my spiritual destiny. It is true that the ways of God are inscrutable. What we judge as unfortunate and negative can teach us the greatest lessons. The tyrant in your life, who arouses feelings of fear and panic, could be nothing more than God in disguise who teaches you to trust your own judgment and learn from the behavior of the little despot. The thief who tricks you into stealing your money could be a divine lesson that teaches you to let go of things and not stick to them. The drug dealer could be teaching you the realities of addiction and life without meaning so that you can give up relying on external substances for moments of euphoria or ecstasy. All people, and I mean all, are in your life to teach you valuable lessons. Don't ignore those lessons. Get the message and bless them, and continue on your way. When you ignore them, or simply reject them, you fail to understand the truth that Emerson knew: the whole course of things flows to teach us faith. Suggestions for getting rid of contempt for little tyrants. Give thanks for those little tyrants. They are there for a very important reason. Ignoring them guarantees that they will appear more in other guises throughout your life. Thanksgiving prayers are wonderful affirmations of this truth. The experience of being abandoned by your spouse can teach you to be independent. These types of situations can make you recognize the spiritual presence within you. Perhaps you will learn the difference between being alone and feeling lonely, and decide to love the person you are alone with. Years of alcoholism can teach us that we are more valuable and stronger than any substance. We could learn to be grateful to those drunken teachers and consider them instructors sent by God. All abuse can contain a powerful lesson. We can discover that we are more than a body. No one can reach our inner self with his blows. Make a list of all the people you have cut off from your life as evil or as scum. Write down everything your presence taught you. Have you learned not to repeat the victim's behavior? Reconsider the value of that so-called scum to your life. I couldn't have learned my lesson without that person. The proof of this is that he obviously needed to attract that person into his life, as he did. Seek the fullness of God in all things. Notice that in some unfathomable way, wholeness is operating even though you cannot see or feel it. Remember that the other is not your body. Eighth belief: goals are essential for success. There are many aphorisms that guide our lives. One of the most erroneous is that we have to know where we are going in order to get there. Nothing could be further from the truth of success. I am convinced that this is a formula for failure, trying to please everyone else and overlooking our inner impulses, and I don't think there is a formula for success. Living a spiritual existence does not mean setting goals and following them. The path of the sacred search does not go that way. The difference is seen in this little poem by Rumi, a Sufi poet who lived a millennium ago. Do you think I know what I'm doing? What during an inspiration or half-inspiration do I belong to myself? As much as a pencil knows what I'm writing, or the ball can guess where it will go next. As a divine creature you are always accompanied by a guide who loves you. With this awareness, he will not lose sight of himself or become a wanderer begging for his food if this is not the path of his holy quest. You will know your purpose, you will pursue it hard, and you will trust the universe to take care of the details. It is this kind of awareness that has led me to work harder, produce more efficiently, and feel purposeful. It has not been a set of goals to be achieved. I can identify with Rumi. I've never known where I'm going. I keep quiet, listen, and then let them guide me. Goal setting is a way of abandoning the now in favor of a plan for the immediate future. The absence of a bunch of concrete goals helps you cultivate the awareness that you are not alone on this journey. You begin to trust divine guidance to help you in the present moment. You come to know that the universe will take care of the details if you give in and let yourself go a bit. This is likely at odds with everything you've been taught. But that is the purpose of this chapter, to help you erase the past that you no longer believe in or that you no longer want, help you start in the now with your new awareness. Have you been told that you must attend certain schools to obtain a certain curriculum? I tell him that it does not matter which educational centers he attends. If you have the inner drive to know something or to excel in a certain area, nothing will deter you. There are books in the libraries, in the small community colleges, in his hometown. You will find them. If you live next door to the Central State Library and don't have the inner drive, your location won't change anything at all. Whatever you want to know or achieve in your life, if you are truly prepared and trust your spiritual strength to manifest it, the masters will be there. You will receive a guide. Money won't change anything. If you want education, or something else, you will find a way to find it. Only you are responsible for what you think. It is at this level that the ability to choose is exercised. I encourage you to change your mind about the importance of goals. Instead, get an idea of how you would like to serve and help, and how to improve the quality of life for others. You will find a way. Much more important than the goals in your life is your willingness to allow things to happen, and your willingness to know. Will is the key. As it says in A Course of Miracles, miracles are mere signs of the willingness to follow the plan of the Holy Spirit. When I was a teenager I had no idea that I was going to become a writer and a lecturer. Anyway, in adolescence I wrote a lot, participated in many debates and gained some experience in exposing topics in public, first as a student in public speaking class to help me overcome my fears, then as a primary school teacher, then as a teacher and later as an after-table speaker at charity dinners. He had only an internal understanding that he was being pushed in this direction and a willingness to follow that urge. I've always loved writing, but I didn't have a goal to write books or articles. I just had a developmental experience of wanting to write and exercising the discipline to get there. Goals appear to be plans set in stone that one has to follow. I recommend that you relax when it comes to your future and simply allow yourself to be propelled in the direction that God has in mind for you. Tips for getting out of goals for success: be willing. This is the most important suggestion I can make. Be willing to do whatever it takes to turn that knowledge and future drive into your reality. Look at a simple tulip bulb and you will see that it looks like a dirty mass of brown biological matter. But you know that somewhere inside the bulb, in the invisible world that defies measurement, there is momentum for the future. If it is planted and nurtured it will become exactly what it is meant to be, and nothing else, because it carries within it the seed of your future. It will not grow into a better tulip because it is pulled or flattered as it grows. It will be what it is meant to be. Creation will reveal its designs regardless of our goals. The same is true in your case. With your higher consciousness you can choose your visions for the future. Save your image and refuse to allow anyone to smudge it. You have to be willing to do whatever it takes to make the image your reality, listening to the loving presence, looking within. This is a different path from setting external goals. Keep in mind that your mission is non-interference. You will enjoy a fuller life and greater happiness if you stop interfering with plans and goals. Instead, you must be willing to accept God's plan. The absence of interference translates into detachment from the worries and organization of your life. When you know that everything happens by divine design, and that you are part of an intelligent system, you can follow your internal dictates without the need for a detailed map. This is the path of spiritual search. Relax about your future and let yourself go. Instead, make a commitment to enjoy each day a little more. The more at peace you are with yourself and your role here, the more productive and effective you will be. It is very difficult to achieve anything when you are stressed by the possible results. When you relax and feel at peace, you receive inspiration and become efficient. Set goals aside and live your existence with the knowledge that you participate in their creation. Ninth belief, you always have to do the best you can. Throughout our lives we hear, don't worry about how well you do, as long as you do the best you can. Examine this idea, and you may come to a different conclusion. The truth is, you don't have to do your best. In fact, the best you can is something that is never usually measured, not even known. This idea can take you to unhealthy extremes. This idea is incompatible with improvement. It means that one has to go all the way every time something is done. When you get rid of the dogma of having to act at a certain level, you also get rid of the ego's need to be judged better than someone else. Things will be better for you if you just do and enjoy yourself, and be willing to learn. Doing your best can involve enormous stresses and strains. You measure yourself according to a standard imposed on you by your well-meaning educators and mentors. There is no peace in doing things the best one can, there is only a constant struggle to acquire the best batch. Constantly having to judge yourself against externally imposed achievement goals is putting life under control of those external factors. You cannot know yourself when the demands of the ego are your constant companions. Your spiritual self just wants you to be at peace, to feel inner joy, and to have a purpose. When you apply the best you can, you give control of your life to the ego. The path of the holy quest is to become a sensible person, which is different from striving to do the best you can. The ancient book of Tao Te Ching comments on what it is to be a sensible person. All 5 colors can blind. The 5 tones, deafening. The 5 flavors, cloying. The race, the hunt, they can drive men crazy and their spoils bring them no peace. So the sensible man. It prefers the inner eye to the outer one. The inner self has no ideal of perfection in acting, he just listens and knows, and goes about his business with determination, without worrying about how things turn out. When you come to know your life purpose, you are in the process of becoming spiritual, and this cannot be measured by worldly formulas like the best you can or the best of everything. Tips to get rid of the belief that you have to do the best you can. Stop imposing on yourself and your children the belief that you should do your best. Perform tasks that seem to flow from your impulses. But steer clear of the need to judge your efforts. While you are meditating, form an image of yourself capable of doing anything. Stay with that image and forget about the results. Notice how calm you feel when you are not being tested, when you just allow yourself to be. Behave like this in all your daily tasks. You will find that the way you do things will improve, and you will feel more energetic. This is because you are enjoying the moment instead of thinking about how well you are doing. Make the effort to praise others without looking at the result. They will appreciate your interest and you're not telling them that they have to do the best they can. You will find that there are some things you want to excel at. In those activities you will be more diligent. But in all other aspects of your life, just want to do. You don't have to take the best walk or bike ride of your entire life, or play the best game of soccer. I have run 7 marathons and not once have I done my best. Had he done so, he would have had better and better times. But that pressure would have prevented me from running, and I run to release tension and not to generate it. If I had forced myself to do my best, now I couldn't say that I have run 7 marathons. That kind of pressure takes a lot of the joys out of existence. 10th belief, dreams are not reality. Most of us were taught to believe in two different realists. One is our divine reality, the other our dream reality. In this formula, when we sleep, we are in an unreal world. We consider dreams a mental exercise. All the things that we create during those hours of sleep are considered unreal. The waking consciousness is considered the real one, and the dream consciousness the unreal one. I suggest you reconsider that belief. Imagine that your dreams are different aspects of the same reality, and that they contain directions in your spiritual quest. Begin by understanding that this is basically a world of energy, and second only to a world of material objects. To know your spiritual self, you need to perceive the energy. And that can be done in dreams. All your perception then changes from concrete objects to energetic forms. When this is part of your reality, your dream state becomes something you share with other beings with whom you have a spiritual affinity. When the time comes, we can even be aware that we are dreaming. This is called lucid dreaming. In lucid dreaming, one can control his dreams and be able to daydream. Through the dream, other dimensions of reality denied by our training are perceived. I am not writing about dream interpretation. I'm talking about knowing your dream life and being aware that you experience other dimensions of reality while you sleep, which will also be available in waking moments. Your dreams are creations of the same body and brain, as the rest of your world of perceptions. Everything belongs to him. Every night a new brain does not debut and experiences a new reality. All the things that you are capable of knowing and of which you are able to convince yourself in dreams can be experienced at all times of your daytime life. Everything. Yes, it is a radical statement, but it will introduce you to the power of your energy body. You enter your dream world with a complete absence of doubt about what you may experience. With that absence of doubt, there is no limit. When you awaken to what you call your waking consciousness, you continue to have the same body, the same brain, and the same senses, but doubt has arisen. I believe that dreams do not reveal things about oneself, but that they are oneself. They are real and can be very effective in helping you know your spiritual self. Suggestions to get rid of disbelief in dreams. When you go to sleep, become aware that you are entering a dream state. Keeping this in mind is the first step toward greater awareness during dreams. When you are falling asleep, make a mental note that you are about to enter the dream state and that you are pleased to be aware of it. Make an effort, before falling asleep, to consciously see elements of the dream to come. Order yourself to take note of a particular object, room, or place while you are in the dream. Go into as much detail as you can about the object while you are dreaming. If it is a lamp, for example, bring it closer to yourself with the power of the mind. Examine the color, shape, and intensity of the light. You need to establish contact with your energy body, that energy body that coexists at all times with your physical body. By examining the content of your dreams, you will be able to access that higher energy. You will show yourself that mental energy is a phenomenon that you can handle, with practice and effort. Eventually, you will be able to access this energy at all times in your life. Your energy body has appearance but not mass. Familiarize yourself with this manifestation of your energy and keep in mind that it can transport you anywhere in the universe. It sounds strange, but it is within you to make this happen. First in his dreams, and then awake. See if you can go from one dream to another, and then back to the first. While falling asleep, first become aware of your impending state, then while you are dreaming, be aware that you are dreaming, and switch to another dream. After years of experimenting, I have been able to do it only occasionally. but give it a try. It will give you practice for the ultimate key to higher consciousness, cultivate spectator status. This is discussed in detail in Chapter 5. Make an attempt to observe yourself while you dream. Carlos Castaneda calls this the third door of dreams. In The Art of Dreaming, he writes, the third door of dreams is reached when you find yourself in a dream, contemplating someone who dreams. And that someone turns out to be your own person. This is a higher state of consciousness in which the physical self is observed by the energy self, and you are aware that it is happening. He is aware both that he dreams and that he sees himself dreaming. It involves a radical change from what you have been told about dreams. It is a new world, a world that allows you to become a sleeping dreamer and a waking dreamer, and begin to permeate your waking life with the magic of dreaming consciousness. Become aware of your dreams and see if you can have lucid dreams every night. When you wake up in the middle of the night, notice the context and objects of your dreams, and then re-enter them. In this realm of dreams and waking consciousness you will come to know the existence of the higher energy of the universe. This concludes my list of 10 of the most erroneous beliefs that you have been taught. Letting go of the past is a simple matter of changing the way you think without any anger or guilt about what you were taught to believe. All the things he has been exposed to were by divine design. All the tests that have been put on him in life were part of the path he took when he chose to travel from nowhere to the here and now. Give thanks for all of them, and be thankful that you are prepared to overcome those beliefs. This book is in your hands thanks to the same divine providence that guides your spiritual search. And keep in mind that whatever belief you cling to that no longer serves you is an intruder in your life. Let her go. Now is the time to begin to recognize the 4 keys to access higher consciousness. They are the subject of the next 4 chapters. Second part. The 4 keys to access higher consciousness when the 5 senses are paralyzed, when the mind is paralyzed, when the intellect is paralyzed, that is what the sage dominates the higher state. Katha Upanishad 4. Banish doubt. Doubts are our traitors. Shakespeare. I got rid of my doubts by remembering that there is a valid reason for everything that happens. In the first part of this book I have described the ideas and opinions that have been transmitted to him and that have influenced his life. Many of these ideas could now be your everyday reality. They could define what is possible and what is impossible in your existence. I have urged you to drop many of these beliefs and establish a new relationship with reality that is based on what you know to be true. Once you know your personal truth, your reality will be free from doubt. You may not think that doubt has much of an effect on your life. But part of the damage it creates is that it is so completely embedded in your belief system that it is impossible for you to think otherwise. By doubting our potential achievements, we proclaim with certainty what is and what is not possible. But when doubt is banished, we come to knowledge that leads to creative and inspired solutions that go far beyond what we thought possible. With doubt you are unable to successfully walk the path of your sacred quest and achieve your spiritual self. You have to recognize this obstacle to reach your higher consciousness. You will need to work on the banishment of doubt from your inner world. When it is removed from your thoughts, it will disappear from your outer world, and you will find yourself on a much more satisfying inner and eternal journey. Andrew Cohen, in his delicious and simple book Enlightenment is a Secret. Teachings of Liberation explains one way to get rid of doubt. Q. I am not sure how to get rid of the doubt. A. Throwing it away from you. If you saw your daughter playing in the kitchen, you realized that she has found a bottle of rat poison and is about to drink it, what would you do? Q. I would snatch it out of your hand. A. Yes. Because you know how dangerous it is. When you know how dangerous doubt is, you will do the same. An ignorant person does not realize how dangerous doubt is, so you allow yourself to be in doubt, and in doing so you destroy the possibility of truly awakening. When you begin to banish doubt from your life with this first access key to higher consciousness, remember this dialogue and how simple it is. The presence of doubt can prevent you from waking up. 4 simple words describe why this is so: as you think, so you will be. In effect, We become what we think about throughout the day. Don't let your thoughts and actions be dictated by doubt. Allowing yourself to doubt is the same as having a traitor at the helm of your life. Doubt is a traitor because it uses limitations and flaws to influence the course of your existence. Walking the path of your sacred quest, guided by your higher self, implies that you must banish doubt. Can you imagine your reality if you had been raised in an environment free of doubt? How would your life be different if you had never heard that cannot be done, that is impossible, accept your limitations? What if you had been encouraged to use the energy of your mind? You could have used that energy to explore the ability to influence other beings, things, the weather, your creativity. That may sound a bit great to you. But remember that you are weighing the possible and the impossible with doubts, which automatically creep into your mind when someone suggests something that you think is absurd. Had he been fortunate enough to be raised without question, he would possess an incredible inner sense of his ability. I would never utter phrases that reflect doubt, such as "I am not talented enough, that cannot be done." Be realistic, and don't you know that there are limits to everything? Without doubt, he would have understood much earlier that he is a divine creature. He would have known his inner capacity to create the world and address the ills of society without any doubt about his ability to create utopias. He would know that humanity is fundamentally good. I would not blame human defects on an inherent incapacity or the devil. You would know that the satisfaction of the ego's demands is the activity that creates those defects. The sacred self knows no doubt. It has no limits or borders. What would our world be like if we had learned this in childhood? It is time for us to know that we have a responsibility to incorporate the spiritual search into our lives and to introduce our children to that aspect of life. I offer my children opportunities to learn about their limited insides through various methods. For example, I invite you to go out with me to make clouds. After eating, we often take a blanket outside, stretch out on it, and go about it. Children begin by creating the inner image in a way that they want to see in the clouds. Then they focus their energy on a particular cloud, and try to make it adopt that inner image. The neighborhood has gotten used to hearing my children yelling, "I'm building a house, Daddy. See how my cloud moves. I am moving it with my mind." Many neighborhood kids may think, "Those Dyers are crazy. Do you really think you can make clouds take shape?" But why shouldn't children learn that within them flows the same divine intelligence that moves the clouds? If it is in all things, which we know to be true, then it is as much in my children as it is in the clouds. Why not feel so connected to it that you make your own cloud shapes? Our children have very few doubts, and this inner knowing enables them to create the world they want for themselves. You do the same when you go to sleep. Enter the dream experience with an absolute lack of doubt. In fact, he is incapable of taking the doubt into that area. It is as if God had a sign of "No doubts allowed" at the entrance of dreams. In dreams, you are capable of doing whatever your mind can create. You can fly, visit the past, project into the future, converse with those who have long since left, see those who have died and know they are there with you, jump over huge trees, breathe underwater, create dozens of characters, and carry out an endless list of other activities. During this third of his life that he spends sleeping, he has no doubts. And therefore it has no limitations. Then, when he awakens, he instantly brings the constant companion, to doubt, back into his waking consciousness. Awake, he believes that such things are not possible in daytime life. The difference is that during sleep you know what you can do and you do it. In his waking moments he thinks he can't, and he doesn't. What you know and what you believe. By drawing the distinction between what you know and what you believe, you will recognize the crucial role doubt plays in your life. The ultimate goal of acknowledging it is to transform all beliefs. Here are the main distinctions between what you believe to be true and what you know to be true. Beliefs are passed on to you. Knowledge comes from within. All of your beliefs were passed on to you by people who have entered your life for this purpose. In the second chapter, I have outlined 10 of these most common beliefs and made suggestions for changing them. Now I ask you to examine all of your beliefs. When you do, think of yourself as a sponge that has absorbed beliefs from others and then made them your own. Throughout its entire existence it has been subject to thousands of beliefs, ranging from what the moon is made of, to how people should react to each other, or if sports had some value or not, that poetry is for effeminates, how fast human beings can run, what their neighbors are like, what they are capable of achieving, or that it is with the same father and his father. There is a long list of things that he believes about himself, the world, God, his potentials, the fate of capitalism and many others. These beliefs, which came to you from the outside, became your creed. Your insights, however, came to you as a result of deciding to exceed the limits set by a belief. No one can transmit knowledge to you. You must have the experience for yourself. I could tell him endlessly about how to ride a bike, or even why it is impossible to do so given the laws of balance and the air/speed/wind ratio. You might have an idea of your own on this topic, but you'll only know it's possible when you ride one, wobble a few times, and experience it. Once you have ridden a bicycle, no one will ever be able to convince you that it is impossible. All your knowledge is like that. They come from experience, and therefore exist within you free of doubt. Beliefs will disappoint you in a crisis. Knowing will never disappoint you. When you believe in something without knowing it, there is a doubt along with the belief. Doubt exists somewhere in the depths of your mind. It exists as a thought that you will ultimately turn to when you want to put that belief into practice. I remember when I thought I couldn't dive backwards into the pool. Every time he told me this time I can do it, that pesky doubt would emerge at the precise moment I was trying to dive on my back. I found that my body was turning on itself at the last second. The tiny doubt coupled with the belief in my ability was what I trusted at the time of execution. If you believe something based only on what others have told you to be true, when important proof appears, the belief will often disappoint you. Suppose you think you can ride a motorcycle. If you try to escape a dangerous situation by taking advantage of a motorcycle that is out there, chances are good that doubt coupled with your belief will prevent you from escaping on that motorcycle. What you know can never disappoint you. Never. If you had absolute certainty about your ability to jump on the motorcycle and speed away, that knowledge would propel you away safely. Because a knowledge does not present internal doubts, one has an absolute certainty about what his position is. This is true of everything one experiences, both physically and metaphysically. If you believe that God will be by your side in a difficult time, and that any suffering you experience is as divine as any joy you have felt, but you don't know it, you will find that the pain of your disappointment will turn to an assertion that God does not exist. Your belief will be shattered in a difficult time. This is because you are trying to get a vision of God that has been transmitted to you from the outside, and you are weakened by doubt. Knowing about the existence of God and suffering, as William Blake wrote in the following poem, will remove him from difficulties safe and sound. Man was made by joy and sorrow. And when we know this, we go through the world safe. Joy and sorrow have woven a cloth for the divine soul. Knowledge can never disappoint you because it is woven into the fabric of your being. If you cannot doubt what it is, and you know what it is, then you will never be disappointed. I want to repeat that beliefs are always accompanied by insidious doubt, while knowledge is free from such contamination. Your beliefs are mental exercises. His knowledge is physical exercises. Beliefs are located in the realm of the mental, like the thoughts that one constantly nurtures. Their behavior in the world is greatly affected by the limitations of those beliefs. These are strictly mental exercises that one practices continuously until they become reality, that is, a reality based on doubts that are linked to beliefs. You might believe that people shouldn't wear nose jewelry, or that people who don't attend church are wicked. These types of beliefs will influence your behavior and cause you to judge other people, until you change your beliefs and perhaps find a ring for your nose. Your knowledge is located in the domain of the physical, even though it originated in the mental. When one knows something, it is part of the totality of being, it originates in the mental and resides in the whole being. What is known with absolute certainty as how to dance the mambo, or ice skating, or swim, or make love, or ride a bicycle, is part of being. It resides so deep within you that it is in the cells of the human. What in another time he only believed, because it was transmitted to him by some person, has now been transferred to his knowledge. The totality of your knowledge of the physical began as beliefs and ended in this certainty. You may even have some beliefs so ingrained that you treat them as knowledge. Some of these beliefs that have grown strong within you might be considered knowledge, but in reality they are not. For example, you may think you have a talent for art, but deep down inside there is a tiny bit of doubt as to whether this would be true. Similarly, you might not believe yourself capable of mastering a foreign language, but he also has some doubt as to whether this would be true if he were in a situation where his life was at stake. When you know something, it becomes your physical reality, and you act constantly. When you just believe something, whether it is negative or positive, you have a tiny doubt, and that doubt becomes reality. Beliefs are mental. Knowing is physical, although it originates as a mental belief. Beliefs limit you. Knowledge empowers you. Since beliefs are imposed on you, they are the work of other beings. Therefore, your own beliefs have no place in your everyday life. That ever-present shadow of doubt about whether these beliefs are true for you, even if they were true for your ancestors, tends to place limitations on you. Your thoughts create your reality. Any thought you doubt is a limitation. What you know empowers you to ascend through the levels of consciousness. When your heart knows something is right and you follow your heart, it progresses and grows. Inner knowing allows you to take the step that you would have avoided had you listened to your mind. Louise Hay is a perfect example of what I am defining. She is a beautiful and sensitive woman who has written many wonderful books on healing, and is the editor of a collection of my everyday affirmations and reminders entitled Everyday Wisdom, The Way to Perfection, published by Grijalbo and Delati. We were on a national television broadcast together when someone called and asked Louise if she had considered any traditional methods of treating a cancer she had suffered from 8 years earlier. Louise gave you the kind of response that I hope you will be able to cultivate when you see how knowing can give you the strength to ascend to higher levels. He replied, "In my heart I knew that I could not allow them to undergo radiotherapy or chemotherapy, or cut my breast. I just knew that that couldn't be my method of dealing with cancer. My knowledge led me to other alternatives, which I have written about, and ultimately to the eradication of cancer from my body. I am not belittling any other form of treatment, I just knew, deep down, that I couldn't go in that direction." The key here is your use of the word knew. It wasn't that she believed in alternative therapy, but that she knew those traditional methods were at odds with who she was. He consulted his knowledge. That knowledge gave him strength and enlightenment. When you learn not only to let go of beliefs but to turn them into knowledge, you will only have that inner knowing to refer to when difficulties arise in your life. A mere belief is nothing more than a mental note pasted in your room by your mother. A knowledge is engraved in the cells of your being and therefore lives within you, without the presence of doubt. Your beliefs are transitory. His knowledge is eternal. Think about many of the beliefs you have today and how they have changed over the years. In fact, many of the beliefs you hold today were not well received. Can you remember how many people were shocked to see men with long hair and earrings for the first time in contemporary times? Many tried to have these young men expelled from colleges and universities. They were labeled effeminate. Today those same people sport shoulder-length hair and watch football matches with prototypes of masculinity wearing earrings and long hair that peeks out from under their helmets. Beliefs change. Many of the beliefs you uphold today you will reject for years to come. For example, almost every day I receive letters from people who tell me that when they first heard me talk about some of these ideas 2 decades ago, they thought I was fostering selfishness, and that today the same ideas are comforting. As for myself, My ideas about God and spirituality have changed dramatically since my early agnostic days of adolescence and early youth. My ideas about social welfare, capital punishment, politics, and evil have varied. When I was young, I only believed with strong conviction. I did not know, and was always in doubt about my position regarding these matters, particularly since I had adopted spiritual masters whose ideas were in conflict with mine. Those things that you have had remain by your side even today, even though you have undergone a complete physical transformation. Imagine that. Today he is inside a body that did not exist just a decade ago. All the cells of your being have been replaced by new cells. You have new legs, arms, and arteries, and even a new brain. The molecules of your physical being are constantly changing. They are being replaced even as you read these words. Millions of atoms come and go, forming new physical realities, even though these new realities are related to the old ones. This is the best. Although you are not the same body as you were a few years ago, your knowledge has been transferred from your old body to the new one, not physically but metaphysically. I knew how to ice skate as a kid, and I still know how to do it even though I haven't done it again in 30 years. Knowing is still with me, even though I have new legs and feet, and a totally renewed brain. So, as you can see, when you know something in the cells of your being, this knowing remains even though the physical being is undergoing constant change. You are unchangeable in the inner world, and so is your knowing. These, then, are the 5 characteristic differences between what one believes and what one knows. It is obvious that most of our knowledge is in the domain of the physical and remains with us while we are in our body. The characteristic that separates knowing from belief is the presence of doubt. Beliefs and doubts go together, while knowledge is accompanied by no doubt. My intention is to help you remove many of your old beliefs from your awareness. But what is even more helpful in finding your spiritual self, and which I hope you will learn, is transforming what remains from mere beliefs into knowing. Their knowledge does not have to be limited to the domain of the physical. You can also have knowledge in the domain of metaphysics. For example, you may know your guides, your angels and the higher presence, rather than just believing in their existence. In the same way, all the qualities of the spirit self, which are included in the 3rd part of this book, are available for you to know rather than just believe in them. Nisargadatta Maharaj, in I Am That, describes the process as follows: mere knowledge is not enough, the knower must be known. Without the knowledge of the knower there can be no peace. This is a statement of scope: know the knower. It is the topic of the next chapter, but it helps if you get the hang of it now. There is a physical self that possesses the knowledge, and there is the known. But the most significant thing is that there is a knower of the known. This is your true identity. The peace that Maharaj mentions and the path of spiritual quest are available to you when you are guided by that true identity, which is the most sublime of you. Reaching that peace and finding the path of spiritual quest implies abandoning old beliefs and moving to a new dimension, where knowledge replaces belief and where faith replaces fear. Fear and doubt. There is a saying, whose origin I do not know, that says, fear knocked on the door, and faith answered, and there was no one. Fear stems from doubts we have of our divinity. The antidote to fear is faith. Inside of me I know that I am not alone, ever. I know that divine guidance is available to me at all times. This knowledge makes fear impossible. You are not alone either, and you also have an omnipresent guide accessible at will. When one truly knows that the Supreme Presence is always with us, the possibility of living with both doubt and fear evaporates. It has to have the quality of being knowledge. Then the fear fades. As you begin to shake off fear, you will develop a kind of confidence that reflects your awareness of your divine mission. Gabriel Saul Helen, writing Tenderness is Strength, describes how fear dissipates when doubt is banished. We still tremble before the eye like children before nightfall. However, once we have dared to step into the heart, we will discover that we have entered a world where depth leads to light, and there is no end. Fear is our prison. We have to eradicate it through the certainty of the absurdity that it is to be afraid of something in this intelligent system of which we are a part and that has infinite intelligence in each of its elements. Bringing this simple knowledge to consciousness when you experience any fear will help you banish both fear and doubt. The things we fear most often can be explained after research. Or the fear can be eradicated with a short and simple statement. I have chosen the second way, and I hope to amaze you with how simple it is to eliminate fear. Fear of failure. Get rid of him. You cannot fail at anything. Everything you do produces a result. What counts is what you do with the results. Labeling yourself a failure is meaningless. Fear of disapproval. Get rid of him. You don't need others to tell you if you are right or wrong. You are a divine creation. His path is unique. The opinions of others will invariably be judgments. When you know you are on a spiritual mission, you become independent of the opinion of others. Go ahead with your purpose. Fear of suffering. Get rid of him. You cannot suffer when you know your spiritual self. Only the person who imagines himself suffers. His joy is divine and so is his suffering. All pain is part of God's plan, granting you transcendental wisdom when you stop judging you. Fear of isolation. Get rid of him. You can never be alone. When you know this, you will never feel alone. There is a gigantic support of loving souls who follow a similar path. Acknowledge it. Accept it as truth. Stay on purpose and forget that you feel isolated. When you do, all the guidance and love you need will come to you. Fear of looking foolish. Get rid of him. When you strive to follow in the footsteps of the higher self, you always have a purpose. Whether or not others judge you as a fool is irrelevant. Fear of success. Get rid of him. Replace fear with the knowledge that you deserve prosperity and abundance. Keep in mind that when you are on the path of spiritual seeking, external measures of success will appear. Its success, however, is an internal matter. It's your feeling about yourself, and you certainly don't want to be afraid of yourself. These are the 6 fears that most get in the way of our divine purpose. Keep in mind that you have the inner tools to transform your life, and the fear will be gone before you can say, I release myself from it. One of those tools is to recognize before oneself the moment when fear makes its appearance. When you find yourself feeling fear, please be sure to let it sink into your consciousness. Feel it. Refuse to judge it. I have a friend who takes time to have a silent conversation with her fear. She tells me that only this makes the fear disappear, because she welcomes an old belief that once was a loved part of herself. Other times, she and fear agree on a new definition of him. Feel the fear and do not allow its effects to continue. The first time I went on stage to speak to several thousand people, I forgot my notes. Then, I experienced various feelings of fear. Not acknowledging the presence of my fear would have kept him there, on stage, with me. But I gave in to my fear as I reminded myself that I was not alone. I went on stage with fear as a partner. Before even a few minutes had passed, I was absorbed in my mission and the fear was gone. By acknowledging your fear and then doing what you were afraid of anyway, it puts you in the dark about those defeatist thoughts. It also takes a giant step to banish the doubt of its existence. Fear and doubt are guidelines. What you doubt will cause you fear. What you fear will raise doubts about your ability to cope with it. As I mentioned a few pages earlier, the true antidote to doubt and fear is faith. Developing faith as a means of removing fear from your life is a supplemental spiritual lesson. A Course in Miracles beautifully illustrates this point, emphasizing knowledge. If you knew who walks beside you on the path you have chosen, fear would be impossible. Faith as an antidote of fear and doubt. In most cases, the word faith is associated with the development of a religious structure. Faith and worship, in this context, go together. I am not writing about faith in that sense. I respect any religion, but I don't want you to confuse religious beliefs with the true presence of faith. Faith is analogous to knowing God, which is different from believing in God. Knowledge, from the point of view in which I am writing, is an experience at the cellular level of personal experiences, which is not accompanied by a trace of doubt. For me, faith is an inner knowledge and ability to see God in all things, including oneself. The kind of faith I describe needs neither a cult nor a holy book. It comes from having a direct internal experience of God as part of the higher self. It is present in countless ways in everyday life. You do not necessarily have to see this inner light with the senses. You know that what you don't see is there, at your disposal. I have seen my wife, Mark-Eileen, demonstrate this inner faith on 7 different occasions when she has given birth to our children. Throughout her pregnancies she tells me about her faith that God is with her. He knows that bringing a child into the world is more than a physical experience. He knows it is a sacred opportunity entrusted to him. You have absolutely no doubts about your ability to carry through all stages from labor to delivery without complications or pain. This faith places her in a higher state of consciousness, and her physical appearance changes. Leave the confines of your body. Through the power of her miraculous focus on what to do, she acts inattentive to the distractions around her. Her inner faith has served to banish doubt about her ability to deliver a child in a spiritual and pain-free environment. You don't think God is there for you, you know. The idea of any doubt is absurd to her. I have been in the delivery room with my wife while the women around her were assailed by fears and doubts. Mark-Eileen, supported by her faith, participates in the act of creation as an observer and as a participant. She has even used that same faith-based inner knowing to help other women give birth. It accompanies them throughout the entire process from the first months of pregnancy to delivery. It has helped them access their inner self and assures them that if they banish the doubt they will live a glorious birth experience. I still haven't seen it fail. Instruct women to ignore all negative and doubtful phrases they hear from other experienced mothers. It helps them learn to turn inward, find peace, know God, and use faith to guide them through the experience. She is now writing a book on the spiritual way of approaching childbirth and childcare. You must understand that faith is a decision you make within yourself. When the decision becomes a knowing, you will begin to feel the sacred energy that flows through all things as universal divine intelligence. Knowing that everything has a purpose is a mental process. Faith then comes as energy that resides within one at all times. One evening, when I was sitting watching a spectacular sunset in the Gulf of Mexico, I noticed something amazing. This entire planet, with everything on it, has to weigh untold trillion tons, and there is some energy that drives it around the sun and creates the illusion that it is really the sun that sets. What was actually happening while I was sitting there was that I was moving in an orbit around the sun. I beheld the enormous amount of energy that incessantly works to shift this enormous planet, keep it spinning, and on course on its annual journey. The same energy is moving the sun in a wider orbit, and countless other heavenly bodies in countless orbits. This energy causes the illusion that the earth is immobile, but we know that there is movement. We have faith in that energy. We trust that tomorrow morning the sun will rise in the east. We don't believe in it, we know it exists and we have faith in it. The same energy propels you through life and is within you at all times. That same energy allows your lungs to fill with air, your heart to beat, and your body to stay together rather than disintegrate. You know that, you have faith in it. That is the kind of faith you must develop in your entire life. You don't have to see it to believe it, no more than the wind has to see to know it's there. This invisible energy that does so many things is what you need to know. Inner faith becomes a power that was previously hidden. I have seen people walk barefoot up to 40 feet on red-hot coals without blisters. Before embarking on this adventure, your only preparation is to focus on your faith. Their faith gives them the ability to focus with an intensity that can prevent blisters on their feet. I have used this type of faith to swim across a lake whose water was 7 degrees Celsius, without experiencing a sensation of cold. I tap the machine for hours and watch poems and chapters pop up without blocking me, because I know I'm not alone. Cosmic energy is within me to use, to fulfill my personal destiny. I have seen the right person appear to help me with whatever I need when I have achieved this inner faith and banished all doubt. On one occasion, while I was in a New York phone booth looking for the phone of someone I had not seen in years, I looked up and found it right there, an amazing coincidence, or a connection to the universal energy that it flows through people. I have often found that precisely the correct book or articles have appeared in my mail when I was stuck at a certain point. I have often envisioned a particular writer by concentrating on their words, and then magically they have appeared in my life. Inner faith can bring out the people or events you need. It will work. However, this is not to say that obstacles will not arise as well. Faith and frustration. Even after you develop this faith in God and yourself, you will find that there are still obstacles in your life. Undoubted thinking and knowing do not mean that abundance and prosperity will automatically flourish. However, as obstacles appear, you will begin to process them in an entirely different way, a way based on faith rather than frustration. When you are tempted to view obstacles as impediments, remember that life is a test. Make up a phrase to remind yourself of the potential value of the obstacle. The phrase could be, "This obstacle has appeared in my life to teach me something. When I learn the lesson, I will see my inner faith manifest itself again in a positive way. I will bless this fact instead of cursing it, and I will keep in mind that the ways of God will be mysterious to me at times." My wife and I recently spent a few days in Santa Fe, New Mexico, on a retreat aimed at renewing ourselves and our marriage. On the first night we were there, we saw the menu of a macrobiotic restaurant in the hotel lobby and decided to have dinner there. However, there seemed to be 100 obstacles that came our way when we started looking for the restaurant. We kept getting lost and reappearing at the point from which we had started. I would turn in the place that seemed right and end up back at the hotel. Santa Fe is a city that was drawn in concentric circles, and the names of the streets change from one block to another. Frustration was mounting after more than an hour had passed without finding the restaurant. I had asked more than 10 people for directions, and finally made a phone call to the restaurant for help. All the while, he was determined to overcome and draw the lesson from the test. When we finally arrived, the restaurant was full. As we entered, a woman from Naples, Florida, named Mary Reinhardt, walked in ahead of us. He was escorting her to the only empty table left, and he turned to say, "Would you like to share the table with me instead of waiting?" We ate together, and in the course of the conversation he told us about a spiritual woman named Gangeji who would start a satsang, a meeting for the truth, in Santa Fe the next morning, and it would last until when we planned to stay in the city. For the next 5 days, my wife and I attended satsang along with hundreds of other people. I thought we had gone to Santa Fe to be alone. But we met Gangeji. He is an enlightened soul who has followed a course of self-discovery in India. And now he travels the world celebrating satsangs, transmitting the message of peace, love, and ability. He charged nothing, and he provided us with great spiritual wealth. In a private audience with Gangeji, she told me that her sister had read one of my books and that the message from it had helped bring them back together. The sister had decided to leave when Gangeji set out on his own spiritual path. During our conversation, I received from Gangeji the missing link I needed to organize and write this book. He spoke of the idea of freedom as a decision that had to be made every day, and provided me with the subtitle for this book. It was his conception of freedom as the absence of self-centeredness that guided me to write on this subject. Our trip to Santa Fe had been planned many months in advance, but was postponed 3 times because the delivery of a woman who had to give birth with Marcellini's assistance was delayed. Now, if you add this to all the information in the previous paragraphs, you will see a multitude of obstacles and coincidences, the fact that we had to postpone the trip, getting lost when trying to find the restaurant, which turned out to be a very short distance from our hotel, the wrong instructions we were given, the wrong turns we described, for Mary Reinhardt to come in just as we did and invite us to eat with her, to ask us if we were in Santa Fe to meet Gangeji, who he had never heard of before, to be invited to meet privately with Gong Ag because a participant from the public recognized me, and her story about meeting her sister. And then finding what I was missing to organize this book. All these supposed obstacles and coincidences conspired with destiny to collaborate in the writing of the book that you are now reading. You too have stories like mine that you may not have paid much attention to. I urge you to seek a fresh perspective when you find yourself stuck in difficult times. Do not focus only on the physical and stay alert to detect what destiny is conspiring to offer you. With this attitude you will have faith even when those obstacles seem insurmountable. All deaths or accidents in your life, including your return to nothing, are part of the divine order. They may not be understood, especially considering how they educate us to assess these issues. By faith, you no doubt know what Edna St. Vincent Millay meant when she wrote, "Man has not invented God. You have developed faith to meet a God that already exists. Your faith can stay ingrained in the face of obstacles. Your frustration that God is not working at the rate you think he should can be replaced by an inner knowing that everything in your life is there to teach you something. Your spiritual quest will lead you to the knowledge that the enormous energy that moves the planets and galaxies, always keeping them on their course, also flows within you, and keeps you on course, although your limited vision prevents you from seeing it. Faith cleanses sight. What one sees then are perfectly placed obstacles rather than frustrating impediments. The paradox is that when that faith develops, one learns the lesson and fewer barricades appear in life. How to banish the doubt. In the following sections you will find some suggestions to remove the doubt from your soul. Keep in mind that doubt not only inhibits your search, it can also be a destructive force in your everyday existence. Make the decision that you are going to meet the invisible God within you. This means being willing to spend time in the silence of your being. Look for the opportunity to be quiet and listen. Do nothing else, but repeat this every day. Chapter 6 will provide you with some concrete ways to quiet the self-talk. As you push your thoughts away and revel in the silence, you will feel the energy of the higher presence flowing through you. Give yourself a divine moment to make a silent affirmation that you are with God. Don't feel like you have to share your experience or convince others that you have felt God within you. Just notice how it changes from a belief to knowing when the bit of doubt it harbored disappears. Allow the moment of disclosure to be free of any criticism or doubt. Andrew Cohen puts it this way, in his book Enlightenment is a Secret. When there is a profound revelation, you have to take a very serious attitude about your life. The moment you recognize that you are seeing the truth as it is, you have to realize the significance of what is being revealed. If you don't betray yourself even once, your confidence in that revelation can only increase. The stronger your confidence, the deeper your wisdom. But if in the face of this revelation he allows himself to indulge unnecessarily in doubt, he begins to descend an uncertain path, and in doing so his confidence will be undermined. Always keep in mind that doubt comes from your ego. Doubt is not part of your spiritual self. With this awareness you can learn to observe your doubt instead of hoarding it. You are striving to know the knower, and the knower is your invisible higher self. Use your ability to distance yourself from doubt and bring it into your inner world. Then notice how doubt forces you to act in a predetermined and limited way. This act of observation will by itself dissipate the doubt. When doubt surfaces within you and you recognize it, you have to be willing to say no, I will no longer allow these thoughts to enter my life. Many people and thoughts will try to turn you away from your spiritual quest. You must be willing to consider their evidence and accept the advice we give our children regarding drugs, just say no. Do you doubt your ability to know God? You may have no doubt about the existence of an absolute reality called God, but you may doubt your ability to fully know that higher part of yourself. If so, I suggest you re-examine your logic. Self-doubt could be an excuse to avoid changing. If you have no doubts about the existence of God, then you have reached the realm of knowing. By acknowledging that you know unquestionably that a higher power exists, you have banished internal doubts. If you then realize that this higher power is in all things, you cannot doubt that it is within you. If you are alive, then you have the life force of God within you. It is as simple as that. The fact that you are alive confirms the existence of the highest consciousness within you. Start by changing the vocabulary you use to describe yourself and to describe your expectations. Instead of using words that reflect your doubts, change the words to indicate your knowledge and your faith. Stop when you use words and phrases like maybe, possibly, God willing, if I'm lucky, maybe, you never know. Start using words and phrases like of course, to get it, I know I can do it. When you use words and phrases that demonstrate the absence of doubt, you will conduct your life in the same way. Your actions will follow in the footsteps of your words, and your words will derive from what is your inner world. Change your words even if you don't mean them yet, because when the time comes they will become your reality. Friends and family suggested that I would not be able to sit down and write for 2 months to finish the draft of this book, because I had not written in several years. I just responded with a phrase like I trust that I will be able to do it. I am not alone and I will be provided with the guidance and help that I need. At no time did I use a single word or phrase that indicated any doubt, even if there was some internal questioning. I spoke those words, directed to the outside, I began to write and, indeed, the magic was there to give me divine help. The words and phases you use suggest to your physical self exactly what direction that physical self is going to take. Be careful what you say, and when you speak, do so with conviction and faith. When you find that things come up in your life that tend to reinforce your doubts, break away from old habits of thought. Here are some examples of old expressions that you could try to change. See? I already knew that that was just a lot of talk. God doesn't really care about me. This is a cruel world and you have to accept it. Examine the following list of statements for new ways to express yourself. If my joy is divine and I trust a higher power when things are going well, then my suffering must also be divine. I will refuse to judge him and instead I will know that in some way that I do not understand at this moment, I will know why that has happened. I will trust in God and in the energy that is in all things, and I will know that this too is in accordance with the divine order even though I don't like it right now. I know that the soul is eternal and that all forms will pass away, so why should I question it when it happens? I will mourn the person who has died, but I will not question why he, or she, has returned to God. The now, or 30 years from hour, is a tiny point in eternity. These types of affirmations will help you to banish doubt and stop judging the ways of the universe. Keep in mind that your joy is divine, your suffering is divine. Make a list of beliefs that you still cling to that are not serving you. Seeing them in writing will help you identify how absurd it is to remain ingrained in the beliefs of others. As you examine your beliefs, note how many begin with should and shouldn't. These types of phrases were your first training and they may still occupy such a large space within you that they do not leave room for new knowledge. Look for phrases like, you should pay attention to what your neighbors think. You should get angry when people treat you badly. You should hate your enemies. You should not disagree with others. You shouldn't be happy when other people around you suffer. You should feel guilty about your success when others have so little. You should not forget what your father always believed. There is a long list of shoulds that keep you from reaching the joy of spiritual life. These beliefs must be replaced by knowledge that comes from your own experience. Re-educate your mind. Your inner world, your mind, is like a recording that plays constantly. The sound of the mind can become so intense that you create images of disaster that blend into your reality. In The Mystery of the Mind, Swami Muktananda tells how absurd our beliefs can become and how they can actually rule the world, without having any basis in reality. Here's one of their examples. Once upon a time there was a poor worker named Sheikh Mahmoud. One day, his boss gave him a clay pot filled with liquid cream and told him to take it to the nearest town. If you do, the boss told him, I'll give you 2 rupees. If you drop the pot, you will have to pay for the cream. Sheikh Mahmoud set the pot on his head and set off. As he walked, he began to think, I am going to have 2 rupees. What will I do with them? At that time everything was very cheap. For 1 rupee, one could buy 25 chickens. Sheikh Mahmoud said to himself, that's right, I'll buy chickens. They will multiply, and soon I will have 100 chickens, 500 chickens, 1,000 chickens, 10,000 chickens. Then I will sell all the chickens and buy goats. I will have goats and sheep and a large farm. The goats and sheep will multiply, and when I sell them I will buy merchandise. I will become a great merchant. Then I'll get married and have a home. I'll go to an office and come home for lunch. I will have a very good cook who will prepare delicious dishes. But if the cook doesn't have the food ready, I'll get mad and slap him. After all, I will be a great merchant. When he thought of slapping the cook, he raised his arm. As soon as he did this, the pot of cream fell to the ground. So the cream did not reach the other town. Mahmoud did not get his 2 rupees. He did not buy chickens. He did not buy goats and sheep. He did not marry. He did not have a home. He did not work in an office. He did not slap anyone. He sat up and cupped his head in his hands. After a while he returned to appear before his employer and confessed. Master, I have spilled the cream. The employer replied. How could you do something similar? You have lost my winnings for the week. Oh, master, said Mahmoud, you have lost the earnings of the week, but I have lost my chickens, my goats, my house, my wife, my office, and my cook. Don't lose what you don't have just because you haven't learned to discipline your mind and banish those incessant doubts you create in your fantasies. Go back to the feelings that are present within you and reinforce the images that you create in your mind. For example, if you really would love to achieve prosperity, but have doubts about your ability to do so, first form a picture of yourself in abundance. Then go beyond the picture and ask yourself, how would I feel if I achieved that prosperity that I have envisioned? You probably think that you will feel something like content, satisfied, grateful, happy or euphoric. These are expressions of feelings that you can generate through your thoughts. Once you can get to the sensations behind your desires and know that you have the ability to create those feelings through your faith and the discipline of your thoughts, you will realize that needing anything else to feel lucky is just one belief and something that lacks authenticity. Do this exercise with everything you want to achieve in your life. Imagine first and then observe the resulting feeling. Then work to generate that feeling and you will feel your doubts dissipate. Always keep in mind that doubt is a mental experience. If you want a thought to dissipate, you can reject it. In the same way that at any moment you can refuse to have an unpleasant thought, because you control those thoughts, the doubt can be eradicated when it appears. Say to yourself, as if you were 2 people, the speaker and the listener. I have this doubt because I have allowed the persuasion of others to become my own beliefs. Now I will think for myself and know that I don't have to live with doubt. Love is the truest antidote to fear and doubt. When you feel unconditional love for yourself, as a divine creation that is here for a purpose, you shed all doubts and fears regarding yourself and your place in the world. Therefore, when you experience a moment of fear and doubt, give yourself a portion of love and remember that you are a divine creation. As you love yourself, that is what you can give. And it is also true that the more love one contains, the less room there is for fear and doubt. The banishment of doubt from your life will always put you in touch with a mysterious power that had previously been veiled. I urge you to abandon the doubts that inoculated you and let in new knowledge. The famous Sitting Bull described this power in the following words. Behold, my brothers, spring has come, earth has received the embrace of the sun and we will soon see the result of that love. Every seed has awakened and so has all animal life. Through this mysterious power, we too have our being. Notice that Sitting Bull refers to the power of love. That love that is within all things is also within you. Push the doubt out of your conscience and welcome the knowledge that it has been the subject of this chapter. The first key to access higher consciousness is also spoken of in the Bible, Deuteronomy 30:14 because the word is very close to you, in your mouth and in your heart, so that you may fulfill it. I leave the rest in your hands. You just have to banish the doubt. 5. Cultivate spectator status. In truth, it is life that gives life. While you, who consider yourself a donor, are only a witness. Khalil Gibran. I realize that I am always at liberty to let myself go and observe myself. Cultivating spectator status is the second of the 4 keys to accessing higher consciousness that will lead you down the path of spiritual quest. There are many benefits to taking this stance. In this chapter, I ask you to change your perception of yourself and cultivate a higher aspect of yourself, that of an understanding bystander. Instead of thinking of yourself as a human being who has thoughts, feelings, and habits, start to get out of yourself. I am showing you the way to a new type of freedom in which you will be a spectator of your life and you will never again dance to the rhythm set by others. What does it mean to be the viewer? Take a moment to reflect on how you see yourself. As you do this, think about what it means to say, "I was telling myself that." You will find that the phrase implies that you are 2 people. A person is the I he was saying. The other is the one who received the words of the speaker. The I spoke to the myself which, when you examine your internal dialogues, you do hundreds of times a day. When the spectator condition is cultivated, one withdraws from both the position of the self and the position of myself. Here from an invisible space, alien to his physical body, the viewer detaches himself from all emotions, feelings, and behaviors. From there, the viewer lovingly observes the events of his entire life. Several years ago I treated a case in which the patient suffered what she called terminal sadness. I was always depressed. He described his feelings with phrases such as, "All parts of my being are depressed. I am depressed every day, at all times. I wake up depressed and go to sleep depressed. I can't seem to get rid of this terrible feeling of depression." One day I asked him a question that became the turning point of his sadness. "Tell me," I asked. "Have you been noticing this depression more frequently in recent weeks?" She answered, "Yes, I have noticed that it is expanding more and more." "Now think carefully before answering," I continued. "Is the person who notices this depressed?" She asked me to repeat the question. "Is the person who notices this depressed?" I repeated. She was too taken aback to answer. But for the first time she was able to contemplate that there was another aspect of herself besides depression. That aspect was the part of her that warned of depression. This one who warned her was the witness, the observer, who had not been caught up in the depression. That invisible entity, without borders, was his spiritual self. Before that session, the woman had never known that part of herself. I spent months teaching him to stop identifying with depressing thoughts and feelings. He learned to detach himself from them and observe them from the position of the understanding bystander, independent of his thoughts and his physical body. Becoming a spectator is an act of love. It takes us out of the world of borders and forms and allows us to enter a space of pure love. So, begin now to notice realities in your life. Notice how placid you feel, or how anxious you are. Notice your physical appearance. How much you weigh, how fit you feel, and the degree of fatigue. Notice how much time you want to spend with your family, at work, traveling, playing, and praying. Let yourself be penetrated by all that is yours. Your nails, your driving habits, your garden. Now examine the number of times I have used the word warn. Remember that there is an activity called warn, and it includes the warner and the warner. So focus on being the one who warns and get used to going to that spot in your consciousness during your everyday life. Why welcome the status of a spectator? In my world, nothing ever goes wrong. These words were spoken by Nisargadatta Maharaj in response to an interviewer who, in exasperation, asked Maharaj to talk about the problems in her life. For me, it is the strongest statement I have ever heard. I keep it in mind every day of my life, and I have hung a reproduction of it in a strategic place in my office as a reminder of its supreme value. The interviewer insisted that Nisargadatta had to have problems like all other human beings. Nisargadatta told him, "You don't have any problems, only your body has problems. In your world, nothing lasts, in mine, nothing changes." Why would this enlightened master say that nothing ever went wrong in his world? I think it was because he was speaking from the position of the understanding bystander. Within all of us exists the eternal and unchanging dimension of our spiritual self. This is the invisible self that speaks to the physical self. He is the thinker of thoughts. This sympathetic observer does not reveal himself with scientific instruments and does not appear in autopsies. When one is really able to believe in the spiritual domain of the beholder, then nothing goes wrong because evil is not meaningless to the beholder. Everything has its order. Nothing is questioned from that perspective. It is like living in paradise, where the soul and eternity are, while one is in the physical body. But in this space, the body is not the center of existence. I am not suggesting that you withdraw and dispose of all your material possessions in order to find that key to higher consciousness, although it is certainly a possibility. Instead, I want you to consider how these words of nothing ever goes wrong, of having no problems, and living in the world of the immutable too can be applied to your spiritual awakening. There is a lot to learn from these ideas. Cultivating spectator status will put you on the path where your higher self begins to influence your physical ego rather than the other way around. As Maharaj says, give it your full attention, examine it with loving care, and you will discover heights and depths of being you have not dreamed of, absorbed as you are in the insignificant image of yourself. These words describe the power and value of cultivating observer status. The way we feel and live our attachments and sufferings can be changed when we learn to access the attitude of the spectator. Here are the main benefits of getting acquainted with your sympathetic observer. 1. When you cultivate the condition of an understanding witness, you become aware that you are more than just your thoughts, feelings, and sensations. You learn that you are much more than a captive of the acquired set of beliefs and behaviors that you have practiced throughout your life. You will gain a broader view of who you are, and this new insight will lead you to higher standards of living. It will put you in touch with your eternal soul. By knowing that spiritual self, you will be able to rise to heights that your previous beliefs prevented you from seeing. In relationships, you will begin to transcend your ego and give up the need to be right. Simple self-observation will reveal how limiting old ways of being are. The understanding bystander will open the door to spiritual communion with loved ones. Learning to cultivate spectator status will add new dimensions to your life, leading to a more spiritual and joyous existence. 2. When you cultivate your status as an understanding bystander, you become aware that you are more than just what bothers you. By cultivating observer status, the truth that nothing ever goes wrong in my world becomes clear. One develops a knowing that transcends what we call our problems. The viewer does not identify with them. He sees them as concerning the body, and they can be solved without despair. By distancing yourself in this way, problems cannot be fixed in your inner world. You will become almost indifferent because you will have the knowledge that in that world of the body everything changes, nothing remains the same. The problems will also change. They will come and go. The phrase "this too will pass" takes on a more personal and relevant meaning. If you learn to see difficulties not as inscribed in your inner self but as fleeting manifestations of the physical world, you will cultivate spectator status on the path of your spiritual quest. 3. When you cultivate your capacity as an understanding bystander, you take action that can dispel problems. Earlier in this book, I wrote briefly about the mechanics of creation. The same explanation is applicable to the cultivation of spectator status. As a brief recap, here are 2 sentences that summarize Nick Herbert's book, Quantum Reality. There is no reality in the absence of observation. The observation creates reality. Therefore, the act of being a spectator alone, without any other interfering activity, will create your reality. When you look at the troublesome events in your life with a sympathetic, benevolent attitude, keeping your attention on them in a way that helps you make resolutions, that is what happens. Posing a problem the witness way creates the energy to move forward. I find it very satisfying to make problems fade out of my life through this process of observation. For example, in the past I was very anxious under the pressure of a deadline to finish a paper. Anxiety manifested itself in the form of an upset stomach, fatigue, feelings of restlessness, and general physical discomfort. When I learned to be a spectator, I discovered that I could close my eyes and refuse to identify with the problem. It was still part of my body, but it was separate from me. By observing myself in that state, understandingly detached from my body, I could notice that the symptoms of anxiety were dissipating. I found that I felt calm and confident. When the urgency of the deadline re-entered my mind, the discomfort returned, but it was different. Now I was not the thought but the observer of the thought. Gradually the thought disappeared and was replaced by a sense of calm. After 30 minutes of being a spectator watching the thoughts come and go, and start over, the whole scene dissolved. I literally abandoned my being. Then I discovered that I was able to sit and write instead of being trapped by deadline ideas imposed by my body and mind. The act of observing as a witness from an objective perspective created a new energy within me. The energy dissolved the problem and allowed me to function at a healthier and more productive level. 4. When you cultivate your capacity as an understanding bystander, you bring peace into your life. Not only do you get in touch with the spiritual part of your being, but you also allow the peace and harmony of that glorious presence to be a basic experience in your daily life. Stephen Valinsky describes it this way in his book Quantum Consciousness: if I can begin to observe, to witness my reactions, I will feel more free and at peace. By identifying and merging with a thought or feeling, I prevent myself from being the observer and I become the experience itself. The ability to adopt the viewer's point of view means allowing our higher selves to observe in a way that does not involve making judgments. When you can observe your ego, you are no longer your ego. Your ego regresses when your spiritual self is more intimately integrated into your being. You will find that this new peace will carry you through the tasks of your material world with greater efficiency and productivity. 5. When you cultivate your understanding as a spectator, you take the first step toward liberation. When you start to walk away and observe, you are no longer controlled by the physical events in your life. For example, when you experience anger, take a step back and observe it for a moment. You will notice that you are almost immediately relieved of the pain associated with anger. Events will continue to happen, but you will no longer be the one to identify with those events. Being able to observe events, including those in your own body, frees you from having to experience pain that you once thought was the only option. My wife and I have raised 8 children. If we had not maintained the attitude of the spectator, many times we could have felt very disturbed and unhappy. With an observant attitude, we can step back and contemplate our thoughts and feelings, as well as those of our children. We know that we will break free if we can detach ourselves from time to time from the chaotic physical world of our large family. From the space of the understanding spectator who does not identify with the problem disappears. The solution comes from our ability and willingness to trust that we can offer advice and guidance, without identifying ourselves as failed parents or perfect parents. The act of observing sets us free. And it will also liberate you when you cultivate your spectator status. 6. When you cultivate your understanding as a spectator, you come into contact with God. Through cultivating spectator status, I have come to know God more clearly. The act of observation is the most that I have been able to do to approach the true experimentation of another dimension, a dimension unhindered by the limitations of the material world. It is an out-of-body experience, in which the body and thoughts are seen without identifying with them. Regular practice of observation will make you appreciate Carl Sandburg's comment, "Something originated in me and had no origin, something will put an end to me and there is no end." From the viewer position, you know that it is not just that to see. There is a spiritual reality available when you separate yourself from your material self. He establishes the connection with the higher plane of himself only from that position. The divine energy within you envelopes you in love and peace as you observe the thoughts, feelings, and sensations in your body. This process of cultivating the condition of spectator is the process of knowing the truth that Saint Matthew announced, "For God, everything is possible," Saint Matthew, 19:26. Now tell me if you can say more. You know that everything is not possible in the realm of the physical, therefore, God becomes that part of you that is beyond the material. By being a spectator, you can make this your reality. So, here are the 6 benefits you will gain from reaching spectator status. Gradually, you will emerge as a being who knows that you exist outside of your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations, and therefore these will not play the important role that they have been playing. 4 categories of observation. In order to cultivate your spectator status, you need to develop your powers of observation regarding yourself and the world. You need to learn to observe their reactions, to overcome them. It is this going beyond that constitutes the essential part of the spiritual search. I have divided the different types of observation into 4 categories. Observation of your body. This type of observation has been practiced by most of us in one way or another. In general, we allow our bodies to function without interference. We are aware that the body exists and that there is a spirit that makes the machine work. From the first time she looked at herself in a mirror and saw her face look back at her, she has been observing her body. The owner or occupant of your body is a mysterious entity. Yet even as an occupant, he has often identified with her body. Sometimes you forget it and assume that you are that body. But essentially, you have observed your body when it performs movements, and being aware that an invisible self is somewhere inside, observing. Throughout your life, you have seen your body go through many changes. However, within you there has always been an unchanging self. There is still a little boy, who sees himself in terms that defy time and limits. He knows that he is not that body, at the same time he worries that his undeniable connection with him will cause his death when the body dies. When you look in the mirror and see a new wrinkle, the disembodied part of you that sees the wrinkle has not changed, despite the skin creasing. I see hairs growing in my ears and nose, and I wonder why they are there now and where the ones that used to grow on my head have gone. But inside I am the same. When you see gray where you used to see brown hair, you know that the real you is not gray, and if you think about it, you know that the real you was not brown either. You see spots on your skin and you know that some part of yourself is immaculate. For as long as he can remember, he has been observing these phenomena in his body. It is also true that you know that the entity performing the observation is completely detached from what it is observing. As you read this sentence, you are allowing your body to act without interference from you. He is not busy making his heart beat, filling his lungs, oxygenating his blood flow, or circulating his vital fluids. Let your body function on its own and allow another part of you to know how to be a spiritual observer. This way of doing things gives you a great service. By observing your body and not participating mentally in its functioning, it works with the perfection for which it was intended. If you were constantly checking and trying to control the functions of your body, you would be overly tied to it, inhibiting its natural functions. The times during your life that you have worried about the functions of your body or have interfered with them, are those in which your health has been broken. When you don't get carried away by your body's instincts, you find that your body becomes unbalanced and broken in one way or another. By assuming the role of intruder, you create dysfunctions that will ultimately break the foundations of the divine edifice that houses your soul. Feed your body the wrong foods and it will respond with lethargy and illness. Stop exercising it and it will become heavy and clumsy. Ignore your needs for fresh air and healthy surroundings and you will fall apart. Give him narcotic substances and he will react negatively. When your body is in bad shape, ranging from obesity to back pain, nervousness, the flu, cancer, or any other abnormality in the natural course of the body, then it is imperative that you assume the position of benevolent bystander. True consciousness is a state of pure observation, without any attempt to repair or change what is being contemplated. It is a kind of non-judgmental healing love. Even though what he is observing is illness, the understanding viewer notices the points of conflict and observes them with unconditional love. The non-judgmental act of observation contributes the appropriate loving energy that the situation needs. The more you can practice spectating, the more you will find that the very act of observing will keep your life moving on the path of spiritual quest. The mechanics of creation are such that the place where you put your attention and hold it is the place where the change from nothing to the here and now originates. Observing your mind. You may have gotten used to looking at your body. It does not seem difficult because he imagines that the observation of the body is done with the mind. So what do you use to observe your mind? This is where you will abandon your old beliefs and enter a new world of observation. Try to see your thoughts as a component of your body/mind. Think of thoughts as things. Things that allow you to get out of them and observe them. Your mind generates thousands of thoughts every day. They come and go like trains from a station, one enters, another takes its place, one leaves and another arrives. This continues throughout the day. You have been led to believe that these thoughts are not always under your control. You often believe that the thought process goes on and on even when you would like it to stop. I am not asking you to stop your thoughts, the subject of chapter 6, but just to know that you have the ability to be an observer of your thoughts. Merely observing the flow of thoughts will restrain your mind to the point of stopping where you can experience God. You first need to observe your thoughts. Then you need to observe yourself by observing your thoughts. Here is the door to the inner space where, free from all thought, you will experience the joy and freedom that will transport you to your spiritual self. The simple exercise of observing your mind shaping your thoughts will eventually dissolve unwanted, unnecessary, wrong thoughts. As you develop spectator status, you will learn to quiet your mind, take inventory, and dismiss or redirect thoughts that generate self-centered or defeatist reactions. In this simple process, you will also come to know your spiritual self. Some time ago, the United States Congress debated provisions for deficit reduction. One of the key proposals was a tax increase provision for people in my income range. While I was studying the book I Am That, and learning to introduce this observation technique in my life, I was following with great interest how the procedures of that law progressed. If it passed, my taxes would go up considerably. The teachings of Nisargadatta Maharaj encouraged me to learn to observe my thoughts from a detached, if not unconditionally loving perspective, and it was not prejudicial. So I sat and watched my thoughts regarding the likely tax increase. What I saw was the most naked earthly self-centeredness. The thoughts generated by the ego play a huge role in creating the world that the ego wishes to create. My every thought seemed to demand that I consider it the most important. As I learned to observe my thoughts, I noticed that one in particular reappeared frequently. It was the following: how dare you say that I do not pay my share? Don't you realize that I only have one vote and yet I send more money to the government bureaucracy than 99% of the people? How dare they accuse me of not being a good citizen? Then, after a few moments, another rebutting thought would appear: there is a large deficit, and I have been blessed with an abundant income. Many people will benefit from me paying more, and I can afford it. So why so much trouble? This thought was followed: wait a minute, they have no right to make me pay a higher percentage of my income. I don't mind giving them more money, but why do they have to demand a higher percentage of their income from a citizen and punish him for being successful? More money, yes; a higher percentage, no. My observer was sympathetic and neutral. From here to there these thoughts flew through my mind as I watched them instead of possessing them. As I was practicing spectator status, I noticed an interesting phenomenon. Anxiety about the problem began to dissipate. I no longer cared about one thing or the other, and I realized that I no longer participated in that drama. Events would happen regardless of my thoughts about them, and the more I just watched the thoughts, the more they tended to evaporate. Then I understood what Nisargadatta meant when he wrote that self-knowledge is detachment, when you know that you lack anything, that everything that exists is you and is yours, desire ceases. Do not disturb your mind with searches. The mind is interested in what is happening, while the consciousness is interested in the mind itself. Once I was a spectator of my thoughts, I was no longer attached to them or their result. I was released. This position of being a spectator of your thoughts has no relation to your income figure. Your thoughts will not influence Congress in any way. So become an observer and learn how to keep your thoughts from ruling your life. It really did not matter if they approved or not that wording of the law, since in my mind I had very convincing arguments to defend one position and the opposite. What I was left with was the freedom to choose how I wanted to feel about the matter and or leave it in God's hands. At that point I learned that they can't tax me, only my body. The ability to imagine yourself behind your back and observe your thoughts well illustrates the ability to look within and participate in the divine act of creating your spiritual life. Problems start with the thought that you put into your mind and that is allowed to fester to the point of anxiety. Anxiety begins to manifest in your life as physical symptoms, which we call arthritis, high blood pressure, and tachycardia. The benevolent energy that we receive from the observer, from the spectator, will allow those thoughts to enter and exit naturally. Thoughts coming in and thoughts coming out. You will learn to be a spectator of your thoughts in the same way that you observe external reality. Witnessing your thoughts will take some practice. With perfection comes miracle and delight. Traumas dissolve in the thinking stage and are prevented from manifesting in the everyday world. I provide several suggestions for practicing this practice in the final section of this chapter. Observation of your vital energy. Everything in life is energy. Understanding the principle of energy is vitally important in learning how to cultivate spectator status. Your emotions are energy. The typewriter I am using is power. When you meet another person, there is an exchange of energy. Each of the events of life involves energy exchange. When you decide to be a spectator of your entire life, you will begin to see it from an energetic perspective. All the conflicts in which he has participated throughout his existence have in some way extracted spiritual energy from him and left him with lethargic energy. These encounters, since childhood, represent a stored energy that has made him center his life on his ego. You have identified with the events and the people who have influenced you. That has created and nurtured the lethargic energy that inhibits you from knowing your spiritual self. You have a great deal of negative, invisible energy within you that your senses do not inform you of in a language that you have been taught to understand. Naguals, spiritual teachers from Central America and Mexico, have a ritual training called recapitulation, which can decrease negative, lethargic energy, and increase the ability to observe. Tasha Abler, in The Sorcerer's Crossing, describes the recapitulation process as calling back the energy that we have already used in past actions. Recapitulating involves evoking all the people we have met, all the places we have seen and all the feelings we have had throughout our lives, starting in the present and going back to the earliest memories and then cleaning them one by one. When I first made the effort to recap my life and clear the negative energy that I had accumulated, I thought it would be an impossible task. But it was not. It only involved using my attention to observe a specific event and then leaving it behind me. The process sounds strange, but when it is carried out one gets a powerful sense of leaving the old conditioning behind and recharging the present with energy. What I found almost astounding was my ability to evoke people and events seemingly long forgotten. One day I decided to recap my fourth grade mind. By the simple system of being a benevolent spectator of my classroom at Arthur Elementary School in Detroit, I was able to see each of my classmates, the place where each one sat, the book that Miss Engel was reading, the secret garden, the bankruptcy lesson, the globe in a corner, and the names of everyone in the class. As I was observing myself in the classroom, I realized that I had consumed an enormous amount of energy in fear of not being accepted. It was my first year at that school because we had moved from another neighborhood. I was able to return the consumed energy to my energy body. I was amazed at the ability of my mind to conjure up all those seemingly insignificant and long-forgotten facts and classmates. The recapitulation process is an energetic process. All memories, like everything else in the universe, are energy. Regaining lost energy and shedding negative energy seems impossible to do, but I can assure you that cultivating spectator status will have the spectacular effect of increasing your awareness and making you know your most sublime self. As you step inside and begin to be a spectator, a witness to your entire life, you will begin to feel an overwhelming sense of wonder and respect at the way it all fits together. What he struggled with as a teenager led him to a higher plane of existence in youth, or middle age. The energy you used fighting your parents, or facing foolish rules, can be recovered and used in a more profitable way. From the viewer's perspective, one does not make judgments about the correctness or incorrectness of this or that fact, their behavior, or the reactions of others. By being a witness to your own life, you free yourself from the energy trapped in prejudice, anger, and vanity that you may have experienced at the time, and that are still within your body. Through observation, you will discover that you have the ability to return to any point in your life, and act as if you were facing the same situation again. Observing your life and changing the existing energy patterns implies reaching a huge discipline. You may prefer not to go through this ordeal. However, if you convince yourself that you have the power to do so, and that you can witness your life at will and relieve those events from a distant perspective, you can shake off all the blocks that inhibit you. Any energy that you give to past events that is not based on unconditional love is an energy that prevents you from knowing your spiritual self. Observation of the world around you. One can adopt the position of the spectator before everything that happens. This includes events in the neighborhood as well as events of global significance. As a witness, you refuse to identify yourself with what you see. One is a distant observer, passive but noticing things. You do not identify with what is happening, but you notice it. When one becomes a witness to the events around us, it eliminates the self-centered perspective. You will no longer see it in terms of how it affects you. It will limit itself to warning what is happening. It is not linked to the good or bad of what happened. He knows that, in some mysterious way, everything is part of the natural order. He will not question God. It will just observe. The advantage of taking this position is that you begin to see how that fact affects all people. If it is a problem, you see the solution clearly. You feel like it shouldn't be happening, but you don't ask why and you don't judge or get angry about it. You are a silent witness. If the event is a hurricane or an earthquake, for example, you don't feel torn inside. You know what has happened, you know what needs to be done, and you can do it. Learning to observe the world from the perspective of the distant observer, however, does not mean being unemotional. It just means being free from immobilizing emotions. Abraham Maslow defined the most valuable human beings as those who had been realized, and specified that the highest quality they possessed was to be independent of the good opinion of others. When you no longer need to see the events of your life from an egocentric perspective, or from the point of view of how you should react when caring for others, you have achieved an important piece of freedom. Freedom is what the witness position offers. Freedom from being in an airport, for example, watching how others are upset by a flight cancellation, while you silently observe alien behavior for your own. During the time I was learning to practice witnessing, I found myself on an airplane that was caught in incredible turbulence. As the oxygen masks fell, the plane shook violently and the passengers screamed in panic. I found myself observing the event, including my behavior. I let my body just sit there and be violently shaken. I did not experience the slightest fear. I was estranged, and consequently it was not I who was in danger, but the one I was watching. In my heart I knew that I could not die, that it was eternal, and from that eternity I watched. That serene witness kept me from panicking, and seemed to ease the fear in the person sitting next to me as well. You can apply witness status to anything disturbing. Wars will go on and on regardless of your inner turmoil. Having many world viewers could help create a collective energy of peace. Of course, it will not be their anger that will eradicate the war. The same is true in the case of violence, hunger, disease, and all the problems that we suffer. By becoming a witness, you do not become passive or indifferent. He becomes the observer who sees what happens for what it is, and who also sees the solutions. If you make the anger of the violent your own, you become one more violent person who alters the harmony of the world. As a witness, you will radiate the calm energy of observation and detachment. These are the goals our world will achieve if we who witness as witnesses succeed in bringing about a spiritual revolution. These, then, are the 4 categories of observation that are available to you. They may sound a bit strange to you if you think that we only act on the world with our physical or intellectual selves. I admit it's a new and perhaps radical notion, but put it to the test. Who knows? It could end up transforming your life and helping you get in touch with the strength and wisdom of your spiritual self. Suggestions to achieve the status of viewer. The following are some ideas to put the witness to work in your life. Perceive the one who perceives. As you take note of your worlds, inside and outside, you begin to become familiar with the perceiver. If you do this several times a day, you will begin to see that you are much more than your body, your mind, and the programmed events of your life. Realizing the presence of your true self as an observer will bring you new dimensions of creativity and contentment. As you become familiar with the perceiver, remember that you cannot feel pain or suffering. Your benevolent witness reveals a corner of freedom where you are immune to heartbreak. I suggested to a waitress who was being pestered by inconsiderate customers, that she observe their behavior rather than be the victim. He didn't understand it and asked me to explain it to him. You have 3 protections between the real me and the outside world, I told him. First, you have the waitress uniform. That, of course, is not his true self, so he does not identify with the waitress. Second, he has his body, but he doesn't know how to make the mistake of believing that he is his body. If he does, anyone can hurt him with an unflattering comment about him. You have a body, but you are not that body. Third, you have the mind, but note that it is your mind. Now, who is the owner of your mind? It is who observes, and that is you. It is not the mind, nor your body, that feels anxiety, nor is her waitress uniform, which is more than a witness. Do not allow anyone to enter you unless they come with love. With everyone else, just step back and watch them, as well as yourself, in the little drama that's unfolding. Once she puts an end to the false identification of herself, she will be free. Being the observer is your ticket to freedom. Go get it. In this way, she gained a new sense of relief and pride in herself, and was able to keep the unpleasant energy of other inconsiderate customers at bay. You can achieve something similar at any time in your life by becoming a spectator. Post this statement in as many places as possible. In my world, nothing ever goes wrong. Look at it every day and remember that everything that happens to you obeys divine order and carries a lesson. At the same time, it will help you live in the spiritual realm, the realm of the immutable and eternal. You will begin to identify, not with the problems that bombard your body, but with the silent observer. You'll see solutions begin to emerge when you take this stance. If you know that your problems are not yours but only your body's, then the act of observing will keep you from being immobilized on the inside. That serenity will offer you the solution to solve the problem of your body. When you feel upset about anything, say out loud, "I am more than what bothers me." Just this simple statement that you are more than just a receptacle for problems will prevent you from allowing those problems to prevail in your everyday life. You are not those problems, but the one who is aware of their existence. Your higher consciousness can provide you with a refuge when you begin to believe that you are these problems, and that until you solve them you will feel pain. Try this exercise. Think of something that has been bothering you for a long period of time. Now go to a quiet place and close your eyes. Just see the problem surfacing on the blank screen of your consciousness. Notice all aspects of the problem. What does it look like? When does it appear? What does it feel when you have it in mind? The pain and fear you experience when it is present, how you have dealt with it without success in the past. Think about everything related to the problem. Then distance yourself from the problem. Just let it stay there, on the screen of the mind. Look at it from the point of view of the sympathetic viewer who non-judgmentally watches the screen. See it like a movie, allowing it to change. You will see that it changes and appears and disappears from consciousness. With every change or movement you make on the screen, you continue in the attitude of the benevolent witness who knows that the energy will do what it wants and that it will also be accompanied by the loving energy of the witness. Oftentimes, this act of observation will result in the feeling that the problem has dissipated. If that happens, observe it from the position of the sympathetic observer as well. I practiced this act of observation when I was injured and could not play tennis. At first I reacted to the pain in my foot with phrases such as, "This injury will not let me do what I want, and that annoys me." I found that no matter what I tried, the pain persisted and I was unable to turn on my foot and consequently had to interrupt an activity that I loved. Then I took the position of the spectator. I no longer saw myself as someone with an injury. I attributed the pain only to my body and not to myself. I witnessed the whole situation and just watched it. I lovingly watched the pain, the way it appeared, my feelings of frustration for it, the color of the swelling, everything. But I refused to think of him as mine. It was just my body problem. The very day I did that, all the discomfort disappeared. I had focused my attention on what was happening, and had distanced myself from it, and in what seemed like a few hours, I was no longer in pain and was playing tennis as if I had never been injured. In order to know the benefits of observing, you will have to banish the doubt. Remember that you have been taught to believe that your body is the essence of your humanity. You have been taught to approach problems with your physical and intellectual resources, not with your spiritual self. Keep in mind the words of Carlos Castaneda in The Power of Silence: what we need to do to allow magic to take hold of us is to banish doubt from our minds. Once doubt is banished, anything is possible. If you do not banish doubt, you will find that you will only experience frustration, which will lead you back to doubt, and then you will see the fruits of doubt manifest in your life. Do not become obsessed with the idea of succeeding or failing in reaching the position of spectator. Undertake this adventure with complete detachment from the results. Just keep in mind that there is someone inside you that you know. One who perceives. A divine silent spirit that is omnipresent in your life. Ask for nothing more. Don't be tempted to evaluate your progress. Just welcome this new phenomenon of observation into your life as a gift from your spiritual self. When the time comes, you will see the results. Practice new phrases for the internal monologue to replace your old identification with your physical body. I am the one who owns the body. I am not the body. They cannot reach me if they come with hatred or anger. I cannot worry when I refuse to be the one who cares, and I limit myself to observing the one who has those worries. These phrases from the internal monologue will keep you focused on your spiritual realm. You will find that many of the things that you worry about or experience negatively begin to lose negativity. Instead of getting caught up in confrontations with others, try to be an observer. Rise above the temptation to prove someone wrong, and instead watch yourself and your opponent. You will soon see the need to get into this anxiety-provoking confrontation, and you will shift to a more spiritual reaction. Keep in mind the following phrase: it serves to defuse confrontations and improve relationships. When you have the choice between being right and being kind, always choose kindness. I heard that phrase while I was looking at myself in the midst of turmoil over something my wife did not understand. I had been so busy trying to prove her wrong and convince her of the correctness of my position that I felt more and more distressed. Then the phrase came to him. It has been very useful for me to deactivate situations like that. It is a quiet place. Observe your thoughts for 30 minutes. Just quiet your mind and watch the thoughts come and go. As you do this, Keep reminding yourself that the thoughts are not you. You will find that one thought appears in your mind, and in a few moments another completely opposite will emerge. Notice the thoughts that come in and then watch them as you go. This is particularly useful when you are upset by some external event, such as what job offer to accept or whether to sell your house. Your attention will turn to those thoughts that provide the solution. Oftentimes, what you need to do will become crystal clear. You will have banished doubt and created knowing, all through the act of observing from a distant point of view. It is inevitable that you will have to complete tasks that are unpleasant or that do not have the slightest interest at all. Instead of complaining about how unfair it is, or how boring these jobs are for you, remember that it is not your body, but the one that is eternal and unchanging, and that you have the possibility of not feeling a victim. You can detach yourself from the body, watch it go through boredom, and refuse to identify with it. Then you will find yourself in the position of observing yourself without identifying with the body. This observation process immediately banishes prosecution of the activity and provides you with a state of contentment. I used to apply this technique when I was working for a large supermarket chain. One of my tasks was to unload a trailer full of heavy boxes. He often had to do the work alone. It was boring, tiring work. At the time, I didn't know that what I was doing to make it more bearable was to adopt the position of the spectator, but, looking back now, I see that I was doing that. He was watching me doing all the movements. And the boxes no longer weighed. I didn't pick them up. I was watching my body do the work. Time flew by, and before he even had a chance to feel bored or tired, the job was done. I was able to transform myself and do that task from the perspective of the observer. I have spoken with prisoners who have used this technique to withstand their sentence, particularly when they were in solitary confinement. Some are able to observe the whole of the experience rather than hold on to it, and find that their feelings of isolation disappear. In fact, those who have survived torture in prison camps often say that they refuse to think of themselves as being tortured. They managed to leave their bodies and watched the torture be inflicted, thus pushing the pain out of their conscience. At any time, in any job, you can entrust the task to your body, pushing away tiredness, boredom, or any other feeling. Try the recap. You can recap your life, right up to your birth, if you think it can be helpful. This process involves imagining the people and events that have been part of your life. Begin by moving your head from left to right very slowly as you bring the people and events to consciousness. As you move your head from side to side very slowly, you begin to regain the energy you have lost under these circumstances. You are recovering the energy that you have dissipated. Some people have spent up to 2 years in this recap process. When they finished, they found themselves recharged with energy and able to access their new energy, to transport themselves inside, to new dimensions of reality, new internal worlds that defied everything they had believed possible until then. The practice of recapitulation provides a clearer picture of the need for everything that happened in your existence to take place in the precise way that it did. Recapitulation shatters the belief that energy, once consumed, cannot be recovered. You can access both your body and your energy body and see new worlds. The recapitulation is an entrance to those worlds. These ideas of energy recovery, energy cleansing and energy exchange between people may seem absurd to you. If so, it is because you have come to trust your 5 senses to such an extent that any extrasensory reality seems incredible to you. Everything is energy in the universe. You cannot move without influencing the energy. You are an energy pool, and always have been. Go beyond your senses and experience a new type of energy that will put you in touch with worlds you may never have imagined. The recapitulation process is an incredible thing. You can redistribute your normal energy and intensify it in such a way that you take a spectacular leap into the world of the unimaginable. I recommend that you read Tasha Abeller's book, The Sorcerer's Crossing, for a detailed overview of the recapitulation process. Even if it is difficult to reach the observer position, try some of these ideas. More than anything, the viewer's perspective makes you aware of your spiritual self. It makes you share the big secret: you are not your problems, you are not your frustrations, you are not even your physical life. He is the one who perceives all this. You cannot grasp or examine that glorious aspect of yourself because it resides in the invisible self. However, it is the core of your spiritual quest. You have to make your spiritual self rule your life. You need a deeper and richer experience of life. This will elude you if you do not get to know that higher aspect of yourself. Being a spectator will initiate you in this knowledge. Nisargadatta Maharaj states in I Am that, it is the idea that I am my body that is so dire. It blinds you completely to your true nature. Even for a moment, don't think that you are the body. Give yourself no name, no shape. The reality is in darkness and silence. As you cultivate this new awareness, you will find that you enjoy silence even more than when you used to look to bustle for a companion. Cultivating observation will make you recognize yourself not as the one who does, but as the one who observes the one who does. You will come to welcome this kingdom as a respite from the tight world you have been living in. The third access key to higher consciousness will advance you further in your spiritual quest. It is an art twin of the spectator condition. 6. Silence the internal dialogue. Empty yourself of everything. Let the mind rest in peace. 10,000 things rise and fall as the self watches them return. They grow and flourish and then return to their source. Returning to the origin is immobility, which is the way of nature. The path of nature is immutable. Knowing consistency is wisdom. Not knowing consistency leads to disaster. Knowing constancy, the mind is open. With an open mind, your heart will be open. By keeping your heart open, you will act admirably. By acting admirably you will attain the divine. By being divine you will be one with Tao. Being one with Tao is eternal. And although the body dies, the Tao will never disappear. Lao Tzu. The more I listen, the deeper the silence. Specialists estimate that our minds have 60,000 thoughts every day during waking hours. 60,000 times each day, something causes a new thought to enter our consciousness and then leave to make way for another. The problem with this is not in the enormity of the number, but in that today we will have essentially the same 60,000 thoughts that we had yesterday and before yesterday. Our inner world is a frenzied hive of activity with the same thoughts repeating endlessly. I call this internal frenzy internal dialogue. It is an omnipresent hum. Most of this internal dialogue is a sum of beliefs that other people have transmitted to us. Those thoughts include all your beliefs about everything imaginable. There are no limits: family, relationships, sex, politics, history, environment, criminals, God, everything. Thoughts come and go from day to day, in a repetitive interplay of beliefs. You may remember what I wrote earlier about beliefs. I explained that they carry the doubt within them because they got them from other people. Therefore, your inner dialogue reinforces the doubt. He doubts about oneself, his capacity to create miracles, his capacity for divine relationships, to heal himself, to achieve prosperity, and finally, he doubts about the capacity to know the joy of inner peace. The way to reach this place of inner peace, and consequently achieve higher consciousness, is to quell the inner frenzy. Peace and internal dialogue. The Chinese sage Seng Tsan bequeathed us the following sample of wisdom: stop talking, stop thinking, and there will be nothing you cannot understand. Look inside, and in a flash you will conquer the apparent and the nothing. He only advises us to stop talking and stop thinking. This is the third key to gaining the sense of peace that is part of the spiritual quest. I want to make it clear that peace is not the absence of conflict. There will always be conflicts because there will always be other people who will want you to behave according to their dictates. If you have a strong perception of yourself as a unique individual, there will always be opportunities to reinforce that belief. Conflicts will also arise when you can quiet your self-talk and quiet your mind. Peace is not the absence of conflict. Peace is living the presence of God. As you learn to quiet your self-talk and feel more at peace, you will begin to feel God's presence in your life. You will feel that peace both in your body and in your inner world. The beliefs will disappear, and its place will be occupied by knowledge. As I was preparing to write this book, I read the New Testament and came across something written by St. Paul, which was of paramount importance to me. In the Epistle to the Philippians 2, 5, 6, he wrote, "Let there be, then, in you this mind that was in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God or who had by usurpation to be equal to God." The reason this was so valuable to me is that Jesus' first disciple, St. Paul, does away with the notion of God as separate from man. It seems to me that he rejects the accusation of those who believe that it is blasphemy to speak of God as part of ourselves. When you silence self-talk, you are in direct contact with the loving presence of God. Let this mind be within you. God resides within you. To know how to take this first step, Melville's phrase quoted above is so appropriate that I will repeat it: silence is the only voice of our God. But this silence is only worth what we bring back when we return from it. The ability to penetrate within, to know God, and to bring back something of value in the form of higher consciousness is achievable only when one silences the internal dialogue. What is brought back is peace. At different times in my life, both alcohol and other substances were part of my life path. Through meditation I was able to give up alcohol, and since then I have not touched it again. But with other substances, he believed that he could use them whenever he wanted to achieve a superior energy recharging effect. That he had the ability to use them, enjoy the increased energy, and then leave them for long periods. But there came a time when I found myself turning more frequently to these external sources of energy. The day came when I learned that I was making stupid decisions devoid of all spiritual content, and that it was related to the fact that I sought the help of these addictive substances. My challenge became to get rid of that addiction. I tried to get rid of them by reading, but came back. I tried acupuncture, specialist treatments, and herbal cures. But it was falling again. He was determined not to continue playing with those substances. But it fell over and over again. Then I had my moment of enlightenment. At 4:50 a.m. in January I was meditating. In the stillness, in the silence of that meditation, the thought that he would never resort to that substance again became real. It was my first experience of God. My heart was opened, as Lao Tzu says in the quotation at the beginning of this chapter. The entire internal screen of my consciousness was transformed into a brilliant luminescence. As you walked in, I heard a voice saying, "You have tried everything else, why not try it with me?" Never in my life have I known such peace, or such certainty that God was within me and around me. I was overwhelmed with joy. I thought maybe I was dying at the time, and I didn't care because the joy was all-encompassing. I could see my body from a distance, like the people who have described their deaths. Then I saw a window that was the most transparent I've ever had in front of my eyes. It was as if someone had cleaned the glass with a miraculous solution that allowed me to see eternity. I have never been so sure of anything in my entire existence. I felt that I really understood the meaning of "by having your heart open, you will act admirably. By acting admirably, you will attain the divine." I knew that the desire to seek something outside of my own person would disappear from my life. No substance had ever caused me this kind of ecstasy. I heard that voice, I felt the presence of God, and since then I have not felt the slightest desire to use any analogous substance again. This is what I brought when I returned from my inner silence, the ability to free myself from an unhealthy addiction and the absolute knowledge that in you this feeling that existed in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, was not usurpated equal to God. I had reached to feel. It came to me when I had silenced all dialogue and given up all other methods to drive that evil monster out of my life. That is why I can write with conviction that inner peace is not the only thing that you will get by silencing the inner dialogue. Perhaps the most valuable thing is what you will bring back from that experience. Latza goes on to tell us that by being divine, you will be one with Tao. Tao is the name he gives to God. Thus, we become one with God by reaching higher consciousness. I have debated with myself whether to include such a personal story in this book. I mean, my ego argued with myself. Thanks to my spiritual self, I knew that my experience with chemicals also involved helping others to look inside, helping them to seek the peace that I experienced. Millions of people are playing with fire when they walk with these substances, which threaten our children and the fabric of life. That is robbing us of our spiritual essence and eating away at our bones. If, in telling my story, a single person addicted to any substance and who knows that he has lost control over himself decides to silence the inner whirlwind and seek help in his loving inner presence, it will have been worth it. You don't have to be challenged to quit some drug to find value in higher consciousness. It works the same way for anything you want to overcome. It consists of reaching silence and letting God be present in you. Reaching silence requires a conscious effort. It can be helpful to know how your mind works. The steps to clear the internal dialogue. As I discussed in the previous chapter, thoughts flow in and out of your mind throughout the day, and you can observe those thoughts rather than identify with them. However, you have to remember that the thoughts originate with you. In order to understand my mind, I use the metaphor of a pond of unlimited depth. I do not call this metaphor or the exercise derived from it meditation because there are countless methods of meditation. I prefer to think of it as a simple and effective way to silence internal dialogue. In that pond there are 5 levels. First level, the surface. On the surface of the pond is all the agitation. It is at the surface where the wind will churn the water, rain will fall and split it, cold temperatures will freeze the surface, and high temperatures will return it to its liquid state. Storms will make the surface violent. The placid weather will return the surface to a smooth and crystalline calm. Hours and dust litter the surface, people throw stones disturbing its calm, and all the shaking is visible. The surface of your mind is also the place where you notice all the turmoil. This is what I call the talk level. It is here that multitudes of thoughts constantly flock to the surface of your mind. The talk is about finances, deadlines, health, children, dating, shopping lists, retirement, vacations, violence in the Middle East, conflicts at work, sexual relations, the book you are reading, traffic, car repairs. Your headache, your mother's flu, what you are afraid to tell your boss, the wife or husband you are a victim of. I could fill 1,000 pages with these fleeting thoughts. This is the reality of your mental life. Many agitations buzz on the surface of your mind, all related to everyday life. The storms of his life turn to violence in his mind. The winds of its existence create upheavals. All of this takes the form of thoughts. The mind is thus completely populated with thoughts related to its external life. This kind of existence is exhausting. But more than tiring you, this level prevents you from experiencing higher consciousness. Unfortunately, this is probably the way you have become used to using your mind. You may even believe that the mind is nothing more than the receptacle for all these thoughts. And you might believe that there is nothing to do, that you are conditioned to use your mind like this by both education and genetics. Until you explore other possibilities, you may believe that thoughts come and go of their own accord, and that there really isn't much you can do about it. If your mind is so busy, then so be it. I urge you to reconsider that position. Pay attention to both the surface level of your mind and the depth and breadth of your mind, just as if you were responsible for keeping a pond clean. The image of the surface of a pond ravaged by a storm does not capture everything that happens in the pond. Some debris that floats to the surface does not completely degrade it. Second level, just below the surface, shaking at the surface has very little impact below the surface. You can continue to observe a storm from below the surface, but its presence is not felt in the same way as when you are in the middle of it. Likewise, when you can descend below your mind, you leave behind the hubbub of talk. Here, the constant coming and going of thoughts is replaced by a different way of thinking. You have more control over your thought process, even though you are still a long way from silence. However, activity is now more concentrated. If you stay still, you find that your thoughts are now analyzing. This is where you look for reasons for everything. Break down each thought and try to figure out why this happened or that failed. Mocking dialogues are established with the people in your life who do not support you as you think they should. Just below the surface the analysis takes place. You may find yourself analyzing something and making an effort to stop, but at this level there is constant analysis. Think of a pebble thrown to the surface of the pond. There comes a time when it begins to sink to the bottom. You have crossed the talk level and you are passing through the analytical part that is just below the surface. Take the spectator posture you learned in the previous chapter. Watch the pebble fall and watch the analytical thoughts. Analysis is the mental activity to which we are engaged when, automatically, we make silent comments about all people and things. Those silent comments insist on analyzing your progress or lack thereof. The difficulty lies in thinking that there is something else besides this comment and finding how it comes to peace and ecstasy. You have to know how to wait. They will come by themselves. Don't judge or get frustrated. Let your mind analyze, and be assured that sooner or later the pebble will continue on its way to joy. As you fall, you will leave the analysis behind you and reach the third level. Third level, far below the surface. The pebble is now far below the surface of your mind. The talk diminishes and so does the need to analyze. Your mind sees the flow of things and how they are all connected to each other. To synthesize is to gather, analyze to separate. At this level you are closer to your spiritual nature. You can feel the flow of gratitude, joy, and acceptance. You know you are connected to all life and you use your mind to understand your place in the pond. When the pebble reaches synthesis, the mind is still being used. However, here one is no longer a victim. You have learned to control the thoughts that come in and go out. At this level you accept that people are unique and that you cannot understand how or why everyone acts the way they do, including yourself. You find yourself floating on a deeper level of consciousness. You will feel the divine flow through everything and everyone. You feel more at peace. The pebble falls more and more slowly towards the bottom. You begin to know in depth who you are without the mind having to understand you. Until now, you have been convinced that enlightenment involved being an explorer in search of something specific. Now he realizes that this is not the case. He surrenders to the fact of not understanding and begins to experience enlightenment. You know that God is inside and outside of you. The pebble falls further to the bottom, in the center of its being, leaves behind the annoying talk, analysis, and synthesis and reaches the fourth level. Fourth level, stillness and ecstasy. Now you are reaching the place where you will be overcome by the joy of silencing your inner dialogue. In this place, one begins to block thoughts and is one with consciousness. Pay attention to the silence of it. As his mind quiets down, jubilation begins to flash in the depths of the fourth level. Joy is a sign of God's presence. Glee is a particularly noteworthy feature of the spiritual quest, because its presence confirms that you have found your path. The basic substance of life is the joy that arises from the spontaneous movement of the present moment. With this spontaneity comes being free from self-centeredness and judgment of oneself and others. This calm mind floats on the sea of joy. I love the following passage from Tara Singh's book A Gift for All Mankind. I believe that the most essential thing in one's life is silence. What is silence? We think that if we are silent, we are silent. Worse, we have to reach silence without desire or need, otherwise we are not silent. Move towards discernment and wanting nothing. Inhibit all encouragement. It is the most beneficial. This quieting of the mind is a momentous experience. You know the joy of not hearing the endless talk and not needing anyone to confirm that you are or are not on the right path. Stillness is an inner confirmation that you are experiencing a higher part of yourself. As you get used to stillness, you will find that you seek it out on a regular basis. You will know that there is a presence within you. After a short period of time, the pebble will reach that place of stillness. An old proverb affirms, when the shoe fits you, you forget the foot. This is the state of mind to which the fourth level transports you, a joyous forgetting of what does not fit, because the mind is at peace. Fifth level, a space open to all possibilities. This is the ultimate resting place. It is beyond the quieting of the mind. It is the inner place where the mind is emptied of all thoughts and one is overwhelmed by stillness. The best description I have ever read of this level is of the American Indian black moose. He expresses it in the following way: the first peace, which is the most important, is the one that comes from within the soul of people when they realize their relationship, their identification, with the universe and all forces, and when they realize that the Great Spirit dwells in the center of the universe, and that this center is really everywhere, within each one of us. This is the essence of the space open to all possibilities, which has been called by many names, including those of unified space, space of greater infinity, and the place where everything is possible. Imagine that there is a space within you, deep in the pond. When one is able to reach this place, through the power conferred by being a spectator, one discovers that one is not the wave but the sea. And remember that what you bring back from this realm is what will be most meaningful to your spiritual quest. The Great Spirit that Black Elk speaks of is within each one of us. It is the unified space. In the unified space in which the pebble reaches its state of rest, you are one with life. You are one with God and with the energy of love that is at the center of everything. You will not be able to penetrate this truth by reading these words. You have to live it. You have to know it. I know the unified space. If I know anything about quantum mechanics, it is that all things, when divided into their tiniest elements, are not particles but space. We all share that unified space, and that experience is what you will find at the core of your being. Instead of concentrating on a single thought, I am able to fix my consciousness between thought and thought. This space is mental, it has no form. Only your consciousness can turn away from a particular thought and focus on that space. When you begin to see yourself observing the space of thoughts instead of the thoughts themselves, you will have the feeling of knowing God. Upon reaching the unified space in your life, I would say, it will be oriented according to a purpose that will no longer be unknown to you. The space open to all possibilities is what St. Matthew was referring to when he said, with God, everything is possible. It is a magical place that you have to access, and you will only do so if you travel inside. The phrase all things are possible or is an exaggeration. Within this realm, one can achieve what was previously believed impossible. Now you know my metaphor for how the mind works and what it can achieve when you silence the incessant, monotonous inner dialogue. The inclemencies will continue in your life, as they do over the pond. Serenity will no longer be defined as the absence of storms, but as the peace that will live despite the existence of such inclemencies. If you feel like it, you can call this meditation. You can call it awareness, or just a moment of stillness. Some prefer to call it the prayer of serene inner experience. Whichever name you choose, I seriously recommend that you take time each day to let that pebble come to rest in the unified space, the space open to all possibilities. The prayer and its internal dialogue. I recently finished reading one of the most remarkable books I have come across. Healing Words, The Power of Prayer and the Practice of Medicine is written by a man for whom I have immense respect. His name is Larry Dossey. Dr. Dossey is a practicing physician who has discovered the healing power of prayer. He has carried out an astonishing amount of research and, after it, defends the scientific value of prayer. Prayers seem to be a decisive variable in the cases of patients who achieve a cure. The theme of this magnificent and entertaining book is that, in the future, science and religion may find common ground for exploration and dialogue in prayer. When we think of prayer, we usually assume that it is an activity that takes place between the person praying and God. And usually we place God outside of those who pray, not or identify with Him. But it turns out that this is not the case. As Larry Dossey remarks, there is no evidence supported by any experiment that praying sends something, or that any kind of energy is present. Which clearly suggests that prayer has nothing to do with no conventional type of energy, that does not travel from here to there, and that could not go anywhere. Of course, this is very difficult for us to understand if we find ourselves trapped by our old beliefs. To understand the power and value of prayer, we have to shed old ideas, and look beyond cause and effect, as well as time and space. The kingdom of God has neither beginning nor end. The realm of the Spirit has to do with the whole, where everything exists at all times, everywhere. The quote I like the most about this phenomenon is from the legendary writer Hermes Trismegisto: "God is a sphere whose center is everywhere and whose circumstance is nowhere to be found." Try to fit this definition according to your intellectual standards and you will find yourself confusing. God's center, and yours too, is everywhere, it knows no limits. Thus, prayer puts you in touch with your core. But it is not about something that you send out of your body, into another. Dossey's conclusion is, if prayer goes nowhere, then it could be present everywhere simultaneously, enveloping the one praying and the Almighty at the same time. It is extremely important that you understand this, because it will help you to silence the inner dialogue through the use of prayer. Prayer practice puts you in touch with the truth within you. That innermost center is the unified field that I mentioned earlier. It is there where the truth dwells in its fullness, and it is the realm where it is found when praying. It is in eternity, which is an invisible magical space within which healing can take place and where one knows divinity. Prayer is a great way to silence internal dialogue. It provides a space to quiet the mind and to communicate with God. The essence of the third key to access higher consciousness is simply to achieve inner silence. If you want to call this meditation, do it, but put it into practice, you will know joyous elation. If you prefer to call it a prayer and see it as a dialogue with God that excludes noises outside of your inner being, do so, but pray. The key is neither in the method nor on the label you put on it. The key is to practice letting the pebble fall from the surface of your mind into the space open to all possibilities. That is where we are all one, and where you will meet God. Suggestions to silence internal dialogue. As you go within, turn to the metaphor of the pebble descending through the various levels of your mind. As the pebble falls, become a spectator. Benevolently observe all your thoughts as you descend into unified space. When you find that your mind is too full of thoughts, try not to focus on anything for a few minutes. You need to stop and bring some quiet to your inner talk. Say to yourself, "My mind is full of thoughts. I'm going to try to go 5 minutes without being bombarded by any thoughts. I'll put any thoughts away from me for a few minutes." Use your breath as a means to keep your mind from chattering incessantly. You can do this by concentrating on your breath. Take a deep breath while excluding all thoughts. Then breathe out slowly and completely with the same concentration. When thoughts appear, which they will, keep in mind that they are prompts to refocus on your breathing. You can also use your heartbeat as a point of concentration. Refocus on your regular heartbeat when thoughts are intruding. When you find that your thoughts are just below the analytical level, think of a rose. By replacing analysis with the beauty of a rose, you might remember these verses from Rabindranath Tagore. Let's not take a rose to our beloved, because in it there is already incarnated a message that, unlike the words of our language, cannot be analyzed. This is a reminder that the habit of analyzing can prevent you from knowing the truth that is at the center of your being. The rose does not need to be analyzed. It simply is. The same is applicable in your case. At the level of synthesis, when you are feeling the beauty and unity of life, you may find that you are indulging in thoughts about the pleasure of that peace of mind. Give up those thoughts too. You need to silence all internal dialogue that muddies the path that leads to the open space of all possibilities. Your ego likes to tell you that you are better than others, because you are more spiritual and have a deeper understanding. He runs through his consciousness with such thoughts. When it does, get rid of it. Now is a time for meditation or prayer. Try to fix your awareness in the space of the thoughts, in your environment, not in them. This may seem impossible to you, but I assure you that you are capable of doing it. When you are in a thought, slide through the interval that preceded that thought and fix your awareness right in that void. In his Quantum Consciousness, Stephen Valinsky says the following about the space of thoughts: experiencing the space between our thoughts ends up leading to the relaxation of the limits we place around things, ideas, people, and so on. And as these limits relax, our content increases. That limitless space that exists between your thoughts is a gap that is beyond your physical and mental perceptions. It is there where you experience the ecstasy of spirituality. When you purposely fix your consciousness there, you will be overwhelmed by an overwhelming sense of contentment. When you come back to a thought, which is inevitable, don't judge yourself. Gently but firmly try to slide back into the gap between that thought and the next. Enroll in a martial arts course that teaches the art of concentration. There are many such activities at your disposal. Tai Chi and Taekwondo are just two of many that enjoy popularity due to their effective combination of physical and spiritual discipline. They make you know about concentration, which is another term to define the process of silencing the inner dialogue and being one with the divine presence. Contact a Transcendental Meditation Center and enroll in an introductory course. It is a great first step to finding inner peace and quieting internal dialogue. The purpose of Transcendental Meditation is to teach you how to get into that unified space and learn to overcome your resistance. I highly recommend it. I have practiced Transcendental Meditation for many years. At any time of stress, go inside and let the pebble fall, even if only for a few seconds. You can silence self-talk anywhere. This technique has been useful to me even in the middle of a tennis match. When I have done this, I have discovered that some of the most important moments in athletic competition are between point and point. That space is like the space between thoughts. In situations like a game of tennis, you can focus by breathing between shots. This way you will be immune to distractions. Try to turn your activities into meditations. Silencing your inner dialogue doesn't have to be something you practice alone, in a quiet place. You can do it anywhere, regardless of external circumstances. Stand in front of a mirror, look yourself directly in the eye and say out loud, "I love you, I value you, and I know that there is much more in you than what stares back at me." Then close your eyes and repeat it again. You will find that you go beyond your physical self and free yourself of many of your thoughts related to proving your worth. You are a precious being insofar as you are a divine creature. Point. You don't need to prove anything. So any thought that is contrary to this is preventing you from coming to know your spiritual self connected to divinity. When you make the decision to pray, instead of directing the prayer abroad and seeking special consideration from God, he makes an attempt to be in the mind of God that St. Paul wrote about in his letter to the Philippians. Instead of making requests, listen to the voice of God that is present at the center of your being. If you are praying for another person, have your observer focus on the divine energy that surrounds that person. Do not allow your thoughts to stray from that divine healing light. See God as your eternal divine guide, always there for you. Live it. Imagine a large clock whose second hand pauses very slightly each time it advances 1 second. I think of an old Seth Thomas clock that was in my school classroom. It seemed to stop every time a second passed. First, focus your attention on each second, then divert your attention to the space between the seconds. Or imagine running through a large crowd without touching anyone. Imagine that you are running through the gaps between people. The gaps represent that space between your thoughts, a space that symbolizes the Tao. The silent and limitless emptiness within. Marcia Saintar, writing her Ordinary People as Monks and Mystics, summarized this process as follows. If ordinary people take the time to turn inward, to develop themselves as we are commenting on, their behavior, choices, activities, would also be motivated by their interior. Each act and choice would have more meaning. These authentic acts are the result of a conversion process that we can all experience, whether or not we are dependent on a grocery store, a school failure, a nuclear scientist or a bum. Fortunately, this process is the great equalizer. It has little to do with where or how a person lives. We are all ordinary people, and we are all also mystics. Take a little time each day to turn inward and let that pebble fall through the levels of your mind until it is settled in the space open to all possibilities. The inner noise prevents you from knowing the silence that is the voice of God. You can know this third access key to higher consciousness if you are willing to recognize yourself as a divine creature. Your spiritual search begins in moments of heavenly silence. By gathering the spiritual energy you have in the joyous moments of silence, you will relegate your ego. This last access key to higher consciousness is waiting for you. 7. Free the higher self from the ego. I do not come to entertain you with worldly pleasures but to awaken your sleeping immortal memories. Paramahansa Yogananda. I know that my higher self is always ready to rise beyond the world that I perceive with my senses. The little three-letter word ego has had several meanings. In the Freudian system, the ego, or the self, is the conscious aspect of the psyche that decides between the basic instincts of the id and the morality of the superego. A person with an ego problem is considered to be self-centered. She is considered to be boastful, selfish, dismissive, vain, and generally unpleasant. The stereotype is usually male. There are many other interpretations of the word ego. Some consider it the unconscious part of ourselves, mainly devoted to hatred, malice, and destruction. The ego has also been described as something that is always within us, controlling our daily life, and that we can do little to change it. Others define the ego as the exclusively physical aspect of our reality, as opposed to the spiritual or higher part that we define as soul. When I speak of ego, I do not mean any of these concepts. I consider the ego as the idea that each of us has of ourselves. That is to say, the ego constitutes nothing more than an illusion, but an illusion that exerts a great influence. Analysis of the ego. No one has ever seen the face of the ego. It is like a ghost that we accept to control our life. The reason no one has seen the ego is because it is an idea. The ego is an invisible, incorporeal, unlimited idea. It is not anything other than the idea that you have of yourself, your body/mind/soul/me. The ego as a tangible reality does not exist. It is an illusion. Maintaining that illusion can prevent you from knowing your true self. In my opinion, the ego is an erroneous thought disposition that tries to present you as you would like to be rather than how you are. In essence, the ego, the idea of oneself, is a distorted way of affirming and living existence. You may have seen the word ambulance written backwards on the front of such a vehicle so that the person looking at it in their rear view mirror can read it. Think about it. When you look in the mirror you see yourself upside down. Your right hand is your left. You know that a reverse view is in front of you, and you make the appropriate adjustments. Do not confuse reality with the mirror image. The ego, that idea of oneself, is very much like the example of the mirror, but without the adjustments. Your ego wants you to look inside on the outside. External illusion is the main concern of the ego. The mission of your higher self is to reflect your inner reality and not the outer illusion. The description presented by Sogyal Rinpoche in the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying explains this discovery wonderfully. Two people have been living in you throughout your existence. One is the ego, talkative, demanding, hysterical, calculating. The other is the hidden spiritual being, whose quiet and wise voice you have heard or heeded only on rare occasions. Then Rinpoche goes on to speak of what he calls the wise guide. Within you there is a wise guide, a part of your true self that walks by your side as you advance along the path of your spiritual quest. Rinpoche concludes, the memory of your true nature, with all its splendor and confidence, begins to return to you. You will find that you have discovered within yourself your own wise guide. Because he or she knows you to the core, since it is you. This wise guide is you, not the idea you have in yourself. Think of this inner guide as your true self and listen to it. Instead of paying attention to the speech of the ego, you will hear inspired messages of wisdom. And you will free yourself from the demands of the ego. I am not suggesting that you conquer, defeat, or despise the ego. It is important to honor and love all aspects of ourselves. This includes the visible world of sense perception and the invisible world of divine spirit. This fourth key to higher consciousness has to do with your liberation from the ego-created illusion that the ultimate meaning and gratification of your life will be found outside of yourself. Taming the ego is a way of inviting the higher aspects of oneself to act according to their natural, loving, and integrated design. A Course in Miracles makes this point clear. Your mission is very simple. You are asked to live in a way that shows that you are not an ego. If you do not have a deep and rich perception of yourself and your purpose in the here and now, it is likely because you believe that you are your ego. 7 Defining characteristics of the ego. Getting rid of ego illusions is easier when its defining features are known. 1. The ego is your false self. Your true self is eternal. It is the force of God that lives in you and provides you with the necessary energy so that you can walk around wrapped in what we call the body. Believing that you are just your physical self, the body that contains energy, is a false belief. It is not necessary to repudiate the ego when it is recognized as a false self. What is actually being recognized is that the ego represents an idea of yourself that does not match your true spiritual identity. We are more used to thinking that we are a body with a soul than to realizing that we are a soul with a body. That you see yourself according to the ego emphasizing you as a physical being is a form of amnesia, which is cured when we recognize who we really are. Tagore refers to the falsehood of the ego in this eloquent passage. The one I lock up in my name is crying in that dungeon. I'm always busy building a wall around it, and as this wall ascends skyward day by day, I lose sight of my true self in its shadow. I am proud of this great wall, and I plastered it with dust and sand for fear that a small hole might remain in my name, and despite all the care I have, I lose sight of my true self. The wall is the ego that we build. It imprisons us in the dungeon of frustration. Notice that Tagore uses the expression true self to describe the one who is prevented by the ego from reaching his consciousness. The ego is the opposite of that true self. It is being false. This idea has been with us since we started to think. It sends us false messages regarding our true essence. When we listen to it without adopting the position of the observer, we enter the darkness. We make assumptions about what will make us happy, and we end up frustrated. We strive to assert and increase our own importance, when what we long for is a deeper and richer life. We repeatedly fall into the void of self-centeredness, not knowing that all we need to do is block out the false idea of who we are. 2. The ego wants you isolated. The ego wants to convince you to believe in the illusion that you are isolated. With each painful experience of loneliness, the ego grows strong. This false belief is constantly reinforced by our cultural environment. Convinced of our isolation, we see life as a competition. Competition increases the feeling of being isolated from others, and fosters anxiety about our place in the world. Unable to see ourselves connected to the highest intelligence, the energy of God, our anxiety increases and our sense of loneliness prompts us to seek external connections. Replacing external connections with internal connections is what we try to do by showing that we are better than others. The need to look better, achieve more, judge others, and find fault are all symptoms of the mistaken belief that we are disconnected and alone. The idea that we are alone begins early in life. Without someone to present us with a richer model of inner life, we grow up experiencing the pain of loneliness, hurts, and blame from our peers, all of which intensify the sense of being isolated. The ego becomes stronger and stronger as we integrate into our being the belief that we are isolated beings. We become convinced that physical life is the only thing there is. We spend a lot of time believing that we are better than others. Our philosophy when relating is to be the first to get the best of the other person. The lack of purpose and meaning in life is supplemented by the belief that one is born, buys, suffers, and dies. Since this illusion of the ego is the only thing that exists in life, fighting for what one wants and defeating others forms the axis of our lives. The assumption of isolation runs so deep that convincing someone otherwise is a major undertaking. However, you know deep down whether what you have just read describes you or not. And you can make the decision not to continue allowing your ego to keep you away from your spiritual self. When you abandon your ego beliefs, you are on your way to becoming one of those people that Gene Houston, in an interview for New Dimension Radio, described. They were hardly narcissistic, hardly selfish. They hardly noticed his individuality. They just weren't wasting time worrying about their outward aspects. They were in love with life. They were in a constant state of commitment to all facets of life, when most people are skins that carry little egos. If you want to be like those first people, you have to conjure the illusion that you are isolated from others. Your idea of yourself will be revealed over and over again when you try to conjure the illusion. And when you know that you are not isolated, and the idea of yourself has faded, you will experience never-before-seen contentment. You no longer have to compete or be better than anyone else. You no longer need to hoard, or chase honors. You will have left behind an idea that you have cultivated for most of your life. Instead of seeing yourself as something other than God and the universe, you will live your life as connection, not separation. The eternal aspect of yourself can then influence your life. You will feel your connection with yourself and with all of existence. 3. The ego convinces you that you are someone special. The ego cannot recognize that the Supreme Presence sees everyone as lovable. The idea of nobody is special is something that the ego does not take well. Our socio-cultural environment tends to agree with the ego in that there are special people and special situations. This attitude is what explains the artificially maintaining life, which is a mockery of the meaning of life. Saying someone is special means that some are more valuable than others. As if God had favorites. When we present this belief to our spiritual selves, we immediately see that it is absurd. However, we allow our egos to create categories and ask others to follow them. The idea of the special denies the perfect equality of creation. It also denies the love of God. Your ego may insist that God loves you more than other people, thus denying the unconditional love that God offers and that you keep within yourself. Your ego's insistence on this also implies fear that you are not special. Being afraid of not being special prevents you from knowing the peace of God, the harmony with everything that leads to the joy that your spiritual self treasures. The idea of being special prevents the perception that you are a divine creature. Self-esteem, which is given to you because you are a spiritual being with a human experience, comes to depend on your belief that you are special or virtuous, in the eyes of God. Your true self is not special. It is eternal, invisible, and spiritual. Self-esteem is not something you have to earn. A fulfilled person does not even think about it because he cannot doubt his own worth. He knows that to do so would be to doubt the worth of God. Attachment to the idea that you are special creates enormous impediments to awakening to your true identity. It cultivates fear and resentment and prevents knowing unconditional love. To discover your spiritual self is to let go of any attachment you have to the idea that you are special or to the identification with your ego. Those attachments symbolize what you have come to regard as success. The ego encourages you to hoard, believing that it will increase your happiness. But you know that happiness is not found in the more the better. You know that something outside of you cannot give you inner peace. You know that this is a distorted perception of reality. Turn those thoughts around. Look to the inner path, where you are connected to God and to life. 4. The ego is quick to take offense. Whenever you are offended, you are at the mercy of the ego. Establishing rules for how you should be treated is one way to guarantee that you become chronically offended. This is how the ego works. One of my favorite stories is related to Carlos Castaneda and his spiritual master, the Nagal Don Juan. After being chased for several days by a jaguar in the mountains, and being convinced that this jaguar was going to tear him limb by limb and eat him, Castaneda finally managed to escape from the happy beast. For 3 days he had lived in fear that he would be ripped apart and eaten by the jaguar. When his teacher asked him about this experience, Castaneda, as recorded in his work The Power of Silence, replied. What remained in conscience was that a mountain lion, since he could not accept the idea of a jaguar, had chased us up the mountains, and that Don Juan asked me if I had been offended that that great cat could attack me. I told him that it was absurd that I could feel offended, and he replied that I should feel the same about the attacks of my fellow humans. I had to protect myself, or get out of his way, but without the feeling of being treated in a morally wrong way. Anything that offends you represents your sense of self-centeredness. The person who offends you is not offending your true self, but your idea of who you are. In the world of your eternal self, nothing ever goes wrong, so there is nothing that can offend you. But in the world of your ego, you are immediately ripped out of blissful peace from your higher consciousness and thrown into a world in which you determine how others think, feel, and behave. When they are not what you think they should be, you are offended. When you have sufficiently restrained your ego, you will be able to treat other people's lunges in the same way that Castaneda was taught to think about the jaguar. It is obvious that it does not make sense to offend by a jaguar attack, because it is only doing what jaguars do. Whether you like it or not, your fellow humans are, in some ways, like the jaguar. They are behaving naturally. If you can accept that without being offended, you have put your ego's idea of who you are in its rightful place. Then you will receive the motivation to make the world a better place, without being offended. When he has tamed his ego, he is no longer offended by his fellow humans. Free from ego illusions, he sees his peers as they are rather than how he thinks they should be. The path of your spiritual search is clearer. 5. The ego is cowardly. Your ego gains strength by convincing you that you are other than God. To ingrain this belief, he fosters the illusion of his guilt and sin, in a cowardly attempt to avoid the face of God, which is his true self. The ego gains strength by convincing you that you are separate from God and will do anything to keep you in this mental attitude. It will even try to subdue you by encouraging your belief that you are an unworthy sinner. The spirit self knows the truth. That divine essence knows that at the core of its being there is a divine spirit, bathed in the light of love and joy. When you find yourself continually being overwhelmed by ideas of guilt, know that it is the cowardly acts of the ego that trembles in fear at the thought of you realizing that you are an extension of God. But just as the fear of the dark disappears when a light is turned on, so the cowardice of the ego disappears before the inner light. Cowardly behavior is nothing more than a symptom of fear. The antidote to fear of bravery. You can bravely face the fear and cowardice of the ego if you know that the part of God in you is separated from divine energy. That knowledge provides the courage to turn on the light of inner love. Thus the ego's idea of your illusion that you are exclusively a part of the physical world vanishes before the light. 6. The ego grows by consuming. The false self will constantly bombard you with the idea that you have to have more in order to gain peace. The ego pushes you toward external signs of worth and you are threatened by the notion that you can find peace within yourself. This urge to look outward is what I have called looking in the wrong direction. The ego tries to keep you looking outward for a deeper, richer sense of peace and love. Your position would be weakened if you knew the love and wealth within. The ego thus consecrates you to keeping you looking in the wrong direction. By looking outward in this vain attempt to find peace, you convince yourself that possessions will bring you the peace and fulfillment you long for. The ego has been successful in directing its life abroad and rejoices when it focuses all its energy on acquisitions. With your attention focused on what you know to be wrong, you try to correct those mistakes through more acquisitions, which distracts you from knowing the power of your mind to make the decision to choose peace and love. This is how the ego system remains intact. It is imperative that you regain the power of your mind in order to overcome the false beliefs of the ego. It is impossible to consume the path to peace. You cannot buy love. There is no peace in the more the better. That way of acting only leads to a meaningless life of struggle. The ego feels threatened and afraid that you will come to give meaning to your life. He wants to see you increasingly doomed to more complex achievements. When you stop pursuing what cannot be obtained on the outside, you breathe meaning into your life and become placid. His false self has been tamed. 7. The ego is insane. My definition of an insane person is someone who believes that they are something they are not and who acts in the world according to that belief. This is precisely what the ego believes. And at all hours you try to convince him that you believe it too. Insanity haunts because the ego fears death. We could say that the ego has the delusional belief that it will die if you begin to know your true self. As this insanity takes over your life, you come to identify with this false idea of yourself. Without realizing it, he involuntarily joins the mass that also suffers from this madness. Keep in mind the following quote from the book A Course in Miracles: "This is an insane world, and don't underestimate the extent of it. There is no aspect of your perception that is not affected. However, the world is full of people convinced that the Holy Spirit is something separate from them. And they spend their lives trying to convince others of this madness too. All human violence is a reflection of the belief that we are isolated beings. If we knew that we are all one and that God is within us, we would know that any harm inflicted on another person is a violation of God. We would not be able to behave as we do with each other. But the ego's madness has convinced us of our isolation, of our separation, and has encouraged us to carry out our revenge." Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, the French theologian and paleontologist, wrote, "We are one, after all, you and I, together we suffer, together we exist, and we will eternally rejoice with each other." This is sanity, knowing that we are one with God. For the ego, this is a dangerous postulate because it threatens its importance. Total capitulation to the fears of the ego is insane. For example, Teilhard de Chardin was forbidden by his order, the Jesuits, to publish his philosophical works. He had to feel the pain deep down, but his sanity was not altered by an incorrigible ego. His knowledge was stronger than his ego and the church authorities. At present, the works that have been published about him are already classic treatises. One of your ego's most foolish ideas is that you are verbally and spiritually superior to others who are not consciously seeking their spiritual self. This idea of spiritual superiority is the daughter of the belief that we are alone and disconnected from the universe. According to this belief, spiritual people are a group apart from those linked to their ego. This is another trick of the ego to try to satisfy your longing to know your higher self, creating a dichotomy in which you are better than others. The reality is that there is no inherent dichotomy of the higher/lower type in the human condition. Each of us has our own path that we travel, each of us will be tested in many ways. His knowledge of God does not make him superior to anyone, it only gives him a deeper and richer meaning. Those who have not yet seen your inner light continue to be a part of you. They are you in other manifestations, different silhouettes with different behaviors. Your and their essence continues to be the only source of life, God's heavenly light. It is folly to allow the ego to convince you to assign the label of superior and inferior to the divine loving essence within all of us. The 7 characteristics of the ego mentioned above are only an introduction to the subject. They expose how the ego intrudes into our lives. You will experience a spiritual awakening as you become aware of the ego's influence in your life. True freedom is the result of liberation from the power of the ego. However, the ego will try to tempt you with many false freedoms along the path of your spiritual quest. Authentic freedom vs. false freedom. You will recall that in a previous comment you described freedom as being unconcerned about yourself. When the ego has been mastered, freedom, in this sense, is accessible from the moment that your inner world is not obsessed with feeling offended, isolated or special. Freeing yourself from self-centeredness is true freedom. The opposite of true freedom is false freedom. The latter is the freedom that the outside world tries to sell us. It is as illusory as the existence of the ego as an independent entity. False freedom, like the ego, is nothing more than a delusional idea. The idea is fed by the ego when it convinces it that to be truly free it has to get something external. This is the freedom that society offers and that your ego pursues in order to reinforce the illusion and dominate your life. To get to the joy of true freedom, you first have to examine the kind of freedom you pursue. You need to see what kind of freedom encourages you to pursue the cultural environment in which you live. You need to acknowledge the freedoms that you think you enjoy that are not authentic. Here are several of those freedoms they offer you. Notice how it differs from true freedom, which comes from overcoming the ego and knowing God. The freedom of chemistry. Using a chemical to feel free is the ego at its worst, an illusion feeding an illusion. The use of chemical substances generates hallucinations and delusions in everyday life. The cost of this way of embroidering freedom is freedom itself. Too many human beings pay the price for brief experiences of freedom based on drug use. Babies addicted to cocaine are born, adolescents who prostitute themselves to pay for drugs, families and lives are destroyed, there is an escalation in crime, productivity decreases, poverty increases, living conditions become inhumane. The pursuit of freedom through the use of chemicals has trapped consumers in a life in which they never have enough. The ego tells such a consumer, you will be free when you experience the ecstasy that comes from this chemical. But the pleasure is no more than physical. It lasts only a moment. And then the ego comes back, demanding more. You never get to freedom on that path. You end up doing anything to get what you have come to despise. Is this true freedom? If it is, you will feel that you have reached the point of satisfaction. One would say, this is it. I do not need anything else. When the ego is overcome, one simultaneously works in friendship with the loving divine presence that resides within everyone. Then the subject will say, this is it. I do not need anything else. I want more love, more life, more purpose, all of which seems achievable thanks to my spiritual self and the knowledge of my path. I want authenticity, I don't need a dose of drugs or a hangover, nor do I need to be impoverished to feed my habit. The idea that a chemical substance provides freedom is false. The only thing you will get out of a false idea is the need for more and to breathe life into the false self, the ego. Sexual freedom. The practice of sexual freedom has produced the exact opposite of authentic freedom. The idea of sexual freedom has created a false freedom that has immense appeal to the ego. Sexual freedom has destroyed many lives. I am not taking a moral stance on sexual promiscuity. I am pointing out that it is the work of your false self to convince you that this type of sexual activity has something to do with freedom. A key test of whether you are on the path of your spiritual self or the outer path of your ego is the amount of peace and harmony that your goals bring to your life. Our quest for such freedom has brought about the largest increase in sexually transmitted diseases in human history. It is clear that sexual freedom has done great damage. God is peace. The ego is harmful. A plea that appears in the Bible, God, deliver me from my ego. Ego-driven sexuality is a reflection of our longing to know our spiritual self. The ego convinces us that sexual freedom will not bring the peace, joy, and ecstasy that we know await us somewhere. When we accept the ego's solutions, we get a false freedom. Authentic freedom provides the freedom to know and feel God's love within yourself, and to share that experience in the physical world, as an affirmation of that love, not as an end in itself. This freedom is found by looking in the opposite direction from the ego, where your higher spiritual self is waiting for you. Sharing both your physical self and your spiritual self is true sexual freedom. Pleasure is a glorious experience and I urge you to have as pleasant a life as possible. Worse, do not confuse pleasure with freedom. Ego-inspired freedom is always based on a false sense of security because the ego itself is a delusional idea. The freedom of money. Remember that the ego grows with consumption. The false belief is that the more you have, the more you will acquire and ultimately the more freedom you will enjoy. You can buy freedom, the ego tells you, and you are free to spend even the money you don't have yet. The ego insists that all it has to do is want it and that being special gives it the right to do so. You don't even have to earn it, just want it. Any freedom understood in this way is false and usually requires credit cards. One is not free, in fact, you are a slave to credit. Debts accumulate at user interest, mortgage your future and your happiness, it poisons your life with worries and fears. All of this does not bring true freedom, in any sense. Objects cannot give you freedom. That is a trap prepared by the ego to keep you on a consumerist quest, always feeding that false idea. The ego insists that it will find what it seeks, as long as it continues to strive to increase its financial success. But what are you looking for? When I was a kid, I thought it was like being on the hockey team. I managed to get into it and saw that it was not that. Later I thought a date with Penny would be. She was wonderful, but she wasn't that either. I thought having my own car would be. Then what would it be like to be in the Navy? And then to go to college. Then I thought about getting a bachelor's degree. But with each achievement, he failed to achieve what he wanted. So I thought my wife would be, then a child, or several. They were all wonderful events in my life, but they were not what I was looking for. Later I thought it would be my first teaching position, then my first book, and later my first bestsellers. But the goal continued to elude me. True happiness cannot be bought or found outside of oneself. You won't find that elusive goal in money, fame, prestige, possessions, or even family. These are three of the goals the ego proposes to you in its effort to sell you its idea of freedom. True freedom is knowing who you are, why you are here, what your purpose in life is, and where you are going when you leave here. And to know that your identity is not in the physical world but in the eternal, unchanging world of God. Self-realization is true freedom. Self-realization is not something that one acquires but an understanding that, once achieved, cannot be lost. All the fruits of false freedom can be lost sooner or later and will be lost. Everyone demands it to be special and insulated, and everyone will turn to dust. True freedom is permanent. It is beyond all that hustle and bustle. And it comes as a knowledge, not as a belief. Once you know deep down that this inner experience of your higher self is the source of your freedom, you will possess it. You will be free from anger, hatred, and bitterness. In essence, you will be free to love. Your life will be filled with joy because you will have achieved self-realization. The self of self-realization is not the ego. So you must know that the loss of false freedom is not a loss. True freedom leaves no room for the ego. One stops being egocentric. Free from self-centeredness, you will enjoy true freedom. This new freedom will provide you with knowledge that will forever exclude any uncertainty. Instead, you will experience freedom as an inner connection with the divine. Suggestions for overcoming the ego and reaching higher consciousness. The following suggestions will help you get in touch with and overcome the ego. The 7 chapters that follow will offer you more concrete strategies for ridding your sacred self of the power of the ego. Try to know your ego. Try to determine when the ego is the dominant influence in your life. Ask yourself, am I listening to my false self or my spiritual self? The more aware you are of the ego's presence and how it manipulates you, the less influence it will have on you. For example, if you are strutting before another person, or feeling in any sense superior to your looks, abilities, or possessions, acknowledge that it is your ego that is at work, that is trying to convince you that you are separate from God, and of your superiority over God. Other human beings. As you become aware of your ego, you can break free from self-centeredness and enter higher consciousness. As Cicero said, in nothing come men closer to the gods than doing good to their equals. Knowing how your ego works is the first step to tame it. Begin to keep track of how often you use the pronoun I. Egocentricity is a child of the ego. It prevents you from achieving the blissful inner freedom that characterizes the spiritual quest. By being surprised when you persistently use the pronoun I and then make the decision to give or focus on your own person, you are overcoming the ego. You will be amazed at how often you use this reference to yourself. The more you can contain it, the more freedom you will experience. Begin to view your ego as an entity that accompanies you and has a purpose. This invisible companion is always by your side. Try to convince him that he is separate from God, of his superiority over others, and that he is special. The more you listen to this entity, the further you will stray from your spiritual path. As you recognize the signs of the ego's presence, gently say to yourself, "There you are again. You have let me take the bait and I have fallen into the trap of believing in my own importance." You will discover that most of your thoughts and actions are caused by that invisible entity that accompanies you. He wants you to feel outraged when you are treated badly, when you are insulted, when you are not caressed, offended when he doesn't get his way, hurt when he loses a competition or argument. By recognizing and naming this entity, you will eventually be able to ignore it. In the end, he will no longer play the dominant role that he plays. Recognize it first. Then he realizes that he is working. Finally, he gets rid of her. Listen to others and don't focus on yourself. During conversations, focus on what the other person is saying and how they feel. Then respond with a phrase that begins with you. For example, if someone is telling you about a certain experience, do not respond with a story about a similar experience that you have had. Respond with something that paraphrases what the other has said, or that convinces them that you have really been listening, that you have understood both their words and their feelings. You might say, "You had an amazing experience, huh?" This is called active listening. You will be pleasantly surprised at how much you will learn and how purposeful you will feel. It is a way of containing the ego and allowing the spiritual self to participate. Resist the habit of allowing your ego to dominate your life. Nisargadatta Maharaj answered the following in one of his dialogues to someone who asked him a question: resist the old habits of feeling and thinking. Don't stop telling yourself, "No, not like that, I can't be like that, I am not this way, I do not need it, I do not want it," and surely a day will come when the entire structure of error and despair will collapse and the ground will be free for a new life. Whatever your ego controls your life, the sooner the day will come when your spiritual self will fill the space previously occupied by the demands of your false self. Practice daily meditation or quieting your mind to undo the illusion that you are separate from the universe. The more time you spend silencing your inner dialogue, the more you realize that you are not separate from God or from the billions of souls, all extensions of God's energy. You will begin to treat others as you would like to be treated. You will feel connected to everything. Meditation, more than any other practice, breaks the illusion of being separate. Try to erase the word special from your mind. Special means better than, or more important than. It denies that God dwells in each one of us. We are all special, therefore, no one needs the label special. You are a divine, eternal creature, and you have a purpose, and when you recognize this, you won't need to compare yourself to anyone or waste time checking how other people are treated. This is the constant work of the ego. He continues to prod you to show that you are special. Embrace the truth that the Supreme Spirit dwells in all of us. When you know this, you feel safe and serene, without the need for flattery or reassurance that you are special or different from others. We are all children of God. There are no favorites. No one is relegated. We are all one. Keep a journal. In it, describe what offends you about other people. Try to find out how you benefit from being offended. If you are objective, if you look at it from the viewer's perspective, you will find that what really offends you is how you think others should behave. However, by itself, being offended does not alter unpleasant behaviors. So try to take a case where you are offended and just observe it. Notice that you are offended and see how it manifests itself in you. As you become adept at observing your ego in action, you will find that this act of observation will deactivate your anxiety. Through the technique of observing yourself, you will come to see that what offends you is the work of your ego, that it beats you over and over again that the world should be different, that people have no right to treat you inconsiderately. Your ego insists that you have the right to be offended, hurt, miserable. These judgments derive from a false idea of yourself, which does not stop trying to convince you that the world should be the way you are and not the way it really is. Give more of yourself and ask for less in return. This is a wonderful way to tame the ego. For example, Leo Tolstoy, towards the end of his life, went from being an egocentric to being a servant of God, having learned many of the lessons of the path of spiritual search. And he wrote the following: "The only meaning of life is to serve humanity." As simple as that. That deep. When serving others becomes a priority, a question will come to mind over and over again, like a mantra: how can I serve? You will have found spiritual enlightenment and you will know joy. For example, donate some of your time to a children's hospital and help those little souls to fight their illnesses. See if your ego wants to brag about it. Give up the idea yourself as an isolated entity in need of special touches. Whoever caresses. When you are the first to give affection, you will know what it is like to be loved through your own selfless acts. Try not to tell anyone about your philanthropic actions, even when your ego pushes you to reveal your activities. Remind yourself each day that the highest worship that can be rendered to God is to serve humanity, and that through this act your spiritual self will feel fulfilled. You do not need to convince others or convince yourself that you are a divine creature. Attest to this in your actions. Your inner awakening to joy and ecstasy will be reward enough. Put an end to the outer search for freedom and get a taste of the true freedom that is communion with your spiritual self. Every time you find yourself looking for something else in order to feel free, ask yourself out loud, is this what will finally set me free? Imagine yourself in possession of that which you aspire to so much. Feel that you already have the car, the house, the drug, the promotion, or whatever you think is your ticket to freedom. It's free? Or is it a step further from true freedom? The exercise of imagining what you want, and then asking yourself if you are free, will put you in touch with what it means to be truly free. True freedom does not need anything to prove it exists. False freedom demands that you have something in your hand to attest to its existence. Knowing this will free you from the directives of your false ego, which fears that inner heavenly light that brings true freedom. Higher consciousness demands a new relationship with reality. So far you have read about banishing doubt, cultivating spectator status, silencing inner dialogue, and releasing your spiritual self from ego. You can practice these 4 keys to higher consciousness anywhere and anytime. I guarantee that if you do, you will begin to see a miraculous awakening take place in your life. As you apply these keys to higher consciousness, keep in mind that your quest is really to have your spiritual self make the day-to-day decisions of your life. In the third part I will expose the main conflicts that arise from the dichotomy between the spirit that inhabits us and the false idea of the ego. I will provide you with clear ideas to allow the spiritual self to emerge as the dominant power in your existence. When you feel that you are reaching your spiritual self, you will no longer experience conflict. You will consciously awaken to your divine mission. He will meet God, perhaps for the first time since he left nothingness and arrived in the here and now. Third part. Transcending ego identities. The flower fades by itself as the fruit grows. Thus your inner self will fade as the divine grows within you. Vivekananda. From turmoil to peace, all God wants from man is a peaceful heart. Johann Eckhart. I know that I can connect my mind with the divine mind and guarantee peace at any time. The question most often asked of me regarding paper of the spiritual self and the ego is, how do I know if my ego or my spiritual self is calling me at a certain moment? The third part, which begins with this chapter, has been written to guide you to the answer to this question. At any moment in your existence you choose between 2 images of yourself. The options are the one offered by your soul or spiritual self, the voice of God, and the one offered by your ego or false idea of yourself. Decide how you see yourself and how you see others as well. In essence, you accept your ego's image of you and others, or your spiritual self. The first answer to the question posed above is, If it brings you a sense of peace, then it is your spiritual self that is at work. Your higher self is always urging you to resolve the conflicts you encounter, so that there is room in your life for serenity and harmony. I urge you to pay close attention to those feelings. The only peace in your world, in your personal life, is the peace of God. If you are living in turmoil, constantly fighting with yourself, and feeling anxious, you are allowing the ego to dominate your life. If you feel calm, the ego has been superseded by your spiritual self. Always ask yourself, will this bring me peace or agitation? If the answer is agitation, whether in your thoughts or in your physical world, you must examine how and why you are allowing the ego to dominate your life. If the answer is peace, you will know what to do and how to think. And you know that your spiritual self is working for you. Replace agitation for peace. In all moments of your life, you have the option to choose peace. Your false self grows in anxiety because you believe that is what you need to stay alive. The ego encourages thoughts like these: I cannot be happy or be content, I have to be an evil sinner, if I felt at peace I would limit myself to vegetating, I have to constantly look at how others live and act in order to value myself. This continuous state of comparison keeps the agitation alive. The ego wants you to be in a constant state of turmoil to prevent you from being one with your spiritual self. It convinces you that if you are not always on edge you cannot develop. But you must keep in mind that the experience of this turmoil is a choice that you have made, allowing your false self to dominate your existence. When you choose peace, you are letting God into your life. Instead of vegetating, you will find that you can be busy, have a purpose and feel content, have peace. We all crave the placidity of living without agitation or anguish. We have a sense of inner enlightenment when we know that we are within our natural course, on the spiritual path. So that, why do we often choose emotions, thoughts, and beliefs that lead us off this path, agitate our minds, cloud our perception, and hinder our relationships? You need to carefully examine those choices that keep you from peace, from God. Knowing that peace is always an option within our reach is already a significant step. This will help you tame your ego when you insist that you are an isolated and special being. Replacing the turmoil you so often choose is thus a simple matter of allowing your spiritual self to take over in whatever circumstance you are about to slip into turmoil. The ego will push you into the fight, away from peace. You have to be willing to see it when it is about to happen, and invite your spiritual self not to allow your ego to act. I really like the following quote from A Course in Miracles, which I see about the replacement of the ego: you will not find peace except the peace of God. Accept this fact, and save yourself the agony of bitter disappointments, sheer despair, and a feeling of utter helplessness and doubt. Do not look any further. There is nothing else to find other than the peace of God. Consider these profound words as you read the rest of this chapter. Just remember that, deep down, you always have this option, and that when you opt for anxiety and agitation you are allowing your ego to rule. Don't accept it, it may be the abode of peace. Some behaviors that distance us from peace. When you lack peace, remember that it is your ego, the false idea of yourself, that is responsible. Here are some of the most common and accepted behaviors that contribute to the absence of peace. Clashes and discussions. Nothing will cause a feeling of agitation faster than participating in a fight or argument. You always have an alternative. Always. To argue or not to argue. To face or not to face. When you opt for discussion or confrontation, you are allowing your ego to relegate your spiritual self. Here is his ego, speaking to him: you are a different being than your spouse / that clerk / those bureaucrats. You need to show them how special you are and that they can't impose things on you. Tell them what you think and don't listen to them. At the root of this view of life is the ever-present need to be right. When you don't need it, there is no longer any room for agitation. Competitions and comparisons. When you compare yourself to others as a measure of your performance, you are at the mercy of your false self. You have accepted the erroneous idea that God has favorites, and that you will be better when you are ahead of someone else. The ego dictates messages to you that have probably taught you to believe that they are important to your success in life. The ego tells him, if he/she can, you can too. You are much smarter/handsome/stronger/more spiritual than him/her. You have to assert your superiority and prove the truth. You're the best. Now get out there and show everyone. You have to buy something that they cannot afford, to show the success you have. This inner dialogue, originating from the ego, ensures that inner peace and harmony will not be within your reach. Chase and fight. The cinematic chase scenes echo in a part of us. The more intense the persecution, the more successful the film is. Stairs up, at the top of ravines, cars, planes, trains, firearms, robotic devices, violence and car scenes, over fences and through woods, we always go towards the ego. These are also the scenes of your inner life when the ego is in control. That race after one success and another shows you that you are better than all those lazy people who are waiting for something for nothing. Go after the ornaments of success and the symbols of merit for fighting, and your reward will be more tinsel, an endless search for ornaments and an inner emptiness where peace could reside. This is how his false self works, this is how he speaks to him, you are special. The way to prove it is by accumulating successes. You are different from everyone else. Now prove it by getting that promotion, don't take your feelings into account. You have to be offended when someone surpasses you. Do you want people to think that they are better than you? Go after those incentives. When you have obtained them, you will be the best. Remember, if you don't know where you are going, how will you know when you arrive? The ego loves to watch you fight. He does not want to see you satisfied, to be at peace and to know God within. In that case, he might not need the ego, so he urges him to forget those trifles and keep fighting. The ego tells you not to stop running, that there is a coffin waiting for you when the race is over. Worries. The more worries afflict your inner world, the less time you will have to enjoy peace. Worry is the absence of peace, and it is extraordinarily easy for the ego to eliminate peace through worry. The ego is programmed to sow worries, hence I tell you. You should worry. There are so many things to worry about. You could get sick. One of your loved ones could have an accident. You could lose your job. You could get a divorce. You could go broke. Your hair could fall out. They could make you an inspection of the treasury. The ego grows with these thoughts. It is happy when you use all your energy to worry, leaving no room for that mess of peace. Say, look at me. All the time he spends repeating this phrase in one way or another is time spent apart from peace and harmony. The need to be noticed and approved is almost a full-time job for some people. The ego effectively uses this tactic to relegate the spiritual self, using phrases such as the following: if they don't notice you, there is something wrong with you. That shows that you are inferior. Ask others if they think you are special. If they don't recognize that you are, do something to get their attention. They have to look at you, and they will, if you dedicate a great deal of your life energy to securing their approval. Beg for it, steal it, cry if you don't get it, feel insecure and anxious if it's denied. When you need to be noticed and approved, you will be overwhelmed by agitation and anxiety. Harmony cannot coexist with the acts dictated by the ego. Set deadlines and accept pressure. When you feel the pressures that you have accepted yourself, you give up your potential for peace and allow your ego to tyrannize your spiritual self. This is the constant work of your false self to prevent you from knowing your divine loving essence. He does it with the following phrases: you have to show who you are, not only doing it better than everyone else but also doing it faster and without flaw. Set yourself a multitude of deadlines. Accept those pressures no matter how high the cost. The closer the deadline approaches, the more anxiety you should feel. It's good. It will keep your attention focused where it belongs, in your successes, in your quality of special and asile, instead of in that nonsense of serenity. Serenity is for losers. You have something to prove and you have to do it now. The ego is a master at convincing you that you need to dive into work, do a lot, and make a lot of money. Accumulation and acquisition. The more you have, the more special you are, according to the ego. The more special you are, the more it is confirmed that you are someone who has nothing to do with all the others who have less. You will not find peace by measuring your worth by your purchases. Therefore, the ego convinces him that it is not peace that he needs. The ego wants you to believe that things are more important. He says, accumulate as many possessions as you can and feel attached to them. You will have a sense of pride and accomplishment when you show off those trophies and cuddle all those things from your prized collection. How else will you know that you have been successful if you don't have something tangible to prove it? Now get out there and consume, collect, acquire, and accumulate as much as you can. Those are the true proofs that you are special. Chatter to yourself. Forget all that meditation stuff. It will only put you in the dangerous situation of being seduced by evil spirits that are the essence of your personality. Keep your mind busy. Think of as many things as you can. Make those thoughts not stop, even if the previous one is not related to the next one. This is the ego's message, to keep your mind chatting throughout the day, disturbing even your sleep. The more your mind chats and keeps busy, the less room there will be for peace and harmony. Again, this is the work of the false self. The false self is busy convincing you that you are something you are not. To maintain this illusion, you do not want me to know anything that resembles inner silence and peace. The ego constantly pushes you toward noise and interruptions, hoping to keep you from getting to know your spiritual self, which grows in harmony and silence. Rejoice in the problems of others. When you find some happiness in the sufferings of others, including those suffered by those we consider enemies, the ego has taken hold of you. You want me to think of you as someone with no connection to others. When others have problems, the ego has an opportunity to cement those beliefs. All chatter, gossip that entertains people is the work of the ego. Dealing with the misfortunes of others shows that you do not want to help them but to feel pleasure or fun in their difficulties and humiliations. Your ego tells you, these people deserve what they have. They are not your friends. Obviously they are bad because they are not on your side. His ego feeds the idea of his isolation. Dealing with gossip, believing that the bad guys are getting what they deserve, and the horror of daily life picked up by the media as entertainment. All this confirms that you are alone in the world. These are some of the most typical everyday beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors that the ego feeds to avoid peace. If you find these elements in your life, it is very likely that you will notice that this type of behavior is also manifested in the physical. If you are aware that every thought has a physical counterpart, you can see that these children of the ego materialize in your body. The presence of this constant state of tension derived from showing who you are, running, babbling with yourself, worrying, chasing, acquiring, and competing, produces the same results in your body. The concomitant tension that comes with all these ego-generated thoughts creates tension in the body. High blood pressure, ulcers, skin disorders, migraines, back pain, and even serious illnesses like cancer, stroke, and liver disorders are the dividends of ego dominance. These disorders manifest because you allow the ego to create turmoil to avoid the peace that is within you. Knowing that this is how the ego works should help you master it and know your spiritual self. The dividends that the ego obtains when encouraging agitation. The ego, the false idea that we all have of ourselves, wants to maintain this persistent state of internal confrontation for very solid reasons. When you understand your ego, you have much more ability to control it. When you know why the ego behaves the way it does, you will be able to make the necessary adjustments so that your spiritual self has a greater influence on your existence. Here are some of the reasons why the ego keeps you in this state of inner turmoil. Most importantly, the ego has been with you since childhood. Almost everyone you have met has fed it. The ancestors of these people were also dominated by their ego. Your ego wants to survive. If you can keep him in a state of agitation, you will prevent him from knowing his spiritual self. From the ego's perspective, God is a huge threat. So you will do everything you can to keep me from enjoying that inner calm where God's voice is so beautifully clear. Your ego doesn't want you to change. Seeing yourself as an important and special being nurtures the ego and keeps it running at full capacity. Although the ego is itself an illusion that it carries with it, it behaves as if it has a life of its own. Your ego will go to any lengths in the world to convince you that you don't need to change. In fact, if you're wondering why you shouldn't feel special, you might be listening to it right now. That's the kind of thinking that has kept you from making the changes that lead to inner peace. The more such ideas assail you, the happier the ego will be. The ego grows with fear. When you are afraid, you are at the mercy of the ego. Fear will drive you to behave in ways that undermine your spiritual self. Your higher self tells you that there is nothing to fear, that love is the answer to everything, and that God is love. Your loving divine essence assures you that you have no need to feel guilty or fearful, and that if you feel that way it will go away when you achieve inner peace. But the ego wants you to keep the feeling of fear. Living in fear is a manifestation that you do not trust divine energy or your inner wisdom. This presence of fear confirms the abdication of your spiritual self and the belief that God does not know what he is doing. The opposite of fear is not courage, it is love. When you feel love within you, you feel neither guilt nor fear. He knows that everything he is experiencing has a reason, even his afflictions, which are his greatest teachers, and the death of his body, the destiny of everything manifest. You know that death is a reward, not a punishment. Therefore, you have nothing to fear unless you listen to your ego as it encourages fear and pushes God away from you. Your ego wants you to keep looking for more things to consume and more possessions to have. The faster your life is, the less time you will have to know your spiritual essence. The ego encourages you to stay busy, to keep moving, and to avoid the spiritual quest. Your ego wants you to look out. He wants you to keep looking in the wrong direction so you don't notice God's presence in your life. By looking outside, one encourages the presence of the ego. The consequences will be that you will constantly feel the pressure to compare yourself with others, the need to defeat others in order to feel powerful or important, to have more and better toys, to accumulate more trophies. All this looking outside is the work of the ego. Whenever you refuse to listen, he will yell that he has to be upset when others overtake him, that it is worth nothing when it loses, that being number one is more important than anything, that to settle for less is to admit that you are a loser. All of these beliefs are deeply ingrained in you. It is very difficult for him to even imagine not having them, because the efforts of his ego and the egos of many others have been working hard to convince us that it is the only way to be. Looking outside provokes an internal sense of conflict and turmoil that will keep you chasing the bubbles that your ego offers you. A sense of peace would challenge those ingrained ideas, and could spell the death of your false self. Your ego is struggling with your desire for peace and will not loosen the grip willingly. You will scream louder and louder, but remember that you will flinch when faced with the light of God. These are some of your ego's strategies to keep you from peace. I have provided you with some options for the ego's persuasive tactics. I am aware that you can control that ego through your will. All it takes is the determination to live by the dictates of your spiritual self. Some ideas to bring peace into your life permanently. Remember, you have to offer peace to have it. It has to offer peace to know it. Try to offer peace in as many areas as possible. Thinking of yourself as a person of peace is the first step, but only the first. Thought must be translated into action. Make an effort to curb your tendency to cause confrontation and disruption in the lives of others. Stopping and wondering whether your ego, which loves turmoil, or your spiritual self, which loves peace, is about to act will help you send the right response outward even in situations where you feel impatient or misunderstood. In these situations, you will be able to simply say, for example, To an aggressive salesperson, "You have a bad day today, right?" Instead of "I've been waiting for 15 minutes and the truth is that I feel very badly treated," offer peace to the outside by the system of holding back and then consulting your loving divine essence. Remember that your past has taught you the wrong messages if they do not bring you peace and happiness. Don't be afraid to let go of those beliefs if they don't give you a sense of peace. For example, if you have been taught to win arguments and debates at all costs, but that behavior has not created a real sense of peace, try abandoning that position and encouraging others to experience joy. See if your jubilation gives you a more peaceful feeling than coming out of the argument in triumph. Cast out the emotions of fear and guilt and replace them with love, forgiveness, and kindness. You will have peace when you let go of those emotional responses. If you feel guilty about your past behavior, remember that this is inviting turmoil within yourself. Get rid of guilt by forgiving yourself and making a promise to avoid such behavior in the future. You don't need to feel guilty, unless you want your ego to continue to dominate your life. For example, make a list of everything that keeps you from loving yourself. The list could include being overweight, jealous, nervous, addicted, incompetent, or disorganized. Then, no matter how hard it takes, affirm that you love yourself despite being fat, addicted, etc. This will help you to feel at peace with the decision you have made, and to realize that it is not that body or those desires. You are the invisible being who decides. As you feel more at peace with the one who decides, the spirit of love will begin to replace harmful choices to achieve peace. Examine everything that offends you and see if you can get your ego to exit the forum. If the hunger and starvation of the world are driving you out of your mind, try switching to a new consciousness. In some way that I don't understand, these things happen according to a divine order, and also my desire to change it exists according to a divine order. Let go of the negative and change your course. When you feel upset or outraged, you are actually thinking, "This is horrible, it shouldn't be happening. How can God allow it?" Get rid of your ego, and then act on what you stand for. There is no need to harbor feelings of violence. Similarly, if someone's behavior is offensive to you, it is because you are interpreting that behavior from your egocentricity, which maintains that that person should not act as they do. You are the one who chooses to be offended, hurt, or angry at their behavior. But that person is acting as he is. Whoever feels offended is the work of your ego, which wants to keep you in anxiety. If you do not take it personally and if you judge behavior for what it is, you can eradicate the evils of the world without the ego hindering you by the system of curling you. Keep in mind that grievances bring agitation, while communication brings peace. If you want peace in your life, forget about grievances. The way to dismiss these grievances is to abandon self-centeredness and practice forgiveness, not revenge. By letting go of self-centeredness, a sense of peace will come over you. If you are angry at someone, no matter how difficult it may be, make an effort to communicate your feelings about it. Your reluctance to communicate is a consequence of your ego's strategy. If you allow it to become engorged, you will keep the turmoil alive and you will never be intoxicated by the ecstasy that peace brings. When you resist communicating with someone, remember that it is your ego, and that you are determined to have peace. A few minutes of conversation and even forgiveness will ward off the agitation and weaken the influence of your ego. Your outrage or anguish at being treated unfairly is precisely what your ego wants, as it will keep you out of the spiritual quest and in the clutches of your ego. Have this little phrase handy: prosecution and peace are antithetical. The book A Course in Miracles tells us, the stress of constant prosecution is practically intolerable. It is curious that such a harmful practice is so followed. You have to make an effort to look at others without condemning them. Each prosecution takes you away from your goal of peace. Your ego loves that you judge, since with these judgments you remain in a continuous state of anguish and remorse. Keep in mind that no one is defined by their judgments, they define themselves as someone who needs to judge. Judging others in a damning way denies you the possibility of experiencing love. If you can remain neutral, rather than condemn, you will come to the glee that I am writing about. You don't have to pretend that you love something you hate. Just stay neutral and let your judgments fade. Peace is not found in being right or feeling hurt or angry. Of course, strive to correct what you perceive as negative, but do so knowing that any feeling of anger prevents you from knowing God. Peace will come when you are a reformer, not a judge. Give yourself the gift of a silent retreat each day. Even if only for a few moments. Return to that key to higher consciousness, silence the internal dialogue and know the difference between the chatter and the joy of unified space. When you start to regularly enjoy moments of silence, you will covet them and insist that they be a part of your life, no matter how busy you are. This is the surest way to free yourself from the splint of the ego and reach the inner vision of peace that is your legitimate right. The best of the techniques to bring peace to your life is to remember that you should always choose kindness over the alternative of being right or being kind. This is the most effective method I know of to have a sense of peace. And remember, you always have that alternative. Keep as predominant in your mind the fact that there is a place within you where there is perfect peace and where nothing is impossible. If you pray regularly, you will get to that point. Peace will be yours if you only ask for it. Your higher self always encourages peace. If you are in doubt as to whether it is your ego or your spiritual self that is driving you towards something, the answer becomes clear when you ask yourself, will this bring me peace or agitation? In the book Yoga Vasistha, we are reminded of the need for peace. This worldly life does not lead to true happiness, so seek the state of equanimity in which you will experience peace, joy, and truth. If you remain in uncertainty, there will be no peace, there will be no happiness. This idea of uncertainty will help you. Uncertainty translates into agitation, equanimity, in peace. This state of equanimity is unattainable through the ego. You must put your spiritual self at the helm of your ship. If the ego continues at the helm, it will remain in uncertainty forever. His spiritual self and he alone encourages peace. He desperately wants you to know the exhilaration of that inner state of equanimity. 9. From deception to truth. The truth will set you free. San Juan, 8:32. I know that I am becoming stronger trying to make my own reality true. The words of St. John are enormously meaningful to me. Every day I strive for my spiritual self to take over the helm of the ship that my ego has piloted for years. When I succeed, I am not only able to tell the truth, but to think the truth and be the truth. Then I feel joy and fullness to be on my spiritual path. The intent of this chapter is to help you bring the truth into your life by identifying behaviors and reasoning that keep you away from divine truth. A commitment to the truth is a giant step toward mastering the ego, which thrives on deception and falsehood. In essence, embracing the truth is welcoming your spiritual self and coming to know God. Anything that is not authentic will drive you away. Your ego works hard to convince you that you are alone and that you are better than others, and you already know that it does not like your threatening its existence. But remember that this is your false self, lacking in authenticity. Deception will play an important role in your life when you accept your ego as your guide. Therefore, in order to give up your trust in that false self, you will have to establish a new relationship with the truth. I urge you to define that new framework in which you include truth as a companion to your thoughts, your conversations, and your life. This is challenging and may be difficult for you. But it is guaranteed to lead you to your spiritual self. Begin by looking honestly and fearlessly at your true self, the one that hides under the surface of the tinsel with which you have dressed yourself. The truth under the surface. His life has an argument, as does everyone who has lived on this planet. The plot begins with his conception, continues throughout his childhood, and continues with all his successes and tribulations, right up to this very moment. His ego tells him that this is his realm, his true identity, and therefore he must do whatever it takes to make it a good argument. But you already know from reading up to this point that this is not the case. There is a divine voice within you whispering that this is not your final abode and that the things offered here are unsatisfactory for a part of you. You feel that your true self does not value appearance, or possessions, or success, or strength, or talent, because there comes a time when all these things atrophy and disappear. She knows that under the surface there is an eternal facet and that for her only the truth will suffice. It is something similar to what Michelangelo knew when he sculpted the David. He said the statue was already inside the marble block. A part of his artistic life was spent putting aside the superfluous to reveal God's creation. Try to imagine your inner life this way. What exists inside is not a monstrosity about which it is necessary to lie. There is nothing imperfect about you that requires you to create a whole world of deception in order to make yourself valuable in the eyes of others. There is a loving presence that resides within you. It's as perfect as Michelangelo's David, and it just wants you to let it emerge. Your ego despises the truth. I have worked very hard on this question of truth throughout my life. For a large part of it, I have had only a very casual relationship with the truth. I never intended to be malicious or hurt anyone, but I embraced my ego's wide repertoire of deceptions. This casual relationship with the truth prevented me from knowing my higher self. I had learned to listen to my ego whenever it was convenient to explain my own weaknesses and disabilities. If I wanted to have an affair, it was easier for me to explain it as my right to the pleasures of the moment. Lying to protect that pleasure was simply what my ego dictated. And the ego was very strong. A friend told me that he had once come home at 5 in the morning, still drunk after a night of partying. His wife had locked the door, so he went out on the town again, finally returning home at 8 in the morning. He told his wife that he had fallen asleep in the hammock in the garden all night. When his wife told him that the hammock had been removed 3 days ago, he, following the dictates of his ego, replied, "That is my story, and I keep it." That is the ego in action, fostering a false identity with lies and deception if necessary to maintain the image. I found myself on the spiritual path as a result of a vocation rather than a conscious choice. When this happened, I realized that deep down I did not accept myself as a divine creature. I was at the mercy of my false self, which told me to protect an image before the world and did not want me to know God or the truth embodied in that knowledge. Consequently, I was deceiving myself to maintain that false self. Gradually, it became intolerable to live with lies, even with small misrepresentations. At first, the truth terrified my ego. Then, as I mastered my ego, it actually turned into a pleasant feeling of freedom. The truth sets us free, as St. John tells us in the New Testament. The truth sets you free because you are no longer self-centered or preoccupied with the type of image you are projecting or protecting. In fact, you are no longer of this world despite being in it. You identify with the world beyond, with what is eternal. I have had many conversations on this topic with my good friend Suttart Wild. He told me that it took him 8 years of effort to turn away from the lies and live the absolute truth. 8 years of effort and learning to be independent of the opinion of others. His ego kept telling him what other people thought was most important. This meant that he had to perform a play, as he felt that they wanted him that way. I did the same. The lies that I believed were small and venial or insignificant exaggerations were the work of the ego, which constantly reminded me that I needed to protect myself by giving the world what the ego said that world wanted. Why? Because deep down, according to the ego, I was monstrous. All of that has changed dramatically since I promised God that the truth would be my way. My experience of this change is captured by Stuart's words in Whispering Winds of Change. Over the years, as your spiritual energy increases, lies go from being a part of your everyday life to being sad needs, then unpleasant experiences, extremely painful burdens to get rid of which you will do whatever it takes. If you have embarked on the spiritual path, you will know what I mean. Transcendence is in part the process of going from falsehood to reality. I trust that as you walk the path of your spiritual quest you will have a similar experience. The transformation will take place in you as you witness it and take stock of your personal experiences. You will begin to find even the smallest lie too heavy. Then you will know that your higher self is defeating the ego. Go from falsehood to authenticity. We see and hear lies at all times. The mass media are full of advertisements that show all kinds of facts and objects that have nothing to do with reality. According to the advertisements, you can regain youth by driving a certain car, find love by wearing the advertised fragrance, recharge by eating certain cereals, and seduce by using a particular deodorant. Our government defends its policy with lies and spends money it does not have. It distorts the unemployment figures through misrepresented statements. U.S. senators tell us that we cannot have welfare because the state cannot afford it, and yet they have approved full health care for themselves. We are supposed to believe that there is no money available to help the poor and sick, and yet we finance wars in remote places. We have all become used to lies. You may even have convinced yourself that telling lies is worth it. When you embrace lies, falsehoods, the problem is that you will always need more of the same to keep your back covered. The same is true in the case of our society. But as we move towards a more spiritual foundation, the lies will diminish, both in our environment and in our lives. At first, when you stop lying, it stings. It is like a remedy on an open wound. Your willingness to think, feel, and act truthfully will reveal some warts. The warts are yourself. The mistakes are yourself. They are not unique and they do not say anything nasty about you. The stinging will ease as you let go of the urge to cheat. The ego will suffer all the anxieties it wants, but you will bathe in the warm light of truth. I want to share with you a letter that I received recently. It illustrates how truth can enter your life in ways you might not imagine if you consult with your higher self. Dear Dr. Dyer, I hardly think I'm writing this letter to you. I have just started reading your book Your Magic Zones for the second time. Many of the ideas in him I already knew, but his work has awakened in me. In fact, it pushed me with the desire to get out of myself and start making some dreams come true. I appreciate the work you have put into that book for the benefit of all. I write to you with a specific purpose. I have a question. Now, the truth is that I don't think I can pay attention to all the letters that come to you, but if you have an answer for me I'm sure I will get it. After a couple of weeks of putting into practice some of the advice in her book affirming myself, affirming my life, even affirming my purpose, and imagining with love, one night, just before I fell asleep, I got the idea of that the answer to my desire, from which my miracle would arrive in the mail the next day. This knowledge was absolute, and I fell asleep feeling very placid. Now I am a single mother with 2 children. It is a pure miracle that we make ends meet, but we have the dream of seeing a world in peace and I intend to change it. The next morning my miracle arrived in the mail, a credit worth $7,500. Imagine, my financial concerns temporarily solved and the possibility of buying what is necessary to start a small family business. We want to make children's clothing and toys, all with natural products and only from the region, and there it was, the necessary credit to make a catalog. There was only one problem, the credit was not for me. He had mistakenly opened a letter addressed to a previous occupant of the duplex. All he had to do was sign his name and send it back. I did that. I made a fake signature and closed the envelope before I had time to think about it. I walked to the post office. I can't express how I felt thinking that our dreams were going to come true. And I didn't think my deception was very immoral. After all, the previous occupant would never find out and of course I would pay the due dates. During the bus ride to the post office, however, something began to bubble in my mind. My conscience, of course, but something else. Somehow it became very clear to me that refusing to carry out this act contrary to honesty meant that I was not only doing the right thing but something deeper, sending a message of confidence to my subconscious. That I didn't need to perform that act to perform my miracle, that I could trust myself to do what was necessary. Now this may not sound like anything to write home about, Dr. Dyer, but realizing that I could trust myself is as great a victory for me as it was getting to the moon. I tore up that poisonous letter and went home. I spent the rest of the day with a heady feeling of victory. But now the days have passed and I begin to feel a vague doubt. I keep imagining things and trying to trust, but sometimes I think that maybe that credit was a gift from God, and that I should have accepted it. Dr. Dyer, do you think I did the right thing? If so, can you see where I am going wrong now? Thank you for the time, energy, and hope you bring to transform the world. Peace. Rebecca Roberts. St. Paul, Minnesota. Oftentimes, what we think we need is not what God is trying to teach us. Rebecca needed to know the value of truth in her life, and she received that message by listening to her higher self. In this case, by being guided by her spiritual self, she allowed the truth to reign in her life. I was so touched by her honesty and by her ego's strategies, feeling guilty for being so stupid, presenting dishonesty as God's will, that I arranged for Rebecca to obtain an interest-free line of credit. As we already know, God follows mysterious ways, but the higher self knows when he is not being sincere. Rebecca's revelation the night before that her dreams would be answered in the mail the next day turned out to be true. But he had to pass the truth test before his dream came true. The movement from falsehood to authenticity begins with oneself. You, the invisible presence that has studied the 4 keys to access higher memory, in the silence of your being, establishes a new relationship with reality. You hear the loving presence that tells you that you are a divine creature and that you do not need to hide by presenting yourself as something other than what you are. You become capable of loving anyone, even those who work in hiding, and you don't have to change because you know that deep within you is that unified space open to all possibilities. Acknowledge their spirituality. On the other hand, by acquiring this view of yourself you also become aware that you are not your physical body. You no longer need to show anything but your placid divinity to friends, family, even strangers. You have made the transition from the false to the true. You have recognized your spirituality and are willing to forgive yourself for each and every mistake that you now consider lessons. It has settled in the truth. Knowing that you no longer have to lie to gain the approval of others or to elevate yourself in the eyes of others is the freedom that truth brings. It took Stuart 8 years to get to that point. It took me more time to understand the value of truth in all circumstances, but it came to me thanks to Satori. I imagine that if Saul of Tarsus, a thief, a murderer, can transform himself into a moment of revelation and become the Apostle Paul by letting the truth enter him and living it, Wayne Dyer can also admit his mistakes and live the truth, and so can you. As Thomas Merton says, we have to act with truth within ourselves, before we can know a truth that is outside of us. Going from falsehood to truth begins with inner truth and continues with the daily experience of the truth. As you begin to live these truths, you are not only turning your own world upside down, but you are also tackling the transformation of the world around you. The truth not only sets you free, it also sets the world free. The world's ego cannot resist the heavenly light of truth any more than your personal ego can. The deceptions, lies, theft and murders that you see around you will begin to disappear when we turn inward to ourselves and overcome the ego. Actions contrary to the peace and truth that the ego creates are numerous. In the following paragraphs you will find some of its most common manifestations. How you avoid the truth in your life. This section is not intended for advertising creatives or those who lie for their own benefit, commit crimes of perjury or practice nefarious deceptions. What I am discussing here is how the ego convinces us to consult our false selves in everyday life. We are not facing a case in which we deceive ourselves, but rather of behaviors and inherited ideas that we have adopted. Here are some of the most common ways to avoid the truth. Boasting or bragging. An inclination to draw attention to yourself and to exaggerate your successes so that others see you in a positive light, as someone special and different from others. Misrepresentation of the facts. Tell the facts as you would like them to have happened rather than as they actually happened. These venial little lies or petty exaggerations, when you persist in keeping them, become a way of life. Deception to save the facade or avoid embarrassment. Arguing for the purpose of convincing someone that you are innocent of some wrongdoing. This type of deception forces you to keep track of what was said, to whom and when. More misrepresentations are added so that the storyline holds. Creation of an imaginary future. Lying about your future prospects to hide the truth. You live your future based on a false idea. His life is a lie in the present and in the future. Exaggeration of the facts to attract attention. An example of how difficult it is to get rid of these misrepresentations is this short history from the book Illustrations Unlimited, edited by James S. Hewitt. A girl developed a bad habit. He was always lying. On one occasion, when they gave him a Saint Bernard for his birthday, he went out and told all his neighbors that they had given him a lion. The mother took her aside and said, "I asked you not to lie. Go upstairs and tell God you're sorry. Promise him that you will never lie again." The girl went upstairs, said her prayers, and went back downstairs. The mother asked him, "Did you tell God you're sorry?" The girl replied, "Yes, I do. And God has answered me that sometimes it is difficult for him to distinguish between my dog and a lion." The practice of changing facts in order to impress others can be delightful when a child does it. For adults, it is a way of letting themselves be carried away by the ego so that it keeps the illusions alive. This procedure will prevent you from knowing your higher self, which does not need exaggerations to feel important in the eyes of others. Overlooking something for personal gain. This story illustrates how this can work. A man was given his paycheck and noticed that he had been paid an extra $25, and did not say anything to the cashier. The teller realized his mistake, and the next payday deducted the $25 from the man's paycheck. The man immediately went to see the cashier and told him that the amount of the check was missing money. The cashier replied, "He didn't say a word last week when he received extra money." The man replied, "I don't mind overlooking a mistake, but when it happens twice it's time to say something." Being honest requires one to say something regardless of whether or not one benefits from the mistake. Deliberate cheating for personal gain. The practice of overcharging others or altering costs and then including false charges seems to be a normal practice for those who allow their ego to rule their lives. America's hospitals have been estimated to add excessive charges and wrong amounts to 99% of their bills. Imagine, 99 out of every 100 bills contain errors that favor the hospital. This practice is all too common in many businesses, as well as in the lives of many citizens. The idea that it is okay to deceive others forms a way of being that will keep you off the path of your spiritual quest. What you will find is that the others will also deceive you. Macho and bully behavior. The ego's need to appear better or more important creates behavior that manipulates other people, when it does not scare them. Arrogance, swagger, trickery, and the like are acts of deception that the ego believes will convince others that you are unique and special. Internal dialogues about how dangerous the world is. The ego uses internal dialogues to convince you of how dangerous the world is. The more you are convinced that the world is dangerous, the less you will be able to know your spiritual self. By avoiding contact with this self, you will not know that you are in no danger and that you are a divine creature. Self-deception. The ego convinces you that others are special and that you have little value because you are an inferior being. When you get depressed with self-deprecating phrases and cowering in the face of risks, you are making your own ego claims that you are weak and unimportant. This negative and unreal assessment takes you away from the truth and is an ego strategy designed to keep you from your spiritual quest. To break the tendency to cheat, you need to understand why you allow this argument to rule your life. And there are always consequences derived from behavior and thoughts, even those based on falsehood. The rewards of your ego for choosing deception. Your ego is attracted to what makes you special. When you create an illusion that meets that goal, false or not, your ego makes a profit. The more attractive you make that illusion through misrepresentations, the more rewarding your ego looks. Remember that your ego is a false image of yourself. It is not your true self. The false self grows in falsehood. The more you indulge in this reality surrogate thinking and behavior, the less likely you are to reach your higher self and be on your spiritual quest. Fraud and deception are ways to ensure the survival of the ego. The presence of your authentic self will cause the ego to exit because it will have no purpose of being. When one is in tune with God, living his spiritual existence, there is no need for anything that is not authentic. Your ego needs deception to ensure survival. When you delude yourself, you are the victim of seeking external approval. Your false self is what you want others to see, so you project an image that is not based on reality. It is the same as saying, "What you think of me is more important than what I think of myself." With this attitude, your ego avoids all risks, including making a spiritual change in your life. The longer you remain in the same masks, the more successful the ego will be in keeping you away from your higher self. "The truth will set you free" is an idea that frightens the ego. By keeping you enslaved by all these misrepresentations, the truth is unattainable. When truth is unattainable, so is freedom. No slave owner likes the idea of freedom for his slaves. The ego enslaves you, and these misrepresentations are your chains. The ego can convince you of your worthlessness. You are a divine and eternal creature that grows out of love and peace. But the ego persuades you otherwise. This false idea of himself convinces him that he is worthless, so he hides that worthless self behind the facade of the ego. Failure to do so would expose your worthlessness to the world. The ego is maintained as the dominant tendency by the system of convincing him that he is not a loving, peaceful, and perfect creature of God. And it will encourage you to say or do anything that reinforces that false belief. The ego loves to see you doubting yourself. You can remove the ego from your daily life if you are certain about its true value and do not allow doubt to infiltrate your inner world. Certainty about yourself and your connection to God undermines the principles of the ego. Staying in uncertainty and insecurity is what your false self urges you to do. It will continue to send you misrepresentative messages in order to guarantee its existence. These are the benefits you receive when you allow the ego to run your life and convince you to accept your false self. Once you have an idea of what you are getting for this behavior, you can begin to adopt new methods to embrace the truth and rid yourself of deception. Some suggestions to get rid of deception and embrace the truth at all times. Make a commitment to establish a new relationship with the truth. The way to do this is to interrupt yourself when you are exaggerating or deceiving someone, including yourself. Then admit to yourself that you were about to boast. Make the decision to tell exactly what happened, no more and no less, and notice the feeling that it produces. You will discover, by stopping just before the lie, that you are already turning to your higher self, which flourishes with truth, rather than giving in to the demands of the ego. And then you will enjoy a deeper and richer life, which will provide you with a refreshing feeling compared to the false image of yourself when seeking approval. Notice the self-talk that convinces you that the world is a dangerous place. Use some technique to strike up a dialogue with the fearful part of yourself. Or find a friend or family member, or a support group where you can be honest about your fears. That fearful self-talk is an aspect of yourself that also needs to be loved and heard. By allowing your fearful inner dialogue to express your truth, you will have the ability to replace those thoughts with the divine essence that is your higher self. Instead of formulating thoughts that insist on fear, your inner dialogue will remind you that God is with you and that you are in a divine universe, an extension of divine truth. With fewer thoughts that alert to danger and produce fear, less need will have to resort to misrepresentation or deception. Be on the lookout for self-talk that emphasizes your successes rather than your mission. I recently gave a lecture to a group of radio presenters, and I was very pleased with my performance. Later, while running for exercise, I relived the experience. At the very moment that I was watching with my mind the group standing up and applauding me, I turned a corner and hit my elbow against a wall with such force that it caused a sharp pain in my arm that took several weeks to disappear. Every time I felt the pain, it reminded me to push the ego out of the way and stop focusing on myself. I was reminded of my purpose and mission and not to be seduced by the applause. Most of the time the self-talk that flatters you is ego chatter, which can cause you to lose your way. Self-talk about your mission will keep you on track. Give yourself a mental discipline. Paste this Stuart Wilde quote on a mirror. By controlling the ego you tend to dissolve it. He feels very threatened by his loss of power. But you have to lose yourself in order to rediscover yourself. Once security of spirit infuses you, see how mental discipline improves your life. There comes a time when the ego relaxes when seeing that the new ruler of your existence is as firm as a rock. Mental discipline is what you are looking for. Overcome the ego's tendency to push you into delusion. Either say nothing or let the truth emerge. It will soon become a habit and you will have dethroned the ego. Keep quiet when you are unsure whether to tell the truth or misrepresent it because you feel the truth will be excessively painful, then do not say anything. You are not required to reveal every aspect of your life. You have the right to remain silent and learn your lesson in silence. In this way, he strives to make the truth that he wants to embrace turn. Doing nothing is more gratifying to the spirit than lying. If no one is obliged to testify against himself according to current legislation, this also applies to the spiritual. Establish a personal truth that is unassailable to outside forces. Simply commit to practicing the truth and disregarding the good opinion of other people. One way not to fear rejection is to know that you will always encounter disapproval, no matter where you stand, then one is free to be who he really is, as God created him. Be sure to turn to the holy nature of your divine loving essence whenever you are tempted to resort to pretense. It does not need outside approval. What you need is the truth to be in harmony with your higher self. Resist the urge to brag. Strive to be purposeful rather than interesting. That is the way of the higher self. Become the listener who cares about the successes and activities of others and does not need to brag or misrepresent reality. If you find yourself exaggerating, stop. Just stop and correct yourself. You do not have to explain that you are correcting his tendency to exaggerate. Just correct what you were saying. Banishing the slightest misrepresentations will bring the truth to your conversations. By doing so you let your ego know how unnecessary your misrepresentations are. Write an honor code. In your own words, describe your intentions to make truth the way of your thoughts and actions and to stop deceiving yourself and others. Then take over your honor code by reading it regularly. You will come to radiate your spirituality and you will have discovered a joyful way to live. Rest assured, it is of no importance that they give you credit. Lastly, remind yourself that when you are fulfilling your life's mission, merits and praise are of no importance. The paradox of this is that the more you seek approval, the less you receive. Nobody approves who seeks approval. Letting go of the need for external approval sets you free to embrace the truth. The journey of spiritual quest involves abandoning the ego. His ego was present in many of the behaviors described in this chapter. And even admitting that they are your own is a step towards your higher self. Rumi's words sum it up. When you finally see through the veils how things really are, you will not stop saying over and over again, of course, this is not how we thought it was. The veils are the misrepresentations. Use your honor code to part with them. Then he will agree with Rumi, this is not how I thought it was. It will be more than you could ever have imagined when your ego was leading you off the path of spiritual quest. 10. From fear to love. I have seen the truth. It's not like he made it up with his mind. I've seen her, and the living image of her has filled my soul forever. If in a day, an hour, everything could be arranged at once. The most important thing is to love. Fyodor Dostoevsky. I know the very essence of my being, and the way to transform my life is love. You may believe that the opposite of love is hate. I do not see these two emotions as opposites. In fact, love and hate are often very close. For me, the opposite of love is fear. Love and hate are powerful emotions that can occur simultaneously. There are things we love. There are things we hate. Why pretend it isn't? There are times when we love what we hate and times when we hate what we love. But when you are afraid, you do not have love. The ego uses fear as a means of keeping authentic love out of its life. When love is not present in your life, you have succumbed to the ego and allowed fear to enter where love resides. It has allowed the ego to replace God. Love, as Dostoevsky said, is the most important thing in life. It constitutes the essence of the universe. It is the bond that holds all things together. It is the substance of your higher self. God is love is a tautology. The phrase has exactly the same meaning when read forward or backward. The ego tries to keep you disconnected from your loving divine essence, because the ego's interest has focused on the outside world. The ego is afraid of dying if you start to develop a relationship with the inner part of yourself. Being able to love your fear-based ego even while fostering fear as a survival technique could be one of the most difficult challenges in your spiritual quest. Provoking fear is a tactic of the ego, either from your own ego or from the ego of the world. The ego of the world is a reflection of the power of the individual ego and the amount of fear that exists. Fear is present when we do not know that we are part of God's divine plan. The ego causes us to transmit the energy of fear instead of the energy of love. And this energy of love is present in all of us during our brief stay in the here and now. Learning to enjoy authentic love means letting go of the ego's insistence that it has much to fear and that we are in a hostile world. To learn it, you must first examine your reluctance to embrace love. So what should you not like? Mother Teresa of Calcutta says that love is the central theme of our existence. She wrote, "For this purpose we have been created, to love and to be loved." These helpful words remind you to begin mastering your ego, for you are here for the purpose of loving and being loved. If you are not living in love, it is because you are afraid. You need to honestly examine your fears and with love. When you do, you will transform your fears, through love, into love. It will open a space within you that can only be filled by love. In this space he has a purpose, to walk the path of the spiritual self. But first you have to see how to replace fear with love. Your ego constantly fosters fear because it fears true love. This false self helps convince you that you are somehow incomplete. That is the source of all fear. So you, like many people, try to fill that void with ego solutions. Fearful that his emptiness, his incomplete self, will be exposed, he spends a great deal of time creating a false image of happiness. But if you stopped and made a realistic assessment, you might perceive that the feeling of being incomplete is the call made to you by a part of yourself that you have disowned. What can you not like about the universal intelligence that flows through you? Welcoming you to the spiritual being that you are, having a human experience and feeling the love that is in it, what can you not like about that? The fear of exposing your emptiness causes you to constantly search for relationships that the ego tells you will satisfy the longing within you. What happens is that when you enter a relationship you are starving for the love that is the higher self. His longing is masked, he pretends to be something else. It is no wonder so many people repeatedly think they have found love, and repeatedly declare they have lost it. How different is it when you can detect the emptiness inside and think, what can I not like? This longing is part of the human being and the knowledge of love. Then it will let the ego know that fear is not what it prefers. Imagine what our world could be like if people knew that it is already complete. What would you need to buy? What would you have to own? Who should I impress? Who would I need to lead by the arm? The answers will give you an idea of how at the mercy we are of the fear that we are incomplete, unacceptable, and how unaware we are of our divine connection. The fear that replaces love is nothing more than a fear of being rejected. Almost all fears can be tracked down to self-esteem. If you love yourself, you will be able to transform your fears through love, and you will not allow them to run your life. If you have an internal feeling of being whole, of knowing the divine essence, fear becomes a loving invitation to know more or to change something in your life. Fear will no longer threaten you as it did when you did not know your higher self. My wife recently spent a week in silent meditation at a monastery in Northern California. He went there to have a deeper experience of God, to work on her book on the spiritual way to embroider childbirth and baby care, and to live a whole week of silence, prayer, and meditation. She was deeply affected by the contentment and love she found within that community of people who had lived there for decades. He said he had not felt any of the fears that are so often an accepted part of life. When you know your higher self intimately, you have a deep sense of love at your disposal, and fear, as it was known, becomes impossible. With this in mind, the answer to the rhetorical question, "So what should I not like?" is that there is absolutely nothing you should not like. There is nothing to fear when you know you are a divine creature and you are complete, and you don't have to do anything to prove it. You do not have to enter a monastery and live in silence to arrive at these answers. You just have to vow to replace fear with love. When you are able to do this, you are listening to your spiritual self. Focus on fear and focus on love. When you spend time and energy worrying about how others see you, you are in the grip of your ego. Fear will be your constant companion. Focusing on fear is the vehicle you use to express your human condition. The vehicle is the transport you have chosen, the clothes you wear, the possessions you have accumulated, the money you have. These vehicles can become the center of your life. They are attempts to let the world know and let yourself know how important you are, and to satisfy your ego's insistence on your recognition. Focusing on love does not require worrying about impressing, nor does it require external symbols of social status. Love is always expressed through the service of God and the service of others. It does not care how you dress, what you wrap it up to deliver it, or what others think. He is only concerned with giving and sharing. Love asks for nothing in return. Love is safe within you, so you don't care how you are perceived. Fear affirms that what it can give is never enough, because it comes from deficiencies. Love affirms that it was created by God and that it is perfect. What you can give will always be replenished in an unbalanced or unhealthy relationship. When fear is abandoned, the center of your life changes and the vehicles of its expression change: the search for approval and the avoidance of rejection of your divine self and what the authentic self expresses. Your ego, driven by fear, will try to convince you that love is not the answer. You will detect thoughts tending to prove something to others, with buying and imposing possessions, or with bills that cannot be met with love. These internal dialogues that you have with yourself are the ego that tells you to give up your higher inclinations. He is trying to make you a prisoner of deficiencies, where fear reigns. When you have these kinds of thoughts, you have to remind yourself not to accept this false image. It is an illusion to think that the way to avoid poverty and rejection is to let fear run your life. When you have a purpose, when you concentrate on expressing yourself through love, and you are unconcerned about how it manifests, the universe begins to take care of the details. You are guided and abundance flows into life. Relationships become spiritual. When your life is based on fear, you tend to believe that your worth is based on your actions. If you do well, you are worthy of appreciation; if it fails, it is worthless. So fear will drive you to do better and better to assert yourself. The ego developed in childhood to provide us with a sense of security. In childhood, the fear of not being loved translates into dangerous insecurity. His ego took on the task of making him feel safe, teaching him how to make himself loved. So if they praised him and said they loved him only when he got good grades, or when he put away toys, his ego decided to act as a way to be safe or loved. The ego threatens you even today with the fear of not being safe if you are not loved. What the ego does not realize is that this fear was valid then because it did not have the survival capacity of the adult. That was then and this is now. You are an adult in the here and now, and your survival does not depend on external love. But the ego can lead you to believe that your survival is threatened, as it was in childhood, without the security of external affection. That fear can make you spend your life trying to get the equivalent rewards in adult life, which represent love and security. Although this will only be true if you continue to allow the ego, driven by fear, to direct your life even though the reality has now changed. When love is the center of your life, you will not fear that your actions have value. In your heart, you know that you are much more than your actions. Growing up, he has overcome fear and entered love. You know that its value is never in question. This knowledge allows you to move forward with the higher self at the helm. The higher self does not require you to act to obtain love. Fears are taken as they come, in the same way that storms are at sea. They are only part of the journey. When fear is at the center of your existence, you will be disappointed and offended if you don't receive when you give, because you do what you do in exchange for retribution. If you are not recognized or appreciated by others, you will live with the possibility that it is because you are incompetent or unloved. When the center of your existence is love, you have no expectations about how others should respond to your acts of love. You are dedicated to giving and serving, because that is love. Your higher self invites you to serve and give without expectation of reward. I really like what the psychologist Rollo May said about this. He calls it the essence of life, but the essence of being human is that, during the brief moment that we exist on this rotating planet, we can love some people and some things. When you are focused on fear, you care about the vehicles of its expression, measure your worth based on how you act, and withdraw your love if it is unrequited. This is how the ego works, the false self. Your real self, the divine loving essence, focuses on radiating love from your core, which cannot be exhausted. In all living beings there are cells, molecules, atoms, and subatomic particles. Within each of these life configurations there are empty spaces between the particles. When examined, we find that something is holding them together. There is some invisible force in those spaces where the particles roam. This force was described by Teilhard de Chardin with the following words: love is the affinity that unites and brings together the elements of the world. Love, in fact, is the agent of universal synthesis. This invisible force, the bond of the universe, is love. When it is absent there is fear, as well as all the ego-driven behaviors that are associated with it. When love is present, there is no fear, and the ego can do something else. Some typical behaviors based on fear. As you set out to identify, understand, and change your fear-based thoughts and behaviors and replace them with love, think about this quote from the life and teaching of the masters of the Far East. When the Son of Man is elevated to the realm where he rises above the fallacies of the physical realm, he thinks and acts on the plane of the purest intelligence. Ali distinguishes between those instincts that he shares with all other animals, and the divine intuitions that he has in common with God. These divine intuitions are based on love. Your higher self is imploring you to listen and know the spirit that resides within you. The inability to trust love, which is our essence, manifests itself in many ways. Described below are some of the more common behaviors and thoughts that indicate a fear-based ego. Choose prosecution over understanding. The fear of being fired, ill, mentally unbalanced, homeless or being mistreated, for example, makes you judge people critically. The loving presence within you propels you toward love and understanding. A constant internal dialogue of self-judgment. His ego maintains a constant critical dialogue so that he is always in a state of muted fear. An outward appearance that reflects your inner fear. Your ego wants you to believe that you are worthless, and it will gladly help you create an image that shows you are. Manifestations such as obesity or poor hygiene are often fear-based projections of oneself. Avoidance of true intimacy. The ego can influence you to avoid all efforts to be loved by others, refusing to allow the risk of an intimate encounter or the development of such a relationship. An egocentric way of life. The ego often makes you selfishly pursue your own goals at the expense of other people. Excuse your selfish behavior. We often use economic, social, or other excuses to defend behavior that does not deliver love. For example, you might excuse unloving and caring behavior because it's just my job or because everyone does it. Insensitivity and lack of respect. Expressions of rejection or rudeness towards others are based on the ego. We hear them in department stores, highways, offices, airports, restaurants. These are some of the common expressions of a fear-based ego that struggles to keep you away from the experience of love, which is your true essence. Before you start changing these behaviors and thinking patterns, you need to examine the benefits. What benefits are you receiving from listening carefully to the ego? The rewards of acting to the dictate of fear. Your ego works for your survival. Your benefits are not money but staying alive. The following are some examples of the payment you receive for keeping you in a state of fear and estrangement from love. His ego is not open to making contact with God, because he would immediately be on the sidelines. Therefore, your ego is dedicated to keeping you in a constant state of fear. The ego does not like difficult situations because these will very often make you look inward and open up to a higher appreciation of your spiritual self. So your ego drives a very regular river of fear about your limitations and shortcomings. Your ego is in conflict with your true purpose for being here. You are here to give and receive love. Your ego takes you away from it by holding you in a belief system that affirms that you are isolated from others and that you are special. This feeling of being different and at the same time special means that you cannot give your love easily. By holding on to your fears, you can avoid facing many challenges. This can prevent you from making the changes that will bring you into contact with your spiritual self. As long as you have doubts about yourself and all your attendant fears, I guarantee that you will remain enslaved by your false self. Your ego grows with guilt. Your higher self knows that you should forgive yourself, learn from mistakes, and shed feelings of fear and anxiety. But the ego imbues him with feelings of guilt in order to grow. Guilt is the internal fear that you will have to pay a price for each and every mistake you have made in life. So the ego convinces you that you have to feel guilty, and that keeps you away from your true spirit. Your ego does not reject love. It merely provides you with excuses as to why you should be skeptical that you are a divine creature. The ego's voice whispers that love is a lofty ideal, but full of danger. The chances are high that you will be injured, so proceed with caution. He wants you to not give too much love because you could be taken advantage of. Because you are so special, he says, others want to take advantage. All these ideas keep you in a state of fear, not panic, just fear. A constant anxiety about giving and receiving love is enough to keep you under the influence of the ego. The ego fosters false love. In your relationships with others, your ego convinces you that your partner is just what you need to fill the void inside. This is a deception that will prevent you from knowing love and peace. By definition, if you are incomplete, that is all you have to give, because you cannot give what you do not have. It will give your partner an incomplete person who is afraid of being discovered. There is no way that authentic love can flourish in this kind of atmosphere. You will be unable to know love and receive it without question. Some ideas to bring love to your life. Make a copy of this passage from Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass. Stick it to the mirror and read it every morning. It will help you to open up to the love you seek and to exorcise your fears. I exist as I am, that's enough. If no one else in the world knows, I remain seated, content, and if everyone knows it, I remain seated, content. A world knows it, and for me it is by far the greatest, and that is myself. And if I receive the recognition today or in 10,000 or 10 million years, I can receive it now with joy, or with equal joy. I can wait. Remember that God created you with a love that is unchanging and eternal. Your body is changing, as is your mind, so you are neither your body nor your mind. You were created as a spirit of pure love. Don't stray from it. By acknowledging and affirming this each day, you will lose your fear of being unworthy and incomplete. The mere fact of constantly remembering the affirmation that it is a creation of God, will drive away the fears. Forgive yourself and welcome love. When you do this, there is a kind of balance. Instead of tuning into guilt, you indulge in joy and help. You will begin to carry out the task for which you originally came here. Look at other people's acts of kindness and not their bad deeds. This is how he sees you as superior. We are all good souls, lovers, who sometimes get lost. When you come to focus on the good in another person and hold it in mind, you are acting on your higher self. This can help dissipate fear and anger. Remember how much you have to give and how precious and valuable it is that you give. Through its interior runs the same energy that allows the planets to move, the Earth's rotational movement, the seeds germinate, and the flowers open. There is no different God. There is only one universal intelligence that flows through all of us. Is the power of love. Remember that every time you doubt that you are a divine creature. Affirm yourself that you are divine, that you love and are loved, and that you will not allow yourself to be pressured by your ego. Remember that the same energy flows through you that flowed through Jesus Christ and Buddha. This should help you whenever you feel your ego sneakily trying to implant fear and doubt into your mind. Show others that verbal attacks are insignificant. Don't give your energy away to others by arguing with them. Just walk past when others try to make you feel guilty. Rest assured that you have returned from darkness to light and that you are allowing your brighter self to show you the way. Admit that your ego ruled you before, but that is no longer the case. If other people keep insisting that you should feel guilty, refuse to do so. Accept that you are worthy of appreciation just the way you are. When your ego begins to try to make you afraid, slowly say, I am worthy of appreciation. It need not be anything it is not. You don't need to prove your worth. You don't need to allow your ego to fill you with fear to keep your true self at bay. Acknowledge to yourself how you have been guided by your false self, and the fact that you have now chosen a different guide. With the higher self as your new guide, you can reach your goal and relax. You no longer have to prove who you are, but you can begin to walk the path of love. This inner atmosphere will erase the judgmental thoughts that were previously seeded and nurtured by the ego. Instead of feeling scared or offended, as the ego suggests, fall in love and understanding. That way, you will not be able to think that you are better, smarter or luckier than others. Accept the risk of privacy whenever possible. Tell someone you care about how you feel, even when fear is present. Do it. By taking this action against your fear of intimacy, you invite your higher self, your loving divine essence, to replace the ego's tactics. Step up and take a chance on saying how much you love and appreciate someone. Let that person know that you are willing to be vulnerable to get to know them better. This sincere way of expressing yourself can overcome fear of intimacy. Use any means to express love, and try to ignore the vehicle of expression. It is the substance of who you are and what you feel that counts, not the vehicle you use. If those fears start to return, stop and ask yourself the question I asked earlier, so what should I not like? You can't have a better past, so drop the idea right now. He did what he knew how to do. Those mistakes of his past were directed by the ego, which wanted to have him in its power. She listened to her false self and recoiled in fear at the idea that someone knew her true self. He left love, but now he has returned and has chosen love. Deep inside you know that you were conceived for love and happiness. He simply allowed his false self to take him away from the divine love that is his essence. You can choose to return to the bright light of love that is always with you. You are that limpid love. Go there frequently and all your fears will be replaced by that love that always accompanies you. Let your thoughts settle in love, and let your actions originate in this love. That is the realization of your higher self. It is the fulfillment of your spiritual quest. You can really make the decision to rid yourself of fear and doubt. There is no greater freedom. 11. From outer appearance to inner substance, dignity does not consist in receiving honors but in deserving them. Aristotle, my judgments prevent me from seeing the good that is beyond appearances. The prayer that is most often quoted in the Western world includes the following words: Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. For the ego, having heaven on earth means being the richest and most famous person in this realm. For your spiritual self, heaven on earth means that there are no such distinctions. On earth, the ego insists, you must pursue appearances and acquisitions. The main reason for your life here, according to the ego, has to do with appearances, and your appearance is above your deepest feelings. Your career path, the quality and quantity of your possessions, and the trappings of success are what the ego wants you to direct your energy toward. This is far more important to the ego than the inner life. But we are all aware of the emptiness and futility of the ego's way of being. You are reading this book in part because you realize that in order to have a deeper and richer life experience, you need to know how to move away from the ego and into the inner self, which is offered to you by the loving divine essence. Go beyond the world of appearances. To understand how the ego works, you have to realize that this false view of yourself believes that the earth is the only abode. If you recognize yourself only as an earthman, as the ego wants, your happiness and satisfaction will have to be physical realities, things. But there is an aspect of you that knows that these things do not provide the spiritual satisfaction that the promise of the spiritual quest does. Planet Earth is not his only abode. What it offers is only partially satisfactory for the invisible self that inhabits your body. That inner facet knows that this life on earth is not the last destination. However, most of us have been persuaded by the stubborn and determined ego, that appearances are what counts in life, and that the rewards come from appearances. The inner self knows that this is all very fleeting because the rewards you get from youth and physical strength, for example, will diminish as those physical qualities deteriorate. Your physical self eternally watches the physical transformations of the body. This realm of the higher self is governed by an inner self that is aware of the realities of earth and the realities of heaven. It is immune to the demands of the ego to focus all its energy on the earthly plane. Here is how Nisargadatta Maharaj describes it: the world is the abode of desires and fear. You cannot find peace in him. To find peace you must transcend the world. And that is truly heaven on earth, an experience of inner peace without idolatry of possessions and appearances. The insightful answer to the prayer, Thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven, is found in the knowledge that heaven is not this world. It is the world of God, the kingdom where you have destroyed all that you have accumulated and where you find the peace that Sri Nisargadatta refers to. Your higher self is beyond this world of life and death where appearances are the most important. See how those appearances have triumphed over the spirit self. Judge others by their appearance. A common trait of the ego-driven person is to judge others by the external measures of their possessions, appearance, and behavior. Often after prosecution, a decision is made not to befriend someone, based on their social position. However, it is a technique that the ego uses to prevent you from knowing your higher self. Any judgment related to appearances is nothing more than a way of seeing oneself as better by comparison with another person. The ego confirms your differentiation from others and loves to keep you in that state. In this way, it prevents you from feeling connected to the universe. When you talk to your higher self, you learn that, in part, you have the same divine essence that connects us all to the source of spirit. Your inner self confirms that you are no better than someone else and that you do not need to judge or compare yourself to others. There is only one God, one source with many manifestations. When you are aware of this, you cannot see others in terms of what they have or what they look like or even the way they conduct themselves. It relates to other people based on the divinity that flows through them, which is a manifestation of the energy that supports the physical world. On the path of spiritual search, one experiences the energy that flows through oneself and others. Then you are able to give love and kindness, regardless of appearances, because you feel the spiritual energy. The higher self does not lead to remembering the truth about someone, even when that someone has forgotten. You will no longer judge the beings you meet who follow the path traced by the ego. You will be able to simply watch them lovingly as your body interacts with them, perceiving the loving divine essence, even when they do not feel it. You and God will be united when the dictates of the higher self are followed. Thanks to this conjunction, you will be serenely aware that this abode called earth is transitory and that, in it, its inhabitants and their possessions never remain the same. They undergo constant change. Heaven, on the contrary, is immutable and eternal. In it there are no judgments, no possessions, and no social positions. On earth as it is in heaven should not be an empty expression, but an awareness that your higher self urges you to discard any thought that you are separate from others and from God. On earth as it is in heaven means beginning to live without the false ideas that the ego fosters. Of course, many people will behave according to the dictates of their ego. In those moments, their task is to remind the inner self that they have forgotten. Avoid the tendency to accept the ego's invitation to judge them. Those people too are creatures of God. They too have the source of goodness flowing through them, even if they have forgotten it or allowed the ego to dominate their lives. But the behavior of those who are led by your ego is not a reason for you to do the same. These people will learn from their own behaviors. But to find the answer you need to consult your spirit. This is the way to dominate the ego and know the peace that comes from refusing to judge others. This is not to say that you should condone the misconduct of others or that they should not be held responsible for their behavior. What you need to do is talk to your higher self, and refuse to judge or believe yourself better as a result of comparisons. Judging yourself based on appearance. If you have allowed your ego to convince you to judge other people by your appearance, you are likely inflicting the same punishment on yourself. When one examines his life with evaluations based on external appearances and it is concluded that he has not lived up to his potential, one can be sure that the ego rejoices with it. When you need more of anything to feel good about yourself, you are in a never-ending race, unable to achieve spiritual bliss. The way out of this trap that causes us to reject ourselves is to recognize that the earthly kingdom is not the only dwelling place. Edgar Allan Poe reminds us, everything we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. When one knows that life is a dream within a greater dream, appearances can be abandoned as a scale of value. Begin by understanding that the ego's belief system is similar to your nightly dreams, in which you believe that the dream is real while you sleep but that upon waking you see that it was an illusion. All life is a projection of the mind, a dream within a dream. Knowing this, you can talk to your higher self and forget about acceding to the demands of the ego. Heaven on earth begins to occur when you give up the false idea that you have to prove to someone that you have acquired the necessary credentials to be considered a successful person. I still remember when, years ago, I came to realize this. It was in consultation with a man I'll call Richard, that he had achieved all that most of us who live in the Western world would consider necessary to be considered achievers. He was a billionaire, owned several mansions, and had traveled the world. Worse, he had only led an outer-centered existence. He did not know any other way to live, he was trapped by that way of life. During the months that I worked with Richard, it became clear that appearances do not create peace and that peace is what the higher self offers. Richard constantly needed to compare himself to others to be above them. His ego was working overtime to confirm his superiority. So he found himself trapped in a life of struggle in order to prove his worth and dedicate himself to having affairs with younger women, buying the most expensive clothes and perfumes, and obsessing over hair loss. Well, with his older children, he was constantly worried that his wife would discover his affairs and divorce him, which would leave him penniless and feeling worthless. Richard had listened to his ego his entire life, and although he had built a facade of success, he was miserable. He lived in terror that if he lost his appearance as a winner, he would be left a little worthy of appreciation. He longed for a more fulfilling life, but had no idea that his false self was causing him to give up his spiritual quest. Little by little, he began to discover the inner journey and began to pay less attention to the dictates of his ego. As we worked through the sessions, I discovered the illusions that the ego was subjecting both Richard and myself to. I was also being directed by my ego, because I had been taught that success was measured by external realities. I watched Richard and knew with ease that I could end the same superficial fears and values. I had the feeling that it had been sent to me so that I would understand this. Even today, 25 years after that, I think of Richard when I have the inclination to put appearances above what is really important. Richard died a few years ago. He, like his possessions, have changed in some way. Your spirit is alive and you are in a place where there are no ranks, no possessions, and no distance from the mother energy. Heaven on earth means acquiring that awareness and letting the ego retire. In one of his most enlightening moments, Robert Frost coined these words: "Forgive my senseless acts, as I forgive the senseless acts of those who think they act with sense." Emphasizing measuring one's life based on external acquisitions or successes is just nonsense. This emphasis on appearance comes in many ways in life. How appearances affect your life. Focusing on appearances is one of the most common ways for the ego to dominate your everyday existence. In order to overcome these tendencies that stray from the essence, you have to identify those tendencies as they occur. Here are a few of the more common examples of such thinking and behavior. Being more concerned with your appearance than your purpose. Obsession with jewelry, cosmetics, and clothing, spending large amounts of time and money dressing. Pursuing notes, rewards, and outward symbols of success rather than the exhilaration of mere participating and learning. See their trophies, decorations, or signs of merit as a criterion of their worth. Believe that their children's grades are the most important thing they will receive in school. Encourage your child to please the teachers at the cost of the child's inner peace, a type of conversation that reveals how much control the ego has over its existence, spending a great deal of time talking about its successes and victories over others or the environment, commenting on other people and their limitations, and constantly pointing out their superiority. For example, say, "I would never do anything like that and I cannot understand how anyone can do it." Use their actions as a pattern of others, being concerned about the cost of things. Use price as an indicator of value. Always ask how much something costs or how much someone was paid. Use money not only as an indication of success and position, but as a core criterion of thought in life. Believe that one only it is a body. Being dissatisfied with your appearance and hunting for compliments to indirectly counteract your feeling of being unworthy of appreciation. Valuing yourself and your happiness based on physical changes such as sagging, wrinkles, gray hair or the slightest vitality. Everything described are signs that your ego has convinced you that you are exclusively a body and that you are deteriorating rapidly. Allow the advertising industry to control you. Advertising, in all its forms, generally responds to trying to convince you that you are incomplete and need to buy something to get done. Consequently, you are bombarded almost every time you are exposed to advertising of the media, which urges you to consume to fulfill yourself as a person. Reading, listening to and permanently looking at these messages is a test of your ego control. Point out the limitations of others. Take time to describe what you consider imperfections, such as a big nose, an unpleasant voice, a conceited personality or a poor aging process. The habit of noticing what is described is a strategy of your ego to convince you that you are better than the people you are criticizing. Of course, this continues to prevent you from seeing the divine loving essence that resides, invisible in those ragged coats on a stick, as Yeats calls the people independent of his soul. Struggling for recognition, distressing that you don't get what you think you justly deserve in the job market, feeling hurt and depressed when your efforts are not rewarded with a better position, title, or contract. Oftentimes these rewards serve no other purpose than to provide a basis for your ego to proclaim its worldly superiority. The everyday accounts of the astronomical salaries of entertainment people and athletes are highly visible evidence of this ego activity. It is irrelevant that the amounts exceed the ability of those people to spend even after a huge percentage is taken away by taxes. We are facing demands dictated by the ego, which leads these people to the false belief that they are being insulted if someone in their profession receives a higher salary. Many of these people will withdraw from their profession, allowing their ego to convince them of the correctness of their actions. They may feel dissatisfied, unhappy and miserable, but it has become more important to appease the ego than their calling, as well as to receive compensation that is far above enough, regardless of what anyone else is earning. This inner turmoil from not receiving recognition or compensation pleases the ego, because any inclination to direct attention to the higher self is distracted when one is faced with turmoil. Eating disorders. Most eating disorders are, at first, efforts to measure up to models that someone believes to be happy. The ego has convinced people who have eating problems that their true essence is located in the value of their appearance. These people care so much about appearance as to exclude most other aspects of life, and ultimately destroy their bodies trying to make them perfect in the eyes of others. What you get from your ego. The process of overcoming excessive preoccupation with appearance and emphasizing substance comes with understanding why the ego controls your life. Here are some of the common reasons why this happens. The main function of your ego is to prevent you from knowing your higher self. All appearances are masks that one wears to hide one's spiritual self, which is not concerned at all with appearances, acquisitions, and power. If your higher self ruled your life, the ego could no longer function as it does. Career anxiety ensures that you are not looking within. Constant preoccupation with career and other such roles keeps you from knowing your inner light. All those thoughts about decisions that are meant to get you to a certain level in your profession are actually ego thoughts that sow anxiety in you. You try to fill the void that the ego tells you that you have within your being. If you think it is what you have, you are externally focused. Emphasizing properties keeps you in the realm of acquisitions. The ego wants you to feel incomplete, so that you indulge in a race of acquisitions to try to fill the void. If you think you need some object in order to have value, you will never see how immaterial true value is. Thus, the ego makes him buy more and more, in order to ensure his own survival. Your ego wants to be the lord of everything in your life. He knows that his wisest faculty has answers that are permanent and that will provide a passageway for the spiritual quest. This need to be in control of everything is the ego's need for control. If he was not in control, he would be afraid that you would discover the truth of his true self. The ego makes you resist taking risks and making changes. The ego doesn't want you to have a clue of the benefits of taking risks and allowing changes in your existence. Those ideas are dangerous from the ego's point of view. The ego believes that it is safer for you to focus on appearances than to experience inner exhilaration. This message has helped to create the environment in which you live, which is largely in agreement with the self-centered idea of appearance as more important criterion than internal values. The resulting spiritual deficit is at the root of all our problems. Some ideas to go beyond the appearances. Take a moment to be very still. In silence, begin to free yourself from attachment to external impressions. You can imagine making a huge bonfire and throwing things into it. Throw in your jewelry, clothes, cars, trophies, everything, even your academic degree. With each object that ends up in the imaginary fire, feel that each time you are freer. Once again, I recommend that you read Mutant Message Down Under by Marlo Morgan. She says that she stripped herself of her possessions and went on an initiatory journey thanks to some spiritual aborigines. Only then did he realize that emphasizing appearances keeps us away from our higher selves. Remove the labels that have stuck to your life. Make an attempt to describe yourself without using any labels. Write a few paragraphs where you do not mention your age, gender, position, title, achievements, possessions, experiences, heritage, or geographic information. Simply write who you are, regardless of all appearances. At first it is difficult to describe the eternal, immutable, and spiritual self, that part of you that does not identify with the senses. The observation that you suffer from a particular blindness that sees only the visible could be the reason for our difficulties. When you remove the labels, you will see the invisible part of your being. Look for the loving divine essence in others. Take a day to try and see the fullness of God in everyone you meet. Rather than seeing just another physical being, tell yourself that the Christ within me is meeting the Christ within the other. Or spend a day silently reciting the word love whenever you meet another human being. This has such a powerful effect that you might decide to use it as a silent mantra throughout the day. When we can replace our physical selves with the spiritual energy in all of us, there is no room for judgment. Defend the absent. When you find yourself in a conversation where you are attacking people who are not present, defend that person. Get in the habit of being the person in the group advocating for those who are absent. You may wonder aloud how that person would explain the issues that are being criticized, and suggest that there might be more than meets the eye. These kinds of statements serve to tame your ego's need to compare and feel superior, and it serves your higher self, which wants to help others. This is a particularly beneficial lesson to teach your children, who have a tendency to form small groups and skin the absent. Always ask yourself, who is here to defend the person who is not here to defend himself? Remember that a muscle is built by lifting heavy weights. This also applies to the realm of the spiritual. You will grow spiritually through increasingly difficult missions. One of these is to ignore the messages of the ego so that it is evaluated according to the criteria of appearance and possessions. But you must know that each time you make fewer judgments about others or yourself, you get stronger. Practice compassion and love. The presence of those who have no possessions can provide you with an opportunity to put love and compassion into practice. Use these cases to recognize the fullness of God within these people, even if you choose not to contribute money to some other kind of aid. The sufferings of others represent a spiritual deficit. You can improve that deficit with kind thoughts of love and compassion, not fear or ego-dictated criticism. Cultivate your vocation. Try to change your goals, forget about self-centeredness. Think about your calling. Remember that this world is an intelligent system and that you are here to be loved and have love through service to others. Use your talents and interests to fulfill your calling. Your working life will describe a spectacular turn to abundance, and you will feel that you have a purpose and that you are on the path of spiritual quest. Affirm. Make affirmations a daily practice. Believe them or start with these: feed before you eat. In a restaurant, tell everyone else to order and help them out before you order. At the table, help everyone else serve themselves before you serve yourself. Give before receiving. Make an effort to give more and be less oriented to receive. Send anonymous contributions or gifts. Bring unexpected gifts to friends, family, or strangers. Give away a book you liked, flowers from your garden, and any other small object for the simple reason of giving. Pay the toll on the car behind yours to practice giving without receiving anything in return. Reduce the importance of your notes. Release your kids from the pressure to emphasize notes. Teach them to use their own interests and skills in order to know themselves and serve others. This will help you find your higher self and discover that you have a source of all knowledge within you. They need to learn early in life that their worth is not on tests. Practice generosity. Remember, if you are not generous when it is difficult to be, you will not be generous when it is easy. Many people who voluntarily give their possessions and money do not do so because they have to give. They are in communication with an aspect of the heart related to serving and sharing. In some sense, we all have to give. Maybe not in the same amount, but we can all give something in service to others. Maintain attention at all times. Realize how miraculous your own existence is at any moment, and try to bring your consciousness to that moment. Everything in your life is an opportunity to practice mindfulness. By paying attention to your surroundings and noticing everything you encounter with an attitude of reverence, you overcome the ego's need to accumulate and consume. In doing so, you focus on each moment of existence and live it through your spiritual self. His life unfolds giving importance to the moments. Paying attention to the present moments teaches you deep aspects of the spirit that limit the performance of the ego. To know what is really meant by the words "on earth as it is in heaven," you have to go beyond the kingdom of this world. C.S. Lewis wrote some profound words that are helpful in contemplating the non-physical realm. If I find in myself a desire that no world experience can satisfy, the most likely explanation is that I am made for another world. Nothing in the manifest world will satisfy the desire to know the path of your spiritual self. The path to the world where judgment is impossible, where not even consideration is given to possessions and joy is perpetual, does not go the path of the ego. That path moves away from the experience of on earth as it is in heaven. 12. From the fight to the goal. Go with the flow of things. Willingly surrender to reason. Submit and accept the end of a love or a season. Robert Frost. I know that I am already a whole being and that I don't need to pursue anything in order to be whole. The message of this chapter can be summed up in one word: rejoice. Your higher self does not demand anything of you. You don't have to prove who you are to God. It was created as an extension of a higher spiritual force, the very essence of the universe. It did not get to the here and now incomplete, in any sense. You don't have to fight to prove anything. Unless, of course, you choose to listen to the ubiquitous false self, which stipulates that if you are not busy chasing something you are a failure. It can be difficult to finally rejoice and understand that life is what happens while you are making other plans. That's it. Each and every moment of your life takes place in the present moment. Using present moments to pursue future moments is an activity dictated by the ego. Your ego wants you to feel incomplete in order to control your existence. When you finally have a chance to say that you have arrived, you will know what it feels like to be free. You will have freed yourself from your false self, which could keep you in perpetual motion, chasing more and more, until your last breath. Your higher self does not want you to be lazy or purposeless, but to realize the power of knowledge that you have come to. When you know that this moment is your entire life, you are not concentrating on the past or future moments, and you are relieved of the stress and tension that accompany life's struggle. As he frees himself, he becomes more productive and clamorous than he was when he looked behind or ahead of himself and did not allow his mind to rest in the still center of the present moment. Contrary to what the ego tries to make you believe, you will not simply vegetate, be homeless, or become irresponsible adrift. What will happen is that you will rejoice and become so absorbed in your mission that you will be more active. With this power, you will find that you are free to indulge in whatever you are drawn to. When you stop fighting and begin to know that you have a divine mission, and that you are not alone, you will reach the goal. That experience will bring you the joy of being in the realm of the spirit, where there are no worries or guilt. Being of everything in the now means that you will know heaven on earth because you will be completely absorbed in the spiritual instant. By examining some new concepts from the perspective of the soul, you will learn about the things you want to change in order to get closer to the experience of reaching the goal and away from the struggle. The components of the turn towards the goal. To experience the joy of knowing that you are here now, in this moment, and that there is everything that needs to exist, everything that ever was, and everything you will ever know, you must learn to trust your higher self and shed those ingrained teachings of all the egos that have influenced its existence. You will begin to realize that in the here and now you are not on trial. It won't take long for you to understand that your mission is to serve and deliver the love that is your basic essence. You don't have to do more, although you may decide to do a lot. His main objective is to stay focused on giving and receiving fatherly and brotherly love, the love of God. By incorporating the following ideas into the practice of your daily mission, you will be successful in your goal. Immateriality. The inner ego convinces you that immateriality is a state of undesirable poverty. If you experience such a state, the ego wants you to believe that it is because it has not been realized. The ego will insist that feeling unfulfilled or empty is unacceptable. You have to create a new relationship with immateriality, emptiness, if you want to describe a turn that takes you away from the struggle and leads you towards the goal of loving your existence in the here and now. The immaterial has a very positive value in your life. Everything was created out of nothing. If you sit quietly and hear the first sound that occurs, you are forced to admit that it comes from silence. From the end a wave is created that we call sound. Without nothingness we could not have sound. Space is considered to be nothing, without particles, without shapes. So we describe it as nothing. Fearing that empty space or denying its value as part of us means doubting our own existence. We came from nowhere to the world of forms, the here and now. We have an intimate connection, both with nothingness and with the world of forms. We are both. They are both part of us. We need both space and form to exist. It is important that you get to the place where you can love nothingness with the same enthusiasm that you have for the material aspect of your life. Both are essential facets of your existence. In that unified space you will find the secret that is in the center of your being, nothingness. There you will become familiar with the peace of coming and renounce the anxiety that is generated by spending all your precious moments fighting. Delivery. To understand the concept of surrender, you cannot trust your ego. The ego does not want you to or consider surrendering. He will prefer that you hold on to the belief that you have to fight, and that you stay within the known. The more faithful you remain to what you are used to, the more you will cling to the worries and stress that belong to the physical world. This frantic behavior keeps you busy and makes you unable to connect with the spirit world and your spiritual quest. Being drawn to what happened to you in the past can be deeply ingrained in you by your false self. You must learn to recognize the ego's attachment to the past when it uses it to keep you in the fight. Give up the belief that your past is what drives your present. Surrendering also means learning to recognize the signals your higher self is sending you to let you know that something within you requires attention. It means surrendering, to no matter what, in the present moment. For many people it can be confusing to distinguish whether it is the ego or the spirit that is at the helm. For me, the image of a boat moving along the surface of a lake is useful to differentiate the ego from the higher self. I see the wake of the ship as a symbol of the past. The wake does not propel the ship. It is nothing more than the track left behind by the movement of my imaginary ship. What drives the ship is the energy generated now. I do not attribute credit or blame to the past because the ship has reached a specific point on the lake. Then I take a slow, deep breath and ask my higher self to complete the picture. If the ship fails in any way, I contemplate it with love, without blaming it, surrendering to it. This is very different from the ego's orders to keep sailing steadily or faster, or to get a bigger or more elegant ship. If the ego talk breaks out, it is because you feel threatened by the exercise you are doing. He fears my quiet acceptance. He wants me to drop that nonsense and continue the fight. If the ego is not threatened and the ship does not fail, then I know that I am afloat. I interpret the advance of the ship as a symbol that I am proceeding in life without the influence of the ego forcing me to look back, and that I am not ignoring the signals of my higher self, with which it indicates to me that will take care of any damage from the past. If you try this and hear a critical voice almost yelling at you to continue, rest assured this is ego talk. Surrender means surrender to what is, not what the ego wants it to be now or what the ego thinks it should have been in the past. Surrender means letting go and being here, in this instant, nowhere else. It means knowing deep down that you are here, right now, and that whatever happened to you is like the wake behind the ship. Looking at the ship's wake, you see that it lingers for a few moments and then slowly fades away. This is the same in life. His past is slowly fading away and all that remains is now. The past cannot propel you up to this now, and that past should not hold you responsible for the ship's problems. This means that you should not blame the past, or deny the existence of a problem. What you do is surrender to what is happening right now. Surrender through a new agreement with the now. Recognize that your past is a trace of moments that are behind you, and in time know that if you are having difficulties in the present moment, you must surrender to that reality. Don't let the ego convince you to blame the past for the present, and don't let it convince you to fight to fix the problem without the collaboration of your higher self. The ego will try to get you to overcome pain or difficulty with ego solutions, lest you become too comfortable with its loving divine essence. Above all, the ego fears that its surrender to what exists in the now will lead to the ultimate surrender, the acceptance of death, the most embarrassing of events for the ego. Several years ago I received the following text from a reader in Milwaukee. It is titled "There is No Death," by an anonymous author. I am standing on the shore of the sea. A nearby ship unfolds its sails in the morning breeze and heads out into the blue ocean. It is an object full of beauty, of strength, and I remain standing and observe it until after a long time it is suspended like a small cloud right where the sea and the sky merge with each other. Then someone next to me says, "It is done. It is gone. Gone out of my sight, that's all. Her mast and hull are just as large as when she left, and she is no less able to carry her life load to her destination port. Her decrease in size is in me, not her." And just at the moment when someone next to me says that's it, he's gone, there are other eyes contemplating his arrival, and other voices ready to pick up the joyous cry. Here it comes. And that is dying. Surrender invites your loving divine essence to be available at all times in the present. What a pleasure each moment can then be. Even the end. Acceptance. Once when I was asked to define enlightenment, the best thing I could think of to say was, the serene acceptance of what is. I believe that truly enlightened beings are those who refuse to feel anguish over things that are just the way they are. Reaching the goal instead of fighting means applying the wisdom of Reinhold Niebuhr's so-called serenity prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Knowing the difference can be the hardest thing. The ego tries to prevent you from possessing the wisdom of your higher self, keeping you in a fearful or fighting mood. The ego wants you to believe that you must be upset and distressed to show that you are a valuable person who cares about the world's problems. This ego-dictated way of approaching things prevents it from becoming part of the solution of what can be changed. Acceptance does not imply approval. It only refers to a state of mind that allows you to be at peace and to know the difference between the things that you can eradicate and the things that simply are the way they are. If you are in a state of acceptance, you are stress-free and can be more open to listening and helping. You don't learn when you are talking to others or judging yourself, or angry at yourself. Listening silently and inviting your higher self to participate is the way to know the difference between what you can change and what you must accept as unchanging. The non-acceptance could be because your ego insists that your path is the right one, instead of accepting what could be God's divine design, which you can perceive. There is a spiritual solution to all the so-called problems that we encounter. All of our social ills stem from a spiritual deficit that I discuss in the last chapter of this book. His desire to remedy these deficiencies is part of the divine plan, like the deficiencies themselves. Changing from non-acceptance and prosecution to acceptance will become part of the solution. Acceptance means coming to a place of peace. It is the place that William Blake referred to by writing the following: if the doors of perception were clear, everything would appear as it is, infinite. Clear those doors of judgment and you will see your higher self telling you that this is a divine universe and an intelligent system of which you are a part. Even if you don't understand how or why so many things happen as they do, this is not a reason to be upset about them. Acceptance leads to solutions. Judgment and non-acceptance feed the ego's hunger for problems and struggles. There is an ancient Zen teaching that says, if you understand, things are just the way they are. If you don't understand, things are just the way they are. This is the essence of acceptance and the way to achieve the goal. Astonishment. If you are busy fighting for something, you have very little time or energy to marvel at your surroundings or live in awe in the present moment. Astonishment comes when you take the time to appreciate all that you are, all that you have, and all that you can become. Your physical being is a miracle, thousands of parts at work with divine intelligence. Consider the circulation of your blood, the inhalation of air and oxygenation, your eyes, muscles, and bones all responding to the commands of a brain and nervous system that are beyond comprehension. There are miles of veins and arteries, intestines with countless tiny microbes, all working in unison with the divine intelligence that created the body. To enjoy the wonder, stop and contemplate the miracle of yourself. Allow yourself to enjoy the awe and reverence of who and what you are. There is a miraculous machine that houses him, and there is the incomprehensible mystery of the spirit that inhabits the machine, forming through his mind and soul, observing everything. Your higher self becomes easily accessible when you contemplate the mystery of who you are. The stress that the ego grows with disappears, making your authentic self available. Your ego will try to bring you back to your reality, threatening that you will become indolent and unproductive. But you can defeat the ego if you see the mystery revealed as the presence of God everywhere. Then you will sell your intelligence and buy wonder, according to Rumi's instructions. Patience, tolerance, and understanding. As you move from the struggle to the goal, your higher self reveals the presence of spirit, which is the organizing presence of the manifest world. Your faith will change to being knowledge, and you will begin to trust the kind advice that your spirit provides. The need to fight to find answers will disappear. It will be replaced by the knowledge that divine design will reveal the next step on the path of your spiritual quest. For me, this kind of patience, tolerance, understanding has provided me with enormous guidance in my life, and it has become a virtue. When I am inclined to listen to my ego, I am able to resort to this attitude and say, I leave it in your hands. My ego haunts me, but that does not give me satisfaction, so I will wait in silence to see in which direction I should go. I am in your hands. This is not an abdication of self-responsibility, as the ego would like me to believe. The ego is impatient, intolerant, unable to understand. You want the action to not stop. And it uses those characteristics extremely effectively to keep us apart from our spiritual selves. Our loving divine essence offers us the infinite patience, tolerance, and understanding that God provides. It has taken me more than 50 years to learn many of the concepts that I write about in these pages. God has been patient. In my life I have done things that today make me shudder with contempt, and yet God, somehow, insisted with me, saw my potential for greater purposes. In my early years I stole, I took things from the stores without paying for them, I lied too often, I was promiscuous and unfaithful, I used addictive substances, and despite all that and much more, God showed me His infinite patience. The stories from the lives of St. Paul and St. Francis of Assisi describe the same kind of patience. And it is at your disposal at all times. Regardless of where you've been, how you've lived, and how much you've trusted your false self, God's infinite patience is always present. With divine patience, you too can attain it. Everything magnificent is not afraid of time, largely because your higher self knows that time does not exist, other than in our minds. Infinity and eternity are concepts that deny the existence of time. Your higher self is part of infinity and eternity, offering you patience. These, then, are the 5 components to achieving the goal. By cultivating a new attitude toward immateriality, surrender, acceptance, wonder, patience, tolerance, and understanding, you will feel a dramatic turnaround taking place, a turn away from constant struggle. You can come into the precious present with the serenity that accompanies your higher self. Some typical fighting behaviors. The tendency to avoid the attitude that guarantees achievement may take too many ways to describe here. You will only find some examples on these pages. By noticing them when they show up, you will begin to understand why you have chosen to fight. And when you set out on the path of spiritual search, you will have already decided how to abandon such behaviors. Bodily manifestations. High blood pressure, malaise, ulcers, nail biting, smoking, drinking, and overeating are evidence of a perpetual state of struggle and anxiety. Measure your happiness based on the position you occupy, whether in your profession or in your community. You constantly seek higher positions and more prestige to demonstrate your competence or worth. Search for external symbols of success. Give your attention to the grades, trophies, rankings, or any other recognition you need to feel good about yourself. living in a permanent state of worry and anxiety. You have conversations with yourself that revolve around such things as the need for a promotion, the fear that your safety will be in jeopardy unless you get more money, and anxiety about the lack of purpose in your family. These thoughts take you away from the present moment and cause you to worry or fear. Put a price tag on everything you do. You focus your thinking on money. His tendency is to use the monetary criterion as the exclusive means of evaluating himself and others. Make intent and effort the cornerstones of your life philosophy. You feel like you have to always be busy in order to be worthy of appreciation. He judges others as lazy or unworthy of appreciation if they enjoy being rather than doing. Find defects in the world as it is. You are unable to accept the unpredictability of nature. He is preoccupied with the fear of death and is drawn to conversations lamenting the disasters that happen. Being unable to spend time alone and calm. You fill your time with phone conversations, watching television, or planning future actions. You are always worried about the deadlines that are coming up. Reject the idea of meditation or contemplation as a waste of time. Not being able to allow silence to be a natural part of your relationship with others. You feel compelled to fill any gaps of silence with activity or conversation. Tendency to do everything quickly. He becomes impatient with those who do not talk, move, eat, or drive fast enough to fit his role model. Run through life and negatively judge those who advance at a slower pace. Here are some concepts from the endless list of typical fighting behaviors. When we trust our false selves instead of our spiritual consciousness, these behaviors become a regular part of our visas. It is possible to transform these ego behavior patterns when you examine why your ego is so insistent that you go in that direction. How the ego feeds the struggle. Here are some of the main reasons why the ego has gone the way of the fight. The ego wants you to believe its misrepresentations. The biggest misrepresentation is that you are your body and its achievements. If you can keep him convinced that this is true, you will continue to work hard to prove yourself by fighting. As long as you are focused on fighting, you will not see your higher self. The ego fosters the false idea that contemplation is something rejectable. To ensure your dominance, the ego urges you to avoid contemplative or meditative activities and to fill your life with activities, noise, conversation, or addictive substances. There is never time to reach the goal. The ego persistently directs its attention to the past or the future. Directing thoughts to the past or future erases the present moment. By shifting your attention to the present moment, you automatically relieve yourself of stress about the past or the future. In the present moment you will know God, which the ego rejects. When you believe that your past drives your present, you accept the false belief that the wake is what makes the ship move. The reality is that the wake is nothing more than a trail left behind, just like their past behaviors. As long as you believe that you cannot escape the past and that it drives your life, you are in the grip of your ego and you will be unable to take the risks and accept the responsibilities that come with being spiritual. The ego uses the fear of death as motivation to keep you in pursuit of hedonism, acquisitions, and power. The idea of death as a natural act of shedding the worn-out body into something terrifying to the ego. You know that you will be unable to invite your higher self to participate in your consciousness if you can keep it fighting for more and believing that this is what your life is destined for. The ego insists that it has to be impatient and intolerant or it will lose its place along with its credibility. In this sense, you are reinforcing your dogma that you are separate from everyone else, so you need to overcome them. Since it is a combat, it is impossible for him to be patient. This keeps you in a constant fight. Some ideas do not fall in the trap of the fight. You can stop the pressure of the ego when you are campaigning to fight for more. Resort to the simple and pleasant thought that you don't need to do anything. I don't need to do anything is a helpful statement. This simple reminder will invite your higher self to direct your life. When faced with a dilemma about what you want to pursue in life, put the decision in the hands of your spiritual self. Create a phrase to repeat silently and out loud every time you try to figure out what to do, something like this: decide for me, I'll leave it in your hands. Then let go and listen. The answers will come as you develop a willingness to allow your higher self to guide you. This may sound like an excuse to disengage, but for me it has been a useful technique in many troublesome areas of my life. When I say I ask you to decide for me, I find that the answers appear immediately. Miraculously, the right person will show up and tell me precisely what I need to hear, or a book with underlined passages that are just what I'm looking for will arrive in the mail, or the phone will ring and I will be guided. In order for this to happen, you have to be able to let go and just allow your higher consciousness to take action. Take a step back and watch your ego in action. Don't try to do something about your ego. Do not resist it, subdue it, control it, or destroy it. That would only make the ego stronger, more real. You have to remember that your ego is not something real. It is a false belief. By observing your ego, you are choosing love and making contact with the loving divine essence. Be still and know. These words will help you overcome the struggle and know the joy of being here in the present moment. When you allow yourself to be still, you will understand the futility of constant struggle and the pursuit of more things. Think how much fun it is to watch a puppy or kitten chasing your tail. The animal does not realize that it is impossible. Desire keeps the tail just out of reach of the little animal. Your false belief keeps you striving for happiness in an analogous way. When you feel caught up in the incessant struggle, remember, be still and know. Make an effort to wake up between 3 and 6 in the morning and do 20 minutes of meditation. For me, these have been the most productive hours of the day to access my spiritual self. Commit to an hour of meditation no matter how difficult it is to get out of bed. Fight the temptation to go back to sleep, get up and go to a place that you have chosen and where you can remain undisturbed and in silence. Meditate, then go back to sleep if you want. In the middle of a hectic meeting or during an argument with your children, get up and excuse yourself for a moment. When you have left the turmoil, give yourself 5 minutes to focus and ask God the following question: what is my purpose here and how can I serve you in the midst of all this confusion? After a few moments of silence, return to the meeting. You will find that calm and the recognition of God's presence help you see more clearly the role you must play. You will know that it is complete and recognize that it was a test. You might also remember the 2 rules for being at peace: don't rush over the little things, and all things are small. Make going for a walk alone a regular practice. This is one of the easiest and fastest ways to get in touch with your spiritual self. You can enhance this experience by creating a personal mantra to repeat in rhythm with your steps. It can be a phrase like "the divine plan shines through my whole person," or a simple word like love, beauty, or peace. Ralph Waldo Emerson was an enthusiastic solo walker. On the wall of his library you could read the following sentence: "I believe that walking is the best for humanity. In happy hours, I think all business should be postponed by walking." Keep in mind the advice given by A Course in Miracles: only infinite patience produces immediate results. Learn to be patient with yourself and with those around you. As you get into the car, imagine how you want your driving to be and be patient with everything that comes your way along the way. Being patient can take place within your mind through the simple system of having an internal dialogue about it in favor of the natural unfolding of events. A simple silent mantra also encourages patience. Impatience is a learned response that is in many ways unhealthy. You can break free of this ego-driven tendency by observing yourself in frenzy and allowing your higher consciousness to replace impatience with love and acceptance. Marvel at the miracle that life really is. Awe is an appreciation of God's work and the presence of divine intelligence. By granting yourself such moments of appreciation, you will be able to access the goal. By being in a state of reverence or awe, one chooses to be free from the demands of the ego and allows the loving divine essence to make itself felt. When you celebrate the present moment in this way, you are reaching the goal and living in that moment. One of the great teachers of my life was Paramahansa Yogananda, a man who left India to teach the peoples of the West the ways of the spiritual self. I have read many of his speeches and found great comfort in his writings as well as in reading his life. One of my favorite sayings applies to this chapter. I offer it to you for your meditation as you move toward the goal. Seek the spiritual confines within yourself. What you are is much greater than any other person or things you have ever longed for. That's the voice of your higher self silently reminding you to accept yourself and end your yearnings. You will never get everything, you are everything yourself. 13. From domination to tolerance. Accusing others of your own misfortunes is a sign of lack of education. Accusing yourself shows that education has begun. Not accusing yourself or accusing others shows that education has been completed. Epicteto. I am aware that I do not need to dominate anyone in order to be spiritually alert. Your higher self wants me to be at peace. Your ego wants to keep you in a state of turmoil in order to retain its dominance over your life. You have likely listened to your ego for most of your existence. The upshot of listening to the ego is that most of us allow the ego to persuade us to choose dominance over tolerance as the criterion in our relationships. Moving from domination to tolerance requires disciplining the ego and listening to the spiritual self. I am writing from my personal experience on this matter, and it is one of the most difficult missions my spiritual self has ever given me. I have spent many years dominated by my ego, and without intending to do so I have made domination and judgment the cornerstones of my relationship with others. The suggestions you'll find in this chapter all come from my own experience in overcoming ego-dictated inclinations. Making the transition from domination to tolerance is especially difficult because the desire to satisfy the ego is so powerful. The ego is extremely persuasive after a lifetime of enjoying the benefits of domination. You don't want to give up your control. Your higher self will easily take over when you stop controlling other people. You will begin to feel unconditional love, and you will begin to find the peace that you have desired. To move toward tolerance fostered by your higher self and away from ego-imposed needs for control and judgment, you need to examine the qualities that fuel a tolerant approach to life. Replacement of domination by tolerance. Here you will find the main characteristics of tolerance. Note that with tolerance you are in tune with your higher self by giving up the constant demands of the ego. Realize that what the ego has done to you, you have done to other people. Learning these behaviors to create a tolerant attitude is one way to educate the ego and educate yourself. In the process, you can shed the usual ego reactions that keep you from true fulfillment. Let things be as they are. To become more tolerant and less controlled by your false self, begin to feel satisfied with the way things are. Your ego is never entirely happy. If you choose something, your ego will convince you to consider something else. If a person you love acts and is very considerate of everything you say or do, your ego wants that person to be more critical. If that person is more critical, his ego decides to dislike him. If you eat too much, you start to think how nice it would be to be thinner, you go on a diet, and all your thoughts will revolve around food. If you stay home for a long period of time, your ego starts telling you how nice it would be to travel, hit the road, and your ego will start telling you how nice it would be to stay home. You are in a relationship and you begin to imagine that it would be more pleasant to be free from ties, does not enjoy a relationship and begins to want to have one. His children are running around the house and he begins to think about escaping from it. He has left home and thinks of nothing but his children. If you identify with what is described, you can be sure that the ego has temporarily separated you from your spiritual self. Given your willingness to convince you that you are separate from everything, you need to separate him from the center of your being. Then you can keep him in that state of trying to dominate other people as a way of trying to achieve balance and contentment. The problem is that you cannot reach them if you are separated from your higher self-consciousness. When you begin to listen to your higher self in contemplative and still moments, you begin to relax and release the pressure. The false belief that everyone in your life needs to be dominated or controlled by you, or that others have to live up to your expectations to be happy, disappears. People are who I am, and your need to dominate or change them in whatever way is dictated by your false self. Your ego is, as usual, trying to convince you that you are separate from others. He also does not want him to realize how he manages to dominate his existence, so he convinces him that if he does not dominate others they will defeat him. The ego projects its controlling tendencies onto others to prevent you from seeing it operating within you. At the same time, it makes you see tolerant people as controllable. The intelligent ego controls you one way or the other. It makes you behave in a domineering way to hide how it controls you, and at the same time makes you have a dislike for tolerant, controllable people. Why would you want to go for tolerance when they put that model in front of you? You will not choose tolerance if you are unable to get rid of these false ego beliefs. But when you become aware that we are all connected in the universe with the same divine intelligence flows through each of us, and that the higher self is knowable and real, all the superficial satisfactions that are daughters of domination, control, and control prosecuting others lose their appeal. Your higher self has no need to dominate anyone or anything. This is the passage to freedom. Right now, however, at this very moment, your ego is working to convince you that the higher self and tolerance are ridiculous ideas. The ego will argue that tolerance means allowing criminal behavior and health and social problems. His favorite example is that it would mean allowing the Hitlers of the world to commit atrocities while we view them tolerantly. Your higher self can see beyond this logic, so can you too. If you are willing to do so. Your higher self knows that shedding bigotry does not mean approving of evil. The evils that exist in the world are independent of your opinion of them. We will eradicate evil and bring peace to the world, not by prosecuting others but by transmitting love. If you get rid of judgment and the tendency to dominate and control others, you will be able to replace hatred and intolerance with love and harmony. When Mother Teresa of Calcutta was asked if she was demonstrating against the Vietnam War, she replied, "No, but if you hold a peace march, I will be there." When you achieve peace within yourself, that is what you will have to give. When you are dominated by your ego, you dominate other people. If there is no inner harmony, there is no outer harmony. The ego needs the illusion of enemies in order to control it. When you are controlling other people, it is because you have allowed the ego to be in control. The paradox in this case is that you will transform the world in any way you want when you stop trying to improve conditions through intolerance and prosecution. Only when you are not controlled by the ego can you decide not to control others. What you believed to be power when dominating others was actually the outer activity of the ego, which is controlling you. Your impact on the world begins with the smallest world of yourself. You will foster freedom and peace when you are free from the control of your ego and know the peace of your spiritual self as you walk the path of spiritual quest. One of the first steps down that path is to learn tolerance by practicing seeing the world as it is rather than as you demand it to be. Listen, the ego wants you to speak. Your higher self wants you to listen. The ego is intolerant. Your higher self is very tolerant. There is an important difference for the spiritual search. When you meditate and remain profoundly silent, you learn the art of listening. It is as if God is speaking to you instead of you speaking to God. Then you begin to know what it feels like to trust your inner guidance. You will even be able to understand the reason for the ego talk. You will hear the ego chatter, and you will know that it is the expression of fear and its desire to protect you by keeping you safe separate from others. At that point you will be introducing tolerance into your life. The ego wants you to keep talking because of the false belief that it is safer and better to show others how different you are. The more you talk and be the point of reference yourself, the more you have a tendency to brag and show intolerance, which is ego satisfying. But protecting the ego in this way is an exercise that prevents you from achieving the true freedom of knowing your higher self, which begins to happen when you begin to listen. So the ego intensifies its chatter whenever one tries to meditate or listen to his inner self. Through the process of listening to even your intolerant ego, you will learn to be tolerant. Also by listening you will abandon your egocentricity and the need to dominate or be dominated by the ego. When you gently push others outward by actually listening to your stories, you are showing love and respect. This is also for the ego. Refusing to listen or showing contempt are intolerant attitudes. The ego's need to chatter and expose its superiority is convincingly demonstrated by the following story from the Herod of the Enlightened, an edition by Anthony de Mello. What this story reveals is the success that comes when we listen with a tolerant attitude. Once upon a time there was an inn called the Silver Star. The owner was not making enough money despite doing his best to attract customers by making the inn comfortable, with friendly service, and reasonable prices. So, in despair, he consulted a sage. After hearing his story of grief, the sage said, "It is very simple. You have to change the name of the inn." "Impossible," said the innkeeper. "It has been the Silver Star for generations and is well known throughout the country." The sage did not firmly reply. "Now you must call it the Five Bells and put a row of 6 bells hanging from the door." 6 bells? But that is absurd. What good would that do? "Put it to the test and you will see it," replied the sage with a smile. Well, the innkeeper put him to the test. And here is what he saw. Every traveler who passed the inn entered to point out the mistake, each convinced that no one else had noticed it. Once inside, they were impressed by the cordiality of the service and stayed to refresh themselves, thus providing the innkeeper with the fortune he had been seeking in vain for so long. There are few things the ego takes more delight in than correcting other people's mistakes. As you cultivate the influence of your higher self on your existence, the easier it will be to free yourself from the demands of the ego. You will find pleasure in overriding your arrogant impulses and in listening to others. You will begin to enjoy your conscious effort to be tolerant. Give. You can neutralize the impact of your ego fairly quickly through the act of giving. Giving involves more than just handing over objects. True giving involves being aware of the needs and wants of others. Go back with your memory to the moment you were most in love. That experience of passionate love made her aware of her partner's needs. That awareness can also be found in the case of a father and son. With this love in the heart, one is willing to give whatever it takes. One's thoughts are not trying to dominate or control the other person. There is only the loving plea of your higher self that wants you to give all you can to the loved one. Marriages often fail because one of the spouses stops giving. If both of you were willing to give 100% in your relationship, there would be more than enough reasons for a happy marriage. When only one member of the couple gives 100%, a person is sacrificing himself. It is important to distinguish between giving and sacrificing. A sacrifice is usually made for something. When you sacrifice, you are giving to receive, and it works according to the dictates of the ego, which wants you to believe that you are so important and special that you deserve something in exchange for what you give. The ego wants you to be arrogant and think that the act of giving indicates your superiority, as if your generosity sets you apart from others who are not so generous. If you give because you feel like giving, you are not genuinely motivated by your higher self. Here, too, the ego is at work, telling it that it is far better than the recipients of its gifts. The ego even accepts reluctance, because it sees it as proof of superiority. But giving as a means of fostering tolerance and love is something else. This giving occurs when one contributes to meeting the needs or desires of others without any expectation of retribution or recognition. Like the mother with her baby. It is the kind of gift that tolerance promotes. It's the kind of giving that comes when you learn to be tolerant of yourself and others. As you cultivate giving, you will experience that giving is receiving and receiving is giving. One of my favorite New Testament passages describes this act of giving. In St. Luke 6:35, Jesus says, "Love therefore your enemies and do good, and lend, expecting nothing of it, and it will be your great reward and you will be the children of the Most High, because He is kind to the ungrateful and the bad." Consideration of the needs of others is the most rewarding experience you can ever meet. Remember how exciting it was to give gifts to your parents, grandparents, and siblings. It equaled, and perhaps even surpassed, the thrill of receiving gifts. So when you gave, you were receiving. It is your sacred self that encourages you to give unconditionally. It is your ego that wants to receive a reward. But this is only because that is what your ego knows, and what it will know as long as you continue to reward it for keeping it separate from your loving divine essence. Give your ego the experience of knowing your higher self's love and tolerance, and it will begin to do the same. Pleasant relationships. When you follow the dictates of your ego, you find that it is constantly necessary to exert a certain degree of influence over other people. That is what the ego demands of him because he believes that this is how he gets the power he needs. When this happens, any chance of truly rewarding relationships evaporates. The realm of intimacy belongs to the higher self. We are not referring to having adventures. Being intimate with someone is a way of communicating, sending a clear message of unconditional love and consideration. The ego dreads all such encounters and is extremely active when such opportunities present themselves. The ego is so irresistible in this area that the very thought of communicating with another person with unconditional love can be more fearful than open heart surgery. Be careful, they will try to possess you if you intimate too much. You will lose your freedom. These are the kind of phrases the ego bombards your thoughts with. The ego knows everything about ownership and domination because it is something that it is doing all the time. The ego dominates you and is afraid of being dominated, and equates intimacy with domination. To be intimate with someone is to be tolerant and accept another person unconditionally. It means behaving kindly and respecting the needs and wants of another person. If you fear this type of relationship, it is because the ego tells you that it is a danger. When you learn to walk the spiritual path, you discover that love is the least threatening experience there is. Love does not ask for anything nor does it demand anything. It requires giving, sharing and being vulnerable, with God as a guide who communicates infinite love. This type of relationship is a way of communicating in which you are able to offer love to the other person without having to be right or prove him wrong. When a person you talk to feels accepted, loved, and listened to, that bond will be created. If you have had to prove her wrong to assert your point of view, or if you have judged her in any way, then you have succumbed to the demands of the ego. If you are in a relationship with someone and you find that you avoid intimacy, you can be sure that the ego is overcoming your spiritual self. The fear that you will meet your higher self means that the ego will do whatever it takes to keep you out of such a relationship. Convince yourself that you are superior is one way to prevent yourself from reaching the state of vulnerability that intimacy requires. Thus, he will go from one domination/submission relationship to another, avoiding relationships based on love and sincere communication. These are the foundations for becoming more tolerant and allowing the higher self to overcome the ego's dominating and authoritarian impulses. These ego-dictated behaviors manifest themselves in many ways, some of which you will recognize in the next section. Your authoritarian and dominant ego at work. Make excessive use of references to oneself, and always take the conversation towards the own person. Instead of making someone else turn outside and know your feelings, you use every possible excuse to focus on yourself. Adopting a hasty approach to life that leaves no time for contemplation and quiet moments. Always needing to pass the driver in front, speed up when the light turns amber instead of slowing down and stopping, constantly using the phone, even in theaters and restaurants, these and many other behaviors that make you always have control and do not allow you to participate courteously and appropriately in other people's lives. Give orders and demand perfection from family members and co-workers. Refusing to listen to any other point of view. Doing things like barking demands in restaurants, a way of implying that others are inferior. Being engrossed in your own concerns, career goals, successes, and everyday experiences. Insist that others always listen to your stories and seldom take an interest in theirs. Correct other people's mistakes in public and show off your superior knowledge. Corrects things like grammatical mistakes, inappropriate use of words, errors in reported facts, misprints, memory lapses, and the dance move that is in vogue, and does it in front of others to impress them, denying true proximity and blaming the other person for it. Refusing to be intimate and being unloving if someone doesn't live up to expectations. Using any mistake on the part of the other as a reason to refuse to communicate for real, which produces a severe fear. Need to win in conversations instead of communicating and sharing. Use the time someone else spends talking to prepare for your own reactions rather than listening to what the other is saying and responding to their feelings and concerns. Exalting oneself at the expense of others. Resort to boasting, and self-centeredness as main conversational motives. The inability to give without receiving. Keeping track of who responds to your greeting cards and refusing to send them to the wrong ones. Doing a charity or helping someone else, and then getting upset if the thank you doesn't come within the stipulated time. Give to receive instead of giving unconditionally. Use your own criteria to judge how others should be. Treat as less important people those who have not acted according to one's own criteria. Dominate others who are smaller, younger, or have a lower education. Subdue others by threatening retaliation, by arrogance, or by withdrawing financial support. These, along with a potentially endless list of others, are some of the most common examples of how the need to be dominant and superior presents itself in life. These ego behaviors are used by almost all people at one time or another. In order to leave these ego-driven thoughts and behaviors behind, it helps to know the reward system that your ego has established. When you know what you are getting through these behaviors, changing them becomes a much more accessible goal. What benefits his ego obtains from this domination, and why does he fear the tolerance of his higher self? Your ego is an old companion and you don't want it to leave it. Your false self knows that you won't need you to play a dominant role in your existence if you become tolerant and emphasize serving others. Consequently, his ego tells him, over and over again, you are separate from those around you and you are better than them. In order to prove it, you have to exercise some control over their behavior. Be dominant and you will earn the respect of others. Respect for others is the way you assert yourself. The ego wants to be more and more arrogant so that it only listens to it and believes its false messages. The ego grows with its sense of incompleteness and its fear of not being worthy of appreciation. Therefore, you will convince him to avoid intimate relationships for fear that he will reveal who he is. You protect yourself from such disclosures by listening to your ego and avoiding intimate relationships. By looking outside at all the things and people you want to control, you fill your life with the task at hand. So he fills his time by dominating and controlling the external world, and he has no time left to look within. The ego wins when you need to skip, and winning is very important to him. By being reluctant to give of yourself and by being aware of the needs and desires of others, you can focus your attention on yourself. Your ego feels threatened when you let go of self-centeredness and look outside to see how you can serve other people. Consequently, your ego encourages you to continue to be self-centered. If he gives, the ego makes him focus on his own person by demanding that he be recognized and appreciated for his generous behavior. In either case, the ego and not your spiritual self wins the game again and your spiritual quest is relegated. When you dominate other people, you guarantee the existence of conflicts. Conflict is the ego's natural environment. Nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to be told how they should live, what they should be, how they should think. Simply put, no one wants to be dominated. When this role is assumed, conflicts are created immediately. Then the false self goes to work to convince us that we need to win and demonstrate our superiority. Your higher self avoids conflict and encourages tolerance and love. The ego loves conflict and will encourage it. There are few things the ego delights in more than correcting other people's mistakes. The ego takes this double opportunity to point out mistakes, and simultaneously feel more important than others. This is what you get because of your ego. Now that you understand why you have listened to your ego's demands for control and domination, you can begin to change some of those attitudes. Being an authoritative person can give you those rewarding appearances, but it doesn't lead to a more satisfying and profound experience of your everyday existence. Your relationships will always suffer and you will have a sense of emptiness and purposelessness as you accept these ego demands. By shifting your attention to the higher self, you will discover a more satisfying path. Some suggestions to allow your higher self to guide you towards greater tolerance. Restrain your need to be right. You can do this by holding back just as you are about to speak, and wondering if you want to be guided by your ego or your higher self. If you really want to limit your ego, just respond to what the person just said without arguing or counseling. As you practice this technique, your ego will fade and your relationships will improve. Listen to others. Try to hear the emotions in someone's conversation. Free yourself of your defensive attitude and the need to correct or explain. Just listen and paraphrase what the other has said. Listen to what the other person is feeling and react accordingly. It will begin to eliminate intolerance. Show tolerance and love by ignoring what may have happened in the past. Avoid the inclination to prove someone wrong by pointing out their fallacies with examples from your past. Let go of the desire to win and cultivate the desire to communicate. Give yourself time to talk to God and to seek help from spirit guides. Doing this on a daily basis will lead you to be more peaceful and calm. You will discover that the energy you used to dominate people before will go to serving others. Stop right when you are about to intervene in a business or family dispute. Count to 25 and listen. The pause will usually allow the dispute to be resolved without your interference. If you find it difficult to hold back, step back a bit. Learn to allow others to solve your difficulties without feeling that you are the only one who can fix things. Your ego urges you to step in and show how good you are, while your higher self wants you to experience peace and harmony. Choose the latter. Suppress each and every trend to correct. Make it a rule that you will never correct someone in front of third parties. Nobody likes to be corrected in public. If you feel the need to teach someone the mistakes in your way of speaking or acting, be quiet and ask yourself how God would handle the situation. If the person is an adult, privately and gently ask if they want to be corrected. You will be surprised how unimportant it is for some people to know the proper or correct way to say or do things. It is usually the person who makes the corrections who places great importance on the correct form. Try to give to those in need anonymously. If you insist on being recognized for your acts of generosity, then it is not your higher self that prompts you to give. Give up giving and receive. Be generous and be happy to know that your contributions are helping others. Celebrate non-ego-based giving. When you are tempted to judge others, remember that they are part of the same divine creation as you. Get rid of some of those ego-based judgments based on appearances and acquisitions. You must see the fullness of God in everyone you meet and remember that the world of the manifest is not all there is. There is also God within each person. If you can see it this way, you will be less tempted to judge them on their possessions or appearance. If you have difficulties in your intimate relationships, feel the fear and do it anyway. Acknowledge that you are having a difficult time offering your love, but resist the ego's demands on you. Rather, open up to the person you love and tell them how much they mean to you. Do this even if you have the impression that you don't deserve it or that you won't respond appropriately. Take the risk and fight the urge to withdraw. You will feel fuller and more fulfilled by taking that risk. Your higher self implores you to surrender your love and not be afraid to be vulnerable. Love has to do with giving. If it is reciprocated, fine, but if not, you still deserve love. Remember that no one on this planet wants to share your conflicts. People want peace, which is the way of the higher self. The ego loves turmoil and conflict, which is why there are so many conflicts in the world. They are the ego fighting the ego. If you know in your heart that you are being led by your false self when you foment conflict, then perhaps you can be quiet a bit and go within just when you are about to implicate someone in a dispute. I have found that when I meditate for even just 30 seconds before I am about to get into conflict, I can get in touch with my higher self, and the need to be right just disappears. In the man's eternal quest, Paramahansa Yogananda wrote, God is the repository of all happiness, and you can contact him in everyday life. However, man is primarily concerned with following what leads to unhappiness. The activity that most leads to this unhappiness is the need to prove that others are wrong and the tendency to dominate. Consult with God and keep in mind that this loving presence is at your disposal. Give up the habit of trusting the ego and all its false logic, and live the tolerance, love, and peace of your sacred self. 14. From unhealthy to purity. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. San Mateo, 5:3. Today I will work with the purest of my intentions for the greatest benefit of all. In Confucianism there is a principle called Zhen. This principle refers to the belief that there is good, pure good, in the center of our being, where the self or the spirit can be found. All people seem good to us when they are their true selves. Zhen's principle suggests that you can't help being pure when you are your true self. Lives become unhealthy when we ignore our authentic self and listen to the false self. To allow the higher self to triumph in that conflict between purity and unhealthy, you must shed any idea that deep down you are a sinner. You need to realize that the core facet of your being is pure, good, and beautiful. As Saint Matthew expresses it, with great perfection, this purity of heart will allow you to know God. Of course, the reverse is also true. If you lead an unhealthy life of thought or action, you will be unable to know the divine spirit within you, and the ego will continue to dominate your inner and outer life. The pure in heart are distinguished by their thoughts and actions. Your higher self wants you to have pure thoughts and pure demeanor. His ego strongly resists purity and campaigns for the unhealthy. In order to combat this conflict, you must understand how you can recognize what kind of life you lead, and if necessary, improve. Purification of your thought. Everything you think about ends up turning into action. The more aware you are of how you use your mind, the more you will be able to put unhealthy thought forms behind you. When you know that your thoughts are turning into action, you become very careful about what you think because you begin to see that your thoughts can poison your life. Purifying your thoughts is a variant of the higher consciousness theme. So you may want to start by reviewing the keys to accessing higher consciousness that you will find in the second part. The first three, banishing doubt, cultivating observer status, and silencing inner dialogue, are essential to tame the ego and begin to recognize and accept purity. Unhealthy thinking is a habit that makes us use the mind as interpreted by the ego. Kick the habit of constant interpretation and start living your life free from ego feedback. Your willingness to face the ways you have been thinking is the beginning of the purification process. Your ability to cease judging will allow you to reach the highest ground, where the presence of divine energy is known, and experience the richer awareness that accompanies the triumph of your higher self. Knowing that you can choose less unhealthy thoughts is an important discovery. Many people have never found out. Consequently, they spend their entire lives defending the idea that their thoughts are immutable. You, who are on the spiritual path, know that this is not the case. He knows that he is something greater than his thoughts and more divine than the body in which those thoughts take place. Your thoughts and behavior are habits resulting from your life experience, including the beliefs you have accepted from all the well-meaning people who formed you. To purify your thinking and make your mind work exactly the way you want it to, you must be willing to examine these habits of thought. Then the purifying process will begin and you will see the access to your spiritual self. Free yourself from prejudice. The word prejudice belongs to the same family as prejudice. We encourage unhealthy thinking whenever we allow ourselves to be judgmental. And when we judge in advance, our thoughts are even more unhealthy. When I was doing research for another of my books, The Happiness of Our Children, I was intrigued by the data that indicated that the children who were taught to believe, without question, in what the authorities said, were the children that more prejudices presented. This conclusion is understandable when one realizes that prejudging others, based only on what people have said, prevents the development of a mind of their own. Prejudice comes from treating the mind as a space for the thoughts and beliefs of others. Learning how to occupy your mind with personal interpretations, even for a moment, allows you to know yourself and others through your spiritual self. When your mind is occupied with prejudice, the ego is the owner of the house. Prejudging is a way of interpreting the motives and behaviors of others according to the criteria established by the ego. It is not something that is limited to the racial, social, and religious antagonisms that we have come to associate with the word prejudice. Whenever you define members of a generation other than yours as inferior, quirky, or old-fashioned, you are prejudging. To break free from the ego-dictated habit of judging, take an inventory of your thoughts and keep track of how much of your inner energy is dedicated to prejudging others. Ask yourself if you are willing to continue to rent your mind to be occupied by the thoughts of others. The antidote to unhealthy thoughts is to deactivate the ego and listen to the higher self. You will begin to know that no one on this planet is superior or special in the eyes of God, just as no one is no longer special. Purifying your thoughts is really nothing more than seeing the fullness of God in all people. The moment you feel a prejudice enter your mind, replace it with the thought that you don't want to poison your mind. Take on the role of observer and see the loving presence within it all. The sacred Sanskrit greeting Namaste is a reminder of this kind of thinking. Roughly translating, it means, I celebrate the place within you where the two of us are one. Purification of your thoughts from prejudice takes place when you are willing to acknowledge the countless beliefs you have received from other people, and when you want to be in relationship with the pure thoughts that emanate from your spiritual self. At that moment he is ready to start breaking with the habit of prejudging and replacing it with the idea contained in the Sanskrit greeting, Namaste. Free yourself of your libido. Your higher self urges you to view a person of the other sex as a soul that has a body. Your ego, however, is determined that you see it as a body. Your libido represents the basic biological urges and sexual desires. They are vital realities and should not be viewed with contempt or scorn. However, when libido takes over your mind, your thoughts can become unhealthy and shift away from the joy and harmony that your spiritual self offers. To purify your thinking in this regard, you will have to carefully examine everything you have learned about your sexual nature, beginning with childhood. When I examine the beliefs about male sexuality that I grew up with, I realized that I was exposed to an unhealthy way of thinking that inevitably interfered with my spiritual development. Movies, magazines, songs, advertisements, and grown men sent messages that taught me to relate to a girl as if she were just a body. The goal was the conquest of his body. Sex was the penultimate goal of my mission on earth. This is the kind of learning I have been referring to throughout this book. It affects the process and function of thinking. Our thoughts have been shaped to focus on sexual conquest. Every time we meet an attractive member of the opposite sex, our thoughts begin to revolve around our libido messages. The reason this kind of thinking becomes unhealthy is that it consumes all our mental energy in the activity of examining and considering people as bodies rather than as spiritual beings. Our minds become engrossed in the false idea that our dignity and worth as human beings is somehow connected to the achievements we collect and display to gain the approval of other members of our sex. Relationships with the opposite sex focus exclusively on appearance and external beauty. For men, breast size is often more important than establishing a spiritual connection. Having sex becomes a substitute for exchanging love and being spiritual partners. Women also make value judgments regarding the appearance of other men and women. All potential for knowing the joy that our spiritual higher self offers us is banished from consciousness in favor of appearances. Realizing this has been meaningful to me, I became aware of my ability to allow my higher self to be the energy that I responded to. I have found that my early training as an ego-dominated male was extremely ingrained and not easily overlooked. When you are motivated by libido, your thoughts are overwhelmed by it for most of the time. Your inner world is almost exclusively oriented to sexual thoughts and evaluations based on appearances. Changing your thinking in this regard does not mean becoming a Puritan or an asexual. What it will do is free itself to see the inner beauty that is within each and every one of us. You will also realize that all physical appearance is temporary and undergoes constant change. If you measure your own appreciation for physical appearance, Where will your appreciation go when those physical characteristics begin to change, as they are destined to? There is no inner reward in conquest, even though you may have been told otherwise. There is no internal reward in a conquest, even if you feel there is when you talk at length about it with your friends, all of whom have received the same training. When the conquest has been crowned with success, there is a sense of emptiness and a powerful desire to disappear as quickly as possible. The sexual union that is free from the idea of conquest and centered on the spiritual self does not leave you with a feeling of emptiness or a desire to disappear. You will both want to be close to each other when the physical act is over. There is no sense of emptiness when there is a spiritual relationship. Freeing yourself from libido in this sense takes place when you purify your thoughts regarding others as well as yourself. Make a deliberate and conscious effort to change unhealthy libido-based thinking. Do it one thought at a time. You will find yourself creating the inner peace that comes from knowing your higher self. Remember, God does not have favorites. In reality, no one is more handsome or more beautiful than another. The only difference between a flower and a herb comes from judgment. Ego-based prosecutions convince you that the physical appearance and sexual conquest of the most attractive people are of vital importance. Keep in mind that any thought or judgment regarding others as sexual objects is a thought that keeps you away from your higher self and close to ego domination. If you are a woman, be careful not to let your ego convince you that you are above these thoughts. I have used only male examples here because I know males better. I have observed women making judgments about the appearance of other men and women, using innuendo and similar immodest modes of conversation. To purify our thoughts about libido, we must commit to keeping track of all the judgments we make regardless of our sex, marital status, or age. At the end of this chapter I present some suggestions on how to do this. Free yourself from addictive thinking. The succinct definition of addictive thinking is the belief that you have to have something external to yourself in order to avoid suffering. When your thoughts are focused on the absolute need to have something, you are being submitted to the ego. Remember, the ego wants you to feel that you are incomplete so that it can keep you fighting for something rather than allowing you to look within and know the peace and harmony of your spiritual self. As long as your thoughts are focused on the fact that you are incomplete, you will need to strive for something else to satisfy your ego. The something else could be typical addictions like alcohol, drugs, sugars, caffeine and so on. Or we could be addicted to approval, money, or other symbols of success. The key here is understanding that fighting for things is indicative that your ego is working. When you become acquainted with your higher self, you discover that all the pleasures that addictions bring you are false and fleeting. The pleasures offered by any substance from nicotine and caffeine to cocaine and heroin are experienced by the body as sensations that disappear almost immediately. When the demand to return to that substance turns into an addiction, you are on the path of ending up poisoning both your body and your mind. In all cases, you need to examine your addictive thoughts. Virtually all spiritual traditions teach that your higher self is God, who dwells in you. When you know that power that is within you, you no longer think about having something or having to do something with respect to external needs. In Christianity, reference is made to this knowledge, because behold, the kingdom of God is within you. In Confucianism we are told, what an unevolved man seeks is outside, what the evolved man seeks is within himself. In Buddhism we are reminded, if you think that the law is outside of yourself, you are not embracing the absolute law but some other lower teaching. In Shintoism we are implored, do not seek God in distant skies. He is found in the very heart of man. And to conclude, in Hinduism we are told, God dwells hidden in the hearts of all. If you examine each of these spiritual traditions and many others, you will see that addictive thinking is one that violates the basic principles of your spiritual self. Within each one of us there is a divine power that does not need any substance or anything external to know joy, unless you are looking for a counterfeit, a fleeting joy that requires more and more to remain satiated. The evolved man referred to by Confucius is the person who has looked within himself, discovering that there is something more than a body that lusts for things and, therefore, is capable of being an observer of his body. When you detach yourself from the belief that your body is you, you also detach yourself from the demands your false self imposes on you. To get rid of any addictive thoughts, you will find that it is necessary to get rid of the demands of the ego. Be silent and become the observer of your body and its cravings instead of the craving or the poison. Then you will be able to see God's heavenly light, which will give you the strength to let go of addictive thoughts. As you contemplate the cravings, you can see them come and go. You know the false self is weakened as it continues to whisper intermittent warnings about embracing the spiritual role, suggesting that you deserve the glee now. This is part of the ego's conditioned thinking, which tells you that without something external you will be denied joy and pleasure. To free yourself from this thought, you need to momentarily let go of your ego and bask in the newfound exhilaration achieved by your strength of resistance. Invoke your higher self and strike up a conversation with God in which you overcome that problem. When you begin to resist the domination and demands of the ego's addictive behavior, you will know a joy far greater and more lasting than any substance or external probation can provide. You will get to know pure thinking instead of unhealthy, perhaps for the first time in your life. Free yourself from the spirit of contradiction. Unhealthy thinking is one that sees the bad instead of the good in the world. Your ego works here too, encouraging you to avoid anything that tells you that this is a divine place. Once you begin to see the good in everything and to know that even what none of us can understand is in some mysterious way part of God's plan, your ego will wither away and you will lose its influence over you. When your thinking is pure, you begin to understand the world in a new way. The facts of the world are not what depresses you, it's the way you interpret them. Give up the urge to interpret. Unhealthy thinking tells you that you have to turn something into a problem in order for the ego to end up being right. If things aren't going the way your ego thinks they should go, you have a reason to be upset. This creates restlessness, the goal of the ego. If you are exhausted inside, you are unlikely to adopt a calm point of view. Minor irritations can and will prevent you from experiencing God's peace, just as surely as anger and hatred will. Every time you value something above peace, you can be sure that your ego is influencing you. If you want to know the ultimate happiness, you have to banish the spirit of contradiction from your life. You must abandon the interpretation of people and events and leave negativity and pessimism behind. Victor Hugo once wrote, "The supreme happiness of life is the conviction that we are loved, loved by ourselves, or rather in spite of ourselves." When you are negative and have a spirit of contradiction, you send messages that say you are not interested in being loved. Negativity will return more of the same. When you turn to your higher self, when you experience the joy within yourself, the ego pulls aside, albeit reluctantly, and moves toward positive, loving ways of living life. You know that your higher self will bring you the supreme happiness Victor Hugo alluded to. Sometimes I think of myself as some kind of paranoid, but in reverse. Paranoid people believe that the world and all its inhabitants set out to harm them. I think of paranoids backwards as people who believe that the world and all the people who live in it set out to help them, protect them, and do them some good. This is nothing more than a change in attitude that assures us of the divine presence. Our higher self reminds us to keep our thoughts in the service of others, and thus achieve the satisfaction of our desires. All the people he meets in some unsubstantiated but obvious way are part of the conspiracy aimed at making his life spiritually pleasurable. Try to think of yourself as paranoid in reverse. You will see that the spirit of contradiction and all the tricks of the ego disappear to be replaced by your spiritual self, which will bring you love, the ultimate experience of happiness. Free yourself from comparative thinking. It is common to hear people talk about each one being unique. Our egos would like us to believe that each of us is a special one-of-a-kind creation that deserves individualized attention from everyone, including God. That is, we have to describe this idea as a superficial interpretation of ourselves. On the surface, that is, when we judge by physical appearance, ability, behaviors, and personality, each person is unique and indeed quite special. But the focus of this book is the spiritual dimension beyond the surface. The ego-led person judges by appearances on the physical plane and therefore makes use of comparisons. The person whose fulcrum is his higher identity knows that all these differences are mere superficial observations and that at our core we all share the same universal essence. The energy that flows through you is also flowing through me. There is no separate God for each of us. It is our ego that convinces us that we are separate from each other. When you begin to see people in terms of their divine essence, and you see the essence of God in each person you meet, you stop comparing. The idea that other people should be judged based on your relationship is equivalent to the idea that you are special in God's eyes. It is as if you believe that God's creations, which are different from you in appearance, personality, interests, and ability, are mistakes. But how is it possible that there can be a creation error when this is an intelligent system? How can an omniscient, divine God make a mistake? As your thinking becomes purer, you begin to see the connections that unite us all in something far more meaningful than appearances. That he thinks of himself as superior to another person, or more intelligent, or more beautiful, means that the ego is consequently denying its inner spirit, which is connected with those whom it is judging. There is no point in feeling superior or comparing yourself to other people when acting from the spiritual self. All beings, including yourself, are an expression of God. Comparative thinking is popular in our culture. Beauty contests, advertisements, bodybuilding competitions, and competitive examinations are just some of the ways that comparative thinking manifests itself. Clearly, the message is that some of us are more beautiful or gifted than others, and are therefore judged to be superior. I am not suggesting that these external factors are non-existent. Indeed, some people run faster, calculate faster, and have more body mass than others. But using these genetically transmitted factors as indicators of how we should think is tantamount to giving in to the ego, which emphasizes appearances. Notice the differences and enjoy the competitions, but know in your heart that you do not need to judge others based on their physical differences. When you have purified your thinking, you will look beyond those obvious differences that can be measured on the physical plane. You will notice them, enjoy them, compete against them, if you want. But you will never use your thinking to judge anyone as superior based on physical characteristics and accomplishments. Your thoughts will always remain with the higher self, which tells you that we all have the same essence. The following words are attributed to Buddha: be a lamp in yourself. Keep the truth within yourself. Remember this truth, and your thinking will remain pure. When you listen to this advice, comparative thoughts will no longer poison your life. The Work A Course in Miracles offers you another way to remember this: do not see anyone as a body. Receive him as the child of God that he is and recognize that he is one with you in God. Purification of your emotions. Emotions are reactions to thoughts. These sensations appear in your body and come from how you use your body. Emotions are not things that just happen, they are choices that you make. If your body is tormented by unhealthy emotional responses such as guilt, anger, worry, fear, shyness, and anxiety, you need to examine the thought process that supports these feelings. Physiological reactions to these emotions include high blood pressure, flushing, rapid breathing, increased heart rate, feeling of having a knot in the stomach, ulcer, rashes, and a tendency to bite nails, among others. You can identify your emotions on the physical plane through observation. But you also have to know that the support system for these reactions is your choice of thoughts. If you are indulged in unhealthy thoughts, you will be producing unhealthy emotional responses that will cause your body to go into a state of anxiety and restlessness. The truth is that you are entirely responsible for what you think. By putting into practice the 4 keys to accessing higher consciousness presented in the second part of this book, you will begin to see your thoughts as choices. The world does not rule your mind, nor does your body rule your thoughts. It's the other way around. Who is in control is the brain, pure, and that is at peace. Unhealthy thoughts such as prejudice, lustful thoughts, the spirit of contradiction, addictive and comparative thoughts can be observed and then let go. Just watch them arrive and then decide never to focus on them again. This simple formula is the secret to creating emotional reactions in your body that include love, acceptance, peace, tolerance, understanding, kindness, and forgiveness. These thoughts of purity, dictated by your higher self, will elicit the emotional reactions of contentment, homeostasis, balance, elation, and calm. Therefore, to purify your emotions, you have to purify your thoughts and then watch as you turn over those old unhealthy emotional reactions that you have come to call heredity. There was a time when I expected to receive recognition when I gave a gift. If I did not receive the gratitude I expected, I would feel upset and internally accuse the ungrateful recipient. I could feel the body changes my thoughts were causing. Today, I listen to my higher self, and I am able to give anonymously. My higher self makes me give for the sole reason of wanting to help. I no longer give to receive something in return. My thoughts in this regard are purified, and therefore all emotional reactions of anger and frustration have been replaced by a sense of balance and well-being. Similarly, I have removed the painful emotional reaction of jealousy. Rather than letting my ego be in control, I turn to my higher self for guidance. I no longer tell myself that I should feel slighted when someone gets more than I have. I consult my higher self and watch my thoughts silently. From that vantage point, I see that love is what I can send to all those who are on this planet with me, regardless of appearances or external differences. Keep in mind that the ego is a small part of yourself, which has taken over in your attempt to protect you with its false idea that you are just a body. Out of this incomplete picture of its totality, the ego fosters unhealthy emotional reactions as well as behaviors of the same kind. As you proceed along the path of your spiritual self, keep these words from my teacher Nisargadatta Maharaj in mind. When you know beyond any doubt that life flows through all that exists and that you are that life, you will love everything naturally and spontaneously. When you realize the depth and fullness of your love for yourself, you know that all living things and the entire universe are included in your affection. But when you see anything as something separate from you, you cannot love it because you are afraid of it. The alignment causes fear and fear deepens the alignment. This alignment that Maharaj refers to appears as stress and physical reactions that we call unhealthy emotions. Memorizing this passage from the book I Am That will help you turn to emotional purity. From this you will get a new and pure behavior. Purification of your behavior. Your behavior on the physical plane flows directly from your thoughts and emotions. As Emerson reminds us, the ancestor of all action is a thought. Poisonous thinking obviously leads to unhealthy behavior. To purify your behavior, you have to curb your unhealthy thoughts. If the unhealthy lasts for a long time, it helps the development of addictive behaviors. Regardless of how many treatment programs you follow, if you are going to get rid of addictive behavior, you will have to do it on your own. No one else can do it for you. No program can do it for you. No magic elixir is going to do it. Only you, with your thinking, can change the addictive behaviors that you have chosen at the behest of your false ego. The most effective way to get rid of addictive behavior is to go directly to your superior and pass the problem on to God. That's it. Just pass it on. Surrender, knowing that the highest energy in the universe is within you. I love this passage from the book A Course in Miracles. I am content to be whatever He wants, because I know He goes there with me. I will be healed when I allow Him to teach me to heal. When you surrender to the highest force and enter the silence of yourself, you will experience all that I have written about in this book. You will feel that you no longer have to rely on your false self for any fleeting satisfaction. You will feel the presence of your spiritual self at all times. The temptations to revert to addictive habits will be dispelled by your new ability to surrender and your willingness to help others heal. Even a relapse will be part of the divine order. You will know that the time will come when you will be completely free from addiction, as long as you remain with purified thought. Your thoughts are the most important thing available to you in the battle to end addictive behavior. Your thoughts are in the invisible realm where your higher self is. Your false self will continue to urge you to accept fleeting pleasure. But by using your thoughts to trust the spirit that inhabits you, the impact of your ego will lessen. Your higher self will guide you to purify your addictive behavior, and help will be provided if you continue to commit. The people who give you the poison you take will be unable to reach you. The telephone call to your usual supplier will not receive an answer. Your supplier will not be available. They will call you to do something out of town, or they will divert you, or other activities will suddenly arise just at the moment when you were about to have a weak moment. The universe will conspire to help you in your commitment to purification when you voluntarily and authentically pass your problem on to the higher self. Finally, you will turn your eyes in disbelief to your addictive behaviors and wonder how you could have been so stupid. However, your higher self will remind you that it was part of God's design. He had to go through all those experiences in order to know how to overcome them. There will come a time when you will be grateful for your addictive past, and each day you will give thanks for the emergence of your higher self. You have mastered your ego through purifying thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. When you begin to realize how everything works together to help you purify your life, you will see that every aspect of your life improves. You will immediately begin to lead a healthier life. When your thoughts come from the spiritual realm, the physical realm will automatically respond to that higher call. This change to a new and purer behavior is not a difficult transition. A listener at one of my lectures recently explained to me that he longed to become a more spiritual person, with a pure heart, but found it very difficult. I told him that it was necessary for him to recognize that this was the work of his false self, which was trying to convince him that it was difficult, so that he would not make the necessary effort. When you listen to your ego and allow yourself to be convinced that unhealthy habits are too difficult to break, you are under the control of that false self. The fact is that when you pass these habits on to God and surrender and listen to Him, and then turn to the 4 keys to accessing higher consciousness, everything begins to synchronize to purify your life. If you feel convinced, if you have no doubt that it is difficult, you are listening to your ego. If you know that you are not alone and that you are capable of anything you can conceive of, then you are listening to your higher self. The habit of practicing destructive behaviors goes far beyond substance use. Unhealthy behavior, which makes spiritual relationships difficult, can also be purified by handing over your habit into the hands of your higher self. Your higher self wants you to have peace and love in your existence, not agitation. Your higher self knows that you long for a spiritual relationship, a place where you feel serenity rather than restlessness. Any behavior that is unhealthy will be purified through trust in the spirit that inhabits it. By turning your thoughts away from the influence of the ego, your emotional reactions and behavior will also turn away. You have already seen what unhealthy thoughts, feelings, and behaviors are like and how they present themselves in your life. As you remove those obstacles that were preventing you from accessing higher consciousness out of your way, you will want to be alert to the reasons why you have allowed your ego to poison your life. As you examine the consequences in the next section, keep in mind that you can remove these obstacles from your path at will by consulting only with your ego. As you can see now, when your ego is forced to face the bright light of your higher self, its dominance fades. The compensations that your ego receives for promoting the unhealthy. Your ego always fosters the idea that you are separate from others, including God. If you are in perpetual pursuit of outer peace, you are convinced that happiness comes from external sources. By pursuing this pleasure from the outside, you steer clear of the experience of being silent and knowing the joy of a pure heart. Consequently, the ego guarantees its survival by the system of causing it to gradually destroy itself. When he prejudges, he is making a judgment of himself as being superior to those he judges. The goal of the ego is to convince you that those others are inferior to you. This type of thinking allows the ego to maintain its control. The ego takes root when you view others as sexual objects. It convinces him that his own worth is based on his conquests. It allows you to flaunt your sex appeal and see yourself as stronger than your conquests. As long as you listen to your ego, you will have to prove who you are on the physical plane. There is no better way for the ego to demonstrate its superiority as a physical being than to conquer another body. The ego is afraid of the idea that you are a soul with a body. If you start to see others as spiritual beings who are going through a human experience, the ego fears that it will not be able to convince you to continue showing who you are through libido. Thus, the ego encourages you to listen to your biological urges and act on them. Your addictions are the supreme satisfaction of your ego. The more you trust the need for external approval or substance of any kind, the less likely it is that you will turn inward and achieve the joy of your spiritual self. As long as it can be persuaded that it is primarily a physical being whose sexual satisfactions are top priority, the ego is assured of its position of preeminence. If you give up the need for these external realities, it's like telling your ego to go for a walk. Thus, your false self will feed the idea of obtaining pleasures from anything other than the heavenly light of the spirit that houses your body. Whoever is in a state of agitation and restlessness satisfies his ego. Your ego feeds enough discontent to keep you in a state of turmoil, but not enough for you to seek the peace that resides within you. Moving around in this unhappy situation makes you believe that you can't help it. The ego pulls you into a stream of discontent. The ego encourages you to find fault, be pessimistic, and generally see the negative side of existence. The more you behave like this, the more the false self retains its power over you. You are trying to keep yourself from feeling the desperation necessary to push you to seek your spiritual nature. If you begin to seek purity and peace through the higher self, the ego knows that it will begin to experience more optimism and contentment. The ego will do whatever it takes to prevent it. As long as you feel the need to compare yourself to others, you will follow the dictates of the ego. Once you see that others are on your spiritual quest, you cannot help but send love to them, and the ego is too insecure to allow that. Consequently, his false self encourages him to compare himself to others and to get upset when others defeat him or have more things and seem to find happiness. When you discard this idea that comparison is appropriate, you no longer have to consult your ego. These are some of the top rewards your ego gets for encouraging unhealthy thinking, feeling, and behavior. Now is the time to turn your attention to some of the ways of being that will bring purity into your life. New ways to be pure in body, mind, and spirit. When you feel the demands of your body taking over, take a few moments to be quiet and listen to your higher self. Just listen and make an effort to postpone the immediate and fleeting pleasure of the senses for a few moments. In these precious moments you will find the strength to renounce the demands of the ego. Even if you can only postpone your dependence on your body pressures for a few moments, you will have made progress. What you think about will become a habit. Thinking according to a spiritually higher standard will make the mechanism that will overcome the ego work. Begin to keep track of the judgments you make each day. Increasing your awareness of this habit will help you consult with the loving divine essence when these attitudes arise. If your first tendency is to judge someone's physical appearance, notice that you are doing it and change your thinking to consider the fullness of God within that person. This perspective will make you aware of how you usually think. It will also provide you with a calmer life, as prosecution leads to more hostile internal and external reactions. As you become caught up in judgmental attitudes, you will begin to lose your habit. You will end up replacing the habit with pure thoughts, which will make you see your connection to anyone you meet. When you find yourself relapsing and indulging in unhealthy thoughts or behaviors, ask your sacred self to intervene. Pass the thought or behavior with an affirmation of commitment and confidence. This type of affirmation will put you in touch with an energy that is far removed from the harmful demands of your ego. Although it is true that it may take you some time to fully purify yourself, it is also true that the relapses will be less and more spaced. Every time you relapse, you will be aware of the influence of your ego. This awareness will strengthen your determination until, at last, you will only listen to your higher self. Forgive yourself for each and every unhealthy behavior that you have followed up to the present. All of your unhealthy thoughts, feelings, and behaviors are also a way of teaching you to let go of the ego. He needed those visits to hell to find out what he no longer wants in his life. Instead of cursing the past, bless it and forgive yourself. When you know that all these experiences were part of God's plan for your life, you can allow yourself to forgive. Then the moment will come when you will turn your eyes back in amazement, for having traveled such destructive paths. But for the moment, forgive yourself. Bless the past and listen to your soul speak of love and forgiveness. Instead of constantly making a problem of things with your family and friends, try to free yourself from the siege of your ego. When you realize that you are about to seek conflict, ask yourself if you want to make a problem of it and experience the painful results, or if you prefer to create a peaceful atmosphere. A few moments of consultation with the invisible energy that wants you to be at peace will take you away from the confrontation. You only need a few seconds to pause and know how beneficial peace is. Your ego will intensify the pressures and you will have to make a conscious choice for peace, which is within your grasp. Work to remove the minor irritations that always come with you. Remember that the ego prefers you to be unhappy, and to do this it makes use of these minor irritations. For example, give the waiter a short break by conveying love and not irritability when he has taken too long to serve you. Remember that your children are young and that they will make constant demands on you in order to get what they want. Ignore the changes in the weather that you consider disastrous for your plans, thank for any weather. In other words, be aware of minor irritations and see them as opportunities to learn more about the higher side of yourself. Little annoyances are programmed by the ego to provide you with unhealthy experiences every day. Turn to your spiritual self and seek purity. Keep the word Namaste on your conscience. Use it as a greeting and remind yourself of your connection to everyone else. When you recognize the sacred place within others and that they share with you, you overcome unhealthy reactions. I think of the word Namaste all the time, particularly when my old ego keeps trying to convince me that I don't share the invisible energy with another person. Work to be able to know the joy without the need for outside walk. As you learn to meditate and quiet the self-talk, something wonderful will happen. Know the joy without the need for external substances. You will feel intoxicated and euphoric in a way as pure as you have never experienced before. You will know these sensations without the toxic components that would end up destroying your body tissue and altering your brain chemistry. Your body's natural chemistry produces euphoria when you meditate. As you reach for the joy of unified space, you will feel your chemistry change. When you realize that you can have this experience, you will not be attracted to poisons in order to achieve those euphoric effects. When you are tempted to fall under the influence of your unhealthy ego, remember that there are two ways to have the tallest building in town. One way is to tear down all the other buildings. This method will undoubtedly require a violent effort and a battle with the owners of the buildings it destroys. You will also likely lose your building in the attempt. The second way to have the tallest building in the city is to work, ignoring the height of others. Apply this analogy to building your happiness. If you thrive on the unhealthy activity of demoting everyone in order to promote yourself, you will be in a constant state of turmoil. However, if you decide on the second option and work on yourself while transmitting love to those around you, you will ensure a pure heart and a life of love. Break away from the unhealthy habits in your life by taking them one at a time. Try to pick out the unhealthy thoughts the moment you have them. One moment at a time, one day at a time, and you will be able to get pure. If you try to change them all at the same time, your ego will be delighted because you will give up and give in to the habits. But today, at this very moment, determine that you will no longer live an unhealthy existence, and you will find yourself on your spiritual path. For example, if you are overweight and decide to spend a little time walking around the block instead of sitting down to eat something, you are purifying your thinking. Thought will generate behavior. You will continue to be overweight, but for a moment you will have overcome the ego. This is your step to the next pure thought, and to the next, until you come to trust the loving divine essence to guide you. This is a prescription to become aware of the power you have given your ego to promote an unhealthy life. Take a look at the quote at the beginning of this chapter and remember that as you develop a pure heart, you will come to know God. Practice some of these strategies to develop a pure heart and say goodbye to the unhealthy influences of your ego. This concludes the third part of this book. The preceding chapters represent the major conflicts between the ego, your false self, and your spiritual self. They have played a vital role in your life. If you get rid of them, your life will be transformed. As you begin to leave your ego behind in all aspects of life, your awareness of the divine self that resides within you will increase. As you work to resolve the conflicts between your higher self and your false self, you will know freedom and joy, your destiny. Rabindranath Tagore is an enlightened spirit from India whose words center the issue. In a conversation with God, he says, "I have left, alone, on my way, to the place of the appointment. But who is this me in the dark? I step aside to avoid this presence, but I don't avoid it. He causes darkness to rise from the earth with his staff. And he adds his powerful voice to every word I speak. He's my own little me, Lord, he knows no shame, but I'm ashamed to come to your door in your company." I believe that we can transform the world through this shift in consciousness. That change is taking place in you right now. You will pass it on as you continue to walk the path of your spiritual self. The last chapter of this book concludes with my vision of what our world would be like if we all knew we were here, on a spiritual quest. Fourth part. Towards a world without ego. Decide what can and will be done, and then you will find a way. Abraham Lincoln. Create a collective spirit of spiritual selves, but if, on the contrary, man sees a door that opens from above, it is a new scenario for his development. If each of us can believe that we are working so that the universe can rise, in it and through it, to a higher level, then a new source of energy will flow from the hearts of the workers of the earth. The whole of the great human organism, overcoming a moment's hesitation, will breathe deeply and continue with renewed strength. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. I will transmit my spiritual self to the outside, for the good of all. This final chapter will be an odyssey inside all the evils of our society. I have no intention of ending this book by cataloging all the problems we have created as a result of allowing our egos to be the dominant force in the world. That is not to say that you do not recognize that we have many problems that have arisen out of our concern to satisfy our ego. Nor am I blind to the fact that our individual egos have interacted in ways that have produced war, crime, addiction, poverty, social injustice, and tyranny. We have created a world ego that reflects, on a global level, the same lack of depth and richness that exists in our lives. Throughout this book I have provided reasons for mastering the personal ego and suggestions for how to do it. Exactly the same can be done with respect to the world. I hope that it is as obvious to you as it is to me that the collective egos will benefit when we leave our individual egos behind. You, as an individual, have a spiritual quest to undertake. That quest involves getting to know your higher nature and inviting it to show you the path of your spiritual self in everyday life. This means denying the demands of your ego if those demands conflict with your higher self. Our world is a collective of individual beings who are urged by their loving divine essence to pursue the spiritual quest individually and collectively. The world will become a peaceful, content, cooperative, loving, sincere, tolerant, and pure environment, when the individual beings that make up the collective consciousness dominate their ego. The same thing that happens in the microcosm, it happens in the macrocosm. The whole behaves in the same way as the individual parts. Many people I talk to tell me that they feel important to change the world. They believe that, given the scale of global problems, their efforts will be negligible. What they do not see is that this world will be transformed precisely through a change in individual consciousness. All the problems we face within a group mirror those we have on an individual level. The world encounters a spiritual deficit that reflects our need to consciously embark on the path of spiritual quest. The solution of individual and world problems is overcoming the spiritual deficit. When you make the shift in consciousness and allow yourself to be an agent of higher consciousness, you are contributing to the transformation of the world. You are not separate from the other souls that inhabit the planet. It shares the same energy that flows through the souls of Rwanda and Pakistan, For example, you are the light bulb and God the electricity. It flows through you as surely as it does through all living things. When you make the decision to choose the guidance of your higher self over that offered by your false self, you have connected with your inner divine energy. When you govern your life according to the principles of the higher self, you are contributing to the transformation of the entire world. The physical changes that will take place in the world will happen automatically, just as they will take place in your body when you turn to your spiritual self. This is unavoidable. The ego vanishes before the bright divine light. You find that you are behaving more peacefully and lovingly. The same will happen on a global scale. You have to strengthen your will to follow your spiritual path when the ego calls you stupid for believing that a world without war could come into being. If the ego can convince you, you will become part of the ego's set of falsehoods. People who choose to heed the propaganda of the ego will build more bombs and make more weapons. There are currently about 6 billion people on the planet. About 3 million are in war or conflict that causes them to kill and torture each other. But that means there are 5,997 million who are not at war. This is a hopeful statistic that our egos don't want us to consider. Rather, the collective ego struggles to keep the population on edge through reminders designed to make them view the world in terms of us versus them. This ego viewpoint not only reinforces the insane escalation of ways we kill each other, but is also responsible for most of our social problems. I am not suggesting that we ignore the problems of the homeless, the hungry, the sick, and so forth. What I do suggest is that our collective ego has convinced us that these problems have no solution. The truth is that we have made remarkable progress in spite of the ego, thanks to the consideration and love of those who are motivated by their spiritual selves. Of all the people on the planet, 99.9% have a place to go every night. Not everyone may have a luxurious home, but overall we have come up with a way to accommodate everyone on the planet, except a small percentage. Many of us work every day to ensure that 100% have a ceiling. However, the picture presented by the ego is one of rampant conditions of despair, and a collective consciousness based on fear. This is also true of hunger. We are taking giant steps to help those who live on the brink of starvation. This happens due to the effort of people inspired by their spiritual self, not by the pessimism of the ego. It is obvious that a single person who dies of malnutrition is an excessive amount, and we can do something that guarantees that we live in a world where these kinds of realities do not exist, and we will. But this will not be achieved through the pessimistic view of the ego, which suggests to us that we are better than those people who live in poverty. If the whole world suddenly turned away from the idea that we are isolated beings and listened to the truth of our spiritual selves, there would be no chance that someone would starve. To say that such a world is impossible is to listen to the ego, which works collectively as well as individually, to convince us that we are separate from each other. Understanding the world ego. The world ego is an extension of the personal ego. It will lead us as a group into the same swamp of our personal egos, only on a much larger and more observable scale. The world ego does not exist in the physical sense because it is an idea. It is not what we are as a people but what we believe we are as a collective. Go back over the characteristics of the ego that I discussed in the 7th chapter, and simply apply those qualities to the whole world. The ego of the world is our false self, and this is the main characteristic we need to recognize. We want to believe that we are our physical bodies and that the territories we occupy are so important that we are willing to kill each other in order to maintain those border lines. We have become convinced that our true identities come from our ancestors, traditions, histories, as well as the color and shape of our bodies. We have lost sight of our true identities due to the labels that our egos have assigned us. Our egos have combined into a false world perception of ourselves, based on an inability to know our true spiritual nature. Despite the fact that all of our spiritual leaders have reminded us of our spiritual nature and implored and even commanded us to love one another, the ego of the world has won this battle and produced ancient enmities and countless horrors in the long history of mankind. As a consequence of listening to the false self and ignoring the spirit, humanity has lived in a perpetual conflict that has created societies ruled by primitive consciousness. As a people, we are capable of creating societies governed by the divine consciousness that we all share. We are all creatures of the same God, manifesting in physical form with identifiable attributes. We can individually work on our egos and find the truth of our higher selves. Then we will expand that spiritual self to the outside, and humanity will no longer be governed by low instincts and primitive intelligence. We will be governed by the sacred spirit that is within all of us. If that seems like an impossible task, it is because you have fallen back into the ego trap. The ego does not want you to believe in such a possibility, because it would mean its abolition. The spiritual solution to the major problems facing the world is to bring to positions of power those people who are not motivated and driven by their ego, but see the collective good as their main goal. We need leaders who do not manifest tendencies dictated by primitive conscience such as hatred, envy, greed, bloodlust, and intolerance, but who are based on love, tolerance, truthfulness, and purity. These leaders are emerging and will continue to emerge as we succeed in overcoming our personal egos and knowing the true spirit of God. The ego of the world will become obsolete as we become aware of our spiritual self. Your spirit self is waiting to share with you and the rest of the world the knowledge that we are all of the same eternal essence, an extension of God. Absent in that knowledge is the belief that we are members of a tribe willing to kill for physical differences. The notion that we are isolated from each other is what the world ego feeds on. It is an extension of all the individual egos that are in conflict with each other, that fight battles to demonstrate how separate they are from each other. In truth, none of us is separate from God. None of us is separate from the others. The fact of living on a round planet symbolizes the impossibility of making the decision to be on one side or the other. We all share the same oxygen, drink the same water, walk and live on the same ground. And whether we like to admit it or not, we all intimately share each other's continual shifting of atoms and molecules. The only constant in the physical world is change. Everything that manifests in matter form is changing at all times. This constant mutation of the atoms means that there is no separation in the quantum scientific sense or in any other. Your spiritual self is waiting for you to make the decision to make this truth known to your ego. Your ego wants to separate you, and so does the ego of the world. As long as the world ego creates so strongly in separation, there will be conflicts to mitigate that pressure exerted by the ego. The nation-states will continue under the domination of the world's ego. Nationalism represents the selfishness or self-centeredness of a nation, and will prevail as long as the ego is taken as truth. When we move towards unity, we will create a world ruled by the higher self, which sees us all as inhabitants of the same realm. Then no special interest will be served, no fortresses will be built on the borders, no nuclear weapons will be created, and there will be no passports or customs, not even currency exchange. We will know that we are not those borders that we cling to pamper the world ego and foster the ideas for which billions of people have needlessly died. By substituting love for fear and allowing our spiritual selves to appear, the need for separation will gradually disappear. It is happening right now, despite the efforts of many ego-driven people to maintain the symbols of separation, which are gradually fading. The work of the Spirit is subtle and patient. There is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come, and the death of the world's ego is long overdue. Enough of sending young people to die to preserve old frontiers. Enough of murdering our brothers whose customs are different, but who are connected with us in the world of the spiritual self. Movement toward spirit self will make the seductive voice of the world ego less attractive. We can no longer afford that separation that the ego from the world implores us to accept. Weapons that exist today, used, will kill even those who use them. We all share the same environment, we breathe the same air. Contaminating it with radioactivity is equivalent to firing weapons at ourselves, which is precisely what we do when we fire a weapon at anyone else. When Jesus said, "Father, forgive them, because they don't know what they're doing," he was imploring us to realize that we are all one. Your spiritual self knows, and so does the soul of the global collective. The false part, the ego, insists that we are not only separate but that we are special. With this creed of the special, the ego tries to convince us that we are more favored than others, and that this special condition is nourished if we follow a spiritual master our way to paradise. This God of the special hates certain people and loves others, depending on their belief systems. The ego uses this type of thinking to control us. When you focus and find your own quiet, inner, spiritual space, you know the divine loving essence that does not discriminate. You know that the condition of special is not something conferred on some and not on others. He knows that it is absurd to believe that a Muslim baby will burn in hell for not having Buddhist or Christian beliefs. He knows that Australian Aborigines are equal to kings. Your spiritual self tells you, and so does all of our spiritual literature. The message your ego conveys to you that you are special resonates and intensifies in the collective world. The world ego wants to make it easy to ignore those with less. In this way, less industrialized societies that are not as literate can be seen as they, which the ego interprets as less favored. They can be considered as not chosen of God. That makes it possible to bypass them or use our superior weapons to eliminate them. This makes it possible for people to watch the bombings on television and tell themselves that the victims are getting what they deserve. But the spiritual self knows that "you shall not kill" has no exclusion clause. When we kill peasants by overthrowing a dictator, the spiritual self knows that we are violating our highest commandments by making some people expendable. In truth, nobody is special. We are all the same and we all share the same spirit. If we believe that someone is special, it means that someone else is not. The ego of the world will work very hard to keep this idea of the special alive, because it enables it to take the kind of action that perpetuates its own existence. We will depart from that position by following the path of our spiritual quest. When we know the divine loving essence, we will be unable to see others as non-special or ourselves as special. This will represent a victory of altruism over selfishness in all its forms and in the entire world. Tom Brown describes this attitude in a wonderful text taken from his stimulating book The Quest. The man who lives on the little island of the self lives only a small part of what constitutes existence. Man must leave behind the barriers, the prisons of ego and thought, and reach the Creator. A bridge must be built over all the islands, all the circles. Each world must be understood, and ultimately fused into an absolute and pure oneness. Then there can be neither inner nor outer dimensions, no separation from the self, only a pure unity in which man is all things at once. In this fusion of worlds, man will know all things and will experience the deepest meanings of life. Then, and only then can man aspire to contact with God. As you travel the path of spiritual quest, you can help dispel the absurdity of the special that the ego so assiduously fosters. You will see the end of this kind of thinking in your life, and also on a global scale. On the world stage, in the present moment of history, we see huge conflicts unfold just to appease the part of the ego that was offended. When you are offended, it is the egocentric ego that feels hurt and insists on showing how special and important you are. The same happens at the collective level. This collective ego works on a global scale and also in our cities. The ego of the world is easily offended. When the ego is offended, it needs to take revenge. You need to retaliate to show your importance and special quality to anything you perceive to be the cause of the offense. So when your ego-dominated nation is offended by the words of an intolerant tyrant, it settles the grievance through aggression and murder. So are our cities full of young people who trust their ego so much that they are willing to arbitrarily kill those who do not act according to their criteria. They are convinced that they are special and are entitled to anything that shows that they are special. If they do not obtain it, they are offended and cause riots, maim, kill, and loot. This represents a gigantic lack of spiritual awareness. We need to put God back in the consciousness of these young people, replace the deficit with higher consciousness. Then these problems will start to dissipate. When people discover their spiritual quest, they are no longer offended by what they don't have. They are then willing to give something of themselves and are freed from the need to compare themselves with others. This shift to the sacred self will eventually eliminate the problems of social welfare and war. When the collective ego is offended, the world plunges into destruction. When consulting the higher self, there is nothing to be offended by. One only sees what has to be done and begins to live according to the love that inner silence proclaims. Consider this statement by Søren Kierkegaard. The present state of the world and of the whole of life is disease. If I were a doctor and they asked me for advice, I would answer, create silence. Indeed, if we go within ourselves and teach all those who are willing to amend their grievances to do the same, we will witness a significant shift in consciousness and much more understanding and tolerance. Finally, we will see the peace that all the inhabitants of this planet desire so desperately. The higher facet of ourselves that I have written about throughout this book reflects an infinite vision. This is certainly not the ego's view. The ego is just as cowardly on a collective scale as it is on an individual level. The world ego is afraid of a massive call to overcome our spiritual deficit. When people turn their gaze within and embrace a more loving perspective, the power of the spiritual self will bring about change not only in communities but also around the world. The ego of the world will do everything it can to avoid this kind of inner path. It will ridicule those who promote meditation, pacifist manifestations, and the love of God as a way out of the swamp of social evil in which we find ourselves. The ego wants conflict. The vision of the ego is comfortably installed in the material world and endorses a kind of rising in arms against those who propose to improve life by opposing the ego. The ego is cowardly in the sense that it fears God's heavenly light. This system is maintained exclusively by habit, and by fear of the higher self. For someone to suggest that there is a spiritual deficit and that love, peace, kindness, and compassion need to be brought into our lives, and they will be mocked and labeled utopian or witty. What the ego-based system encourages is more spending and more separation. A shift in consciousness will undoubtedly dispel the old system in which there is an egregious alliance between powerful, well-entrenched bureaucrats and the masses. In the old system, bureaucrats grant themselves benefits that are denied to those who pay bureaucrats, and then hide behind the disguise of privilege when confronted with their cowardice. It is here that the cowardice of the world's ego shows its shameless face again and again. The collective ego insists that we cannot afford to make too many changes, that we cannot afford to provide everyone with the same privileges as those in power, that those who confront the system are noise seekers and it is necessary to silence them. The higher collective consciousness knows that this is not the case. He knows that we have nothing to fear as long as we act out of love and not out of the desire to serve the ego. The spirit self knows that true power is within the self, not in the institutions we have created, and it alienates the masses from those who have accumulated power. The collective ego is cowardly, but nevertheless it will fight to maintain the influence it has over the very many who are victims of that ingrained system. When you begin to consult with your higher self, you will change the collective consciousness and force those who cling to the ego-based system to loosen their grip. The ego always fears the light, and therefore always operates in secret. When the motivation of all those in charge is based exclusively on higher consciousness, the collective ego will wither away. The main priority for the collective ego is power. This power is usually measured in monetary terms. The more money you have, the higher grade of special quality you get, and the longer you get to be in charge. So the ego of the world loves to spend money, particularly yours. You will be told how important it is that we spend billions of your income on an impractical system that will protect us from missiles from outer space, and you can be sure that they will make that money. The ego of the system will tell you that we need more complex weapons in order to be able to direct the war from inside air-conditioned fortresses where we can push a button and wipe thousands of people and all their possessions off the map without ever having to witness the event. Suffering that we are creating. The fact that a commandment has been violated and that we are participating in the mass murder of our brothers is not something that the ego considers. These are enemies, the ego reminds us. They are bad, and we need more and more money to be able to kill them with more technical means of destruction. The collective ego convinces itself that money makes it special, so it will throw dollars at any problem and take pride in the act. Consume, consume, consume. More is better. The more you accumulate, the more luxurious your toys are, the bigger your shopping centers, the more gas you spend on your cars, the more successful you will be. It is an impulse that separates us from peace and brings us closer to consumerism and capitalism. However, your higher self knows that there is no peace in the more the merrier. This is as true on the collective level as it is on the individual. The higher self urges you to simplify and avoid contributing to anything that harms others or increases your separation from the spiritual source. As you listen more carefully to your spiritual self and leave your ego behind, the ego of the world will also be removed from power, control, and money, and we will return to the basic virtues of higher consciousness, peace, beauty, love, purity, tolerance, patience, and understanding. This does not mean that the benefits of technology cannot be enjoyed. It means that the ego will not be the motivating force in our lives. What we really are as a people is a force that yearns for peace and simplicity. We want the deeper awareness that accompanies the sanity of the higher self. It is far-fetched to continue to believe that we are a series of tribes, each with a separate identity and a special mission. It is far-fetched to believe that anyone who does not fit the mentality of our particular tribe is a potential enemy. We know that there is no different God for each one of us, not even for each of our tribes. We know that there is a universal divine intelligence that flows through all of us, and that in that sacred space within us we are all one and the same. We know that we are spiritual beings trying to be human. We know that the best we have inside is love, kindness, and understanding. However, our egos, both individual and collective, have long and hard campaigned to promote a misconception. What can it be saying that people are killing each other over disputes that ancient egos created long before we arrived? What can it be saying that we believe that some of us crave eating the foods that God provides, and that others do not deserve it by virtue of our geographic location? What can it be saying if we pride our young people through the philosophy that nothing costs anything, leading them to believe that if they want something it is because they deserve it? What can it be saying if we teach our children images of violence, and allow them to adopt the ego's belief that it is human nature to harm others as a way of defending the right to be special and different? When our higher self begins to triumph over our ego in the daily decisions of our existence, we will be making progress on the path of the spiritual search of all humanity. You must banish all doubts about your ability to initiate such a search, and begin to know that you are both the microcosm and the macrocosm. Within you is a universe, a unified space open to all possibilities that can be reached by becoming the understanding observer. Be silent and silence the self-talk. More importantly, leave behind the false self that we call the ego. Then the healing will take place. The world ego is destined to be repressed as more people look within and consult with its spiritual side. The doubts are fading and the revolution of the spirit has already begun. The advance to an egoless world is not an implausible idea, no more than the fall of the Iron Curtain. To those who heard about it a few years before it happened, it seemed truly absurd. But ideas, thoughts, and knowledge are powerful instruments for the disintegration of the false self. One of the simplest and most powerful ways to do it is taught by Eknath Easwaran. In his book Meditation, he advises us to spend 30 minutes each morning in meditation, repeating the prayer of St. Francis. By saying this prayer, we leave the ego behind while inviting the spiritual self to guide us. I invite you to join me in this daily prayer as we share the path of spiritual search. The Prayer of San Francisco. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is harm, sorry. Where there is doubt, peace. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O, Divine Master, grant me that I do not seek so much to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. Because it is in giving that we receive. It is in forgiving that we are forgiven. It is in dying that we are born to eternal life. If you have the same awareness and determination about your world, dramatic changes will take place when we all apply the greatest energy in the universe, the energy of love. Now proceed to quote my spiritual master Nisargadatta Maharaj. He reminds us how simple it is to create a society that is based on spiritual principles. My position is clear: produce to distribute, feed before you eat, give before receiving, think of others before thinking of yourself. Only an altruistic society based on sharing can be stable and happy. This is the only practical solution. If you don't want her, then, fight. I love her. I encourage you to do the same. God bless you. End. Your Sacred Self. Wayne Dyer.